Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that, and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, you know, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it, because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of ways, a lot of aspects need to change. because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school. And they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccines started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated. This was life or limb, you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people even at that age in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. Working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it, because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just going to say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. Select children where their last names end from A to, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say, you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma. And then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. I think we needed a different government, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of aspects need to change, because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on this hour's 22 minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with like the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that, like, hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids like in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is, like, where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccines started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And
inquiry. We're very excited that you're participating with us today. We actually are going to have 2 asks for those of you that are in the audience and those of you who are watching online. We're a band of citizens that just got together with the idea that we needed an independent look at how all levels of government have handled the COVID-19 pandemic, because this is the most significant event for most of us alive today in Canada. We've never gone through an experience that has so shaped our country and so divided us and so shaken us up. And we all know that we're going to be facing the consequences and the changes that it's going to bring forth going forward for generations. And so we were just passionate about the need for an independent look. But this adventure that we've started that's growing and growing is only going to succeed if we can reach all Canadians, and in fact, really the entire world. This needs to be done in every single country. An independent of government, citizen-run inquiry into why the decisions were made the way they were and why all the institutions acted the way they did. Now, we're here today. We've run 3 hearings in Truro, Nova Scotia. We've run 3 hearings in Toronto. We ran a day of hearings yesterday in Winnipeg. We have had 1 mainstream media outlet here for, maybe 40 minutes in this whole time. And yet on social media, we're starting to have tremendous success. But the reality is the mainstream media is not going to cover us. And there's some clear reasons for that. Because if the citizens in Canada get control of their institutions again, get their institutions working for them again, then it is most probable, in my opinion, that the editorial boards of the mainstream media will be facing criminal charges. So why would they cover proceedings such as this? So how do we get the word out? And this is our call. Because what we're finding is there's just a number of you out there that have a large footprint in social media. Some of you are podcasters, and I'm talking to you all around the world, not just in Canada. We've got to ignite this around the world. If you are a podcaster, start podcasting about the NCI, and we'll give you guests. We'll give you our spokesperson. We'll give you witnesses. We'll help you put us out and plug in and tag us. If you've got a Twitter account, or look, we're on every social media. Tie into us and push us out on your networks. Again, this is a citizen initiative, and it only works if you, the citizens, and not just of Canada, but of the world, start participating, start taking personal responsibility for doing something, stop watching, start doing, or this fails. And it doesn't fail just for me, it fails for you, and it fails for your kids. Time is short for us to get our institutions working for us again. And so the time for sitting on the couch, the time for not participating is over. You are here to decide who you're going to be. And it's decision time, and I'm inviting you to make that decision. We also have a second call out. In Toronto, we had an embalmer who was very nervous about testifying, very nervous about sharing her story about what she was seeing in the bodies after the vaccine was released. But she was brave and did it, and she placed a call out to other embalmers to participate. Yesterday, we had a surprise at the end of the day where it turned out we had an embalmer in the audience, and, without us knowing this, just a witness on the stand told us, and that embalmer took the stand. We were able to show that embalmer one of the exhibits that Laurie Jeffrey, the embalmer in Toronto, had shared with us, and he confirmed, no, I'm seeing this in the persons that I'm embalming also. And so now we have two. Now, we're putting a call out for embalmers to contact the NCI because we need your testimony. Can you imagine if we put together a panel of you to have an open discussion amongst yourselves for the public to watch about what you're seeing? Because your evidence can't be disputed. You are finding things, at least this is what we're being told now by two embalmers. You are finding physical changes that cannot be discounted in the persons in whom you are embalming. You are finding, I don't even know what to call them because they're not blood clots. They're something, they almost look like earthworms to me, and they're making it difficult for you to embalm because they're plugging up the arterial and vascular systems, and you're having to remove them. And this is new, that you've never seen this before, and the public needs your confirmation. You've seen changes in the blood and the blood clot. You have seen changes in the types of death following vaccination, including different changes in pattern for baby deaths. You have seen things that the public, if they become aware of it, will not be able to deny. Your evidence is crucial. So we're calling on all embalmers to contact the NCI because you have a special type of evidence that we need to get out there. Now, for my opening, I have to just say it's because I'm going to be commenting on the legal system that this is my opinion. And isn't it funny that I have to say that to try and protect myself, because we know that, when doctors or nurses, any medical professional steps out, they're sanctioned. They basically lose their license to practice. It's It's a form of punishment to create censorship and scare the rest of them from actually taking self-responsibility for their actions and speaking out regardless of the costs and acting ethically regardless of the costs. I haven't seen lawyers being disbarred for taking on COVID cases or speaking out, but, to borrow the title from Mr. Huxley's book, we truly are in a brave new world today. And so to try and protect my license to practice law, I'm just saying this is my personal opinion, and I'm hoping that lawyers are still allowed to have personal opinions on the legal system, amongst other matters. Now, there is, in my opinion, in my experience, there is, and people in this room will agree with me, a perception that during the COVID crisis and to today that the court system has failed us. I've heard that time and time again from persons that are concerned about how governments handled the COVID crisis. There is a perception that the court system failed us, and that is my perception also. I have to say that I am personally grieved, with how the court system has handled the COVID crisis. And I was called to the bar in February of 1995, so I'm working on my 29th year of practice. I've tried to focus on constitutional issues. I've done a lot of criminal work, a lot of Food and Drug Act work to try and keep our access to natural remedies available. Probably within the first 10 years of my practice, I had run 1,000 trials. I mean, I was a high-volume trial lawyer trying to ensure that our rights were protected. That's always been my focus. And so when I give you my opinion of the legal system, I want you to understand that that comes from basically my entire career of practice working on my 29th year. The rule of law is simply the principle that the law applies to everyone equally. It's a very simple process or concept, and you don't have to think long and hard to understand how that is important to a liberal democracy. If we're not all subject to the same laws, if we're not all treated fairly in that the law applies to us equally, we don't have the rule of law. What we have is tyranny. And it's funny, the word tyranny, it conjures up negative emotions. But if you look at the definition, I mean, it's actually not a scary thing at all, except in its application. But tyranny is just absolute discretion. So you could have a tyrant that actually made really wonderful decisions for the populace. You know, we could have, Plato's philosopher kings making great decisions for the benefit of the populace. That would be pure tyranny, but our experience wouldn't be negative. But why it's negative is because in all of our recorded history, with, the very rare exception, as soon as a government or a ruler has absolute discretion over our lives, very bad things happen to the populace. So that's why when I use the word tyranny, we react to it actually emotionally. So you understand that the rule of law is our protection against tyranny. Because if the government or our kings or our rulers or our bureaucrats, if anyone who has been delegated power over us is subject to the same application of the law as we are, then we're protected. Then we don't have tyranny, and that is why the rule of law is so important. Now, what shocked me with this COVID experience, and I think what shocked so many people, and just excuse me, I'm going to take a sip of water. is that we were expecting the court to basically be a mediator between ourselves and the government. I mean, I know I was expecting, okay, the government's doing things. I'm going to expect that the court is going to be between the government and myself. And if we are going to have the rule of law, then both parties have to be created equally or treated equally in the courts. Now, we have a fundamental problem in how our court system and how our justice system has been designed. And that is that we have built into it a conflict of interest that is not consistent with the rule of law. And when we get control of our institutions again, we are going to have to get rid of this conflict of interest. So I just want to speak a little bit about kind of how this played out and how unfair it was. And, you know, one thing I've seen in trial after trial where I've had clients that said, you know, I didn't know that was illegal. Like, I didn't know that was a problem. And invariably the court will say, and I've heard it time and time again, ignorance of the law is no excuse. And early in my career, I would just, you know, accept that as, you know, a reasonable proposition. And actually, I agree it is a reasonable proposition because if you have laws and somebody could just say, well, I didn't know it was there, so you, and that was some, you know, reasonable excuse, then basically you don't, you know, the law is invalid. Like you basically can't apply it. Like there's actually a good policy reason for ignorance of the law not being an excuse into whether or not you're culpable. It could speak to what should flow from a penalty. But the thing that, and why I'm going into this is, you know, we have an inner voice, you know, so, but as time went on and I watched how the legal system was applied to government, and I watched how, you know, courts would allow our police system to get away with breaking the law over and over again, and just who was charged and who wasn't charged. It came to me that whenever I would hear a judge say to one of my clients, ignorance of the law is no excuse, that inner voice would add, you know, except for the government and the police. So, and let's, and this has happened because of a conflict of interest that I'll explain. But what disappointed me about the COVID experience was kind of a complete abandonment of the law by both the police and the government. Now, we all know about our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We all know about our charter rights. And actually, there's some really wonderful rights in that document. You know, Section 7, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. What a beautiful right. And courts have made it clear that includes what rights that we already had under the common law to autonomy over our own bodies, where, you know, you can refuse a medical treatment. Prior to COVID, that was sacrosanct in our legal system, in our medical system, the right to deny a treatment. And it's guaranteed in our charter. We have the right, we have freedom of conscience. We have freedom of expression. We have freedom of religion. We have the charter right to freedom to assemble. I mean, it's a fundamental right to be able to protest. It's a fundamental right to be able to go to church and worship. It's a fundamental right to have your own opinion, according to the charter. Now, what's interesting is here we are in Winnipeg, Manitoba, second day of the National Citizen Inquiry hearing in the year 2023. And the year's important because in this time, in 2024, will it be legal in Canada to hold proceedings like this will it be legal for me to share this opinion in a year? I don't know, and if I'm a betting man, I wouldn't know how to bet. But we have these wonderful charter rights, and then we have Section 52 of the Constitution Act 1982, the same British statute that includes our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And it basically means, it sets out that the Charter is the supreme law. I mean, it basically reads, the Constitution of Canada is the supreme law of Canada. And any law that is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution is, to the extent of the inconsistency, of no force and effect. And what that means is if you have any law, like let's say a mandate saying you can't assemble, you can't have a group of more than 40 people outside, you can't go to church. Well, that law is below our constitutional right to worship. That law is below our constitutional right to assemble. So one of the things I learned probably about a year and a half ago, I was involved in an organization that was forming to start looking into crimes that were committed in the COVID pandemic. I got segued into this NCI, I want to call it an experience. It's really a movement. This is a movement because this is just Canadians getting together. I mean, the strength of this is that it doesn't depend on any person or any groups of persons. So when I'm inviting the podcasters of the world to get involved, when I'm inviting every listener to push us out, I don't care if your social network is 10 people, push us out, because that's how we're going to make a difference. And that's what we are, is we're a movement of people that are basically demanding to know what happened so that we can collectively decide how we are going to manage our affairs in a peaceful way going forward. That's what this is about. We're not here to grind an axe. We're here to find solutions so that our children's future is protected and that Canada once again becomes a beautiful place to live where we treat each other with respect and kindness. That's why we're here, and that's what this movement is about. Now, one of the things that grieved me, though, is when I'm talking to police officers. In fact, it might have been Vincent Gersey, who testified in Toronto. He might have even been one of them that told me. In fact, it might have been him who first shared it with me, saying, when I talk to police officers, a lot of them don't understand that actually the Constitution is the supreme law of Canada. They're not familiar with Section 52. They actually haven't been trained. So you literally could have police officers that, to their core, want to enforce the law, who are, dragging people out of church, who are, pulling veterans out of a line and throwing them on the ground and kicking them, who don't actually understand that they are not upholding the law, that the supreme law of Canada is the Constitution. And if they had been trained in this, if they had truly understood that for us to continue to be a free nation, free of tyranny, with equal application of the law, and that the supreme law was our charter, were the rights that were being actually encroached upon by the police. And you know what? It's not an excuse to say you were following orders. We established that at Nuremberg. And I explained this principle on an earlier opening address. People in authority that want other people to do bad things understand that if they take away your personal responsibility, that you can get people to do terrible things. So it was Himmler that was the head of the SS, and he was giving a speech to a group of SS that were about to go out and murder a whole bunch of people. It might have been the speech given before the Night of the Long Knives, but it was a speech given before they were basically to go out and murder a list of individuals. And he literally said, it's not you, it's not your finger on the trigger, it's not you pulling the trigger, it's me. And he was saying this because he understood if he took the responsibility for what they were doing, that they would follow orders. And so when we had the Nuremberg trials, we, and I say, we the civilized world, we the citizens of the world, had to have established the legal principle that it is not an excuse to harm and kill other people, that you were following orders. And so police officers that, dragged people from church services, that threw, protesters into cars, it's not an excuse that you were following orders. And doctors that are following orders from your colleges, not, whatever those are. When in Alberta, there was basically a direction that you were not to treat early COVID. It's not an excuse for you legally that you were basically following directions from your college. If we get control of our institutions, there will be inquiries into criminal liability for the actions of a lot of players here. So police officers didn't understand that basically in enforcing the mandates that they were violating the law. But let's turn to the courts, because we have just experienced the most significant government intrusion into our lives that any of us have experienced, and more significant intrusions than many would have experienced during wartime in Canada. I used to have clients that, did pretty terrible things and would be subject to house arrest with conditions that were more favorable than conditions that you and I were subjected to by our governments, and we had not committed a crime. So here we have the biggest government overreach in our history, and we're all expecting, well, okay, but surely the courts are going to step in and be that mediator between the government and the citizen, not treat the government with any privilege, because we can't have the rule of law if one side is privileged over the other. Because remember, the rule of law is the equal application of the law to everyone, including governments. And when we have court cases where citizens are saying, well, the government went too far, the government encroached upon my rights, we don't have the rule of law if the government position is privileged in any way. We have tyranny, by definition. It is April 2023. I cannot think of a single court decision in Canada that will, if the government does a similar thing, let's say, monkeypox, remember we heard that one, we're being told that there might be another pandemic, so let's say something else comes along and they do the exact same things, they lock us down, they force us to take masks, they do everything they can to coerce us into taking a vaccine or some other treatment. I cannot think of a single court case that will act as a brake on government actions going forward. Now, there may be one that I'm not aware of, but I can tell you I ask other lawyers whenever I have a conversation, can you think of a single case? And no one can. And there's been a few tricks that have been used by the courts to do this, and one of them is mootness. So here we have this supreme law of Canada, these charter rights, and people would start court cases saying, wait a second, I have the right to assemble. Wait a second, I have the right to get on a plane without, a passport. And they start these court proceedings, and a whole bunch of resources goes into them on both sides. Affidavits are sworn, people are, go through, examinations for discovery, arguments are made, there's motions, blah, blah, blah. They get all the way down this path, and then the mandate's dropped. And then the Crown Prosecution Service applies to court saying, well, you throw this out, it's moot, because they can get on a plane now, they can get on a train, they can assemble however they want. They can go there right now to the park and assemble. You can't grant them any relief. And case after case after case is thrown out, dismissed by the court. And what they've done then is they haven't made a decision that would put a brake on the government going forward. I'm sorry, when I'm locked in my house for not doing anything wrong, I want a court to decide whether that's okay or not. You know, if you're told you can't go on a plane and fly within Canada or a train, it doesn't matter that you can now. You want to know, was that legal? Was that legal? Did that violate our Constitution? And because otherwise they can do it again. I mean, these are the most fundamental decisions that need to be decided by a court, and they have not decided them. Now, the few that have allowed, okay, this has proceeded, either the mandate's still there or the court has said, no, I'm not going to throw this out for mootness. They've agreed, no, you know what, there's been a charter violation. There's been a charter violation, but the government's action is okay. We've got this silly clause, Section 1 of the Charter, which is kind of a safety valve. And Section 1 reads, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it, and here's the mischief, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. And what the courts do is, so they basically say, well, yeah, there is a charter breach, but the government was okay. In this instance, it's demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. So basically, those decisions tell the government, not only is there no break on you the next time this happens, but you are justified in doing this. So basically, rubber stamping what the government has done. Now, this is part of basically a systemic problem, and that's indisputable because in all of Canada, I can't think of a single case. Now, we're basically in a situation where we cannot deny to ourselves that the court system is giving deference to the government. I mean, many of you have heard, and I know there's going to be a witness today might speak about it, Ontario Court of Appeal case, CG versus JH, and for anyone watching, the site is 2023 ONCA 77. So there was a family court case. So basically, one parent wanted to get a child vaccinated, the other didn't. They're having a fight in court. And at the trial level, the family court judge didn't side with the father who wanted to vaccinate and just said, listen, we shouldn't give deference to government. And, so I'm not just following the public health authorities. Well, it goes to the Ontario Court of Appeal, and the Ontario Court of Appeal has basically said, no, courts, you can basically take judicial notice is the term, like you can consider it as fact without proof that if Health Canada approves a vaccine, that is prima facie evidence that they have considered it safe and effective. And, basically you can then draw the inference that it's safe and effective. It is clear that the Ontario Court of Appeal had no idea that the legal test for the approval of the COVID-19 vaccines, the test didn't require proof of safety and efficacy. In fact, the word safety and the word efficacy isn't even found in the test. And we had Deanna McLeod speak to us about that yesterday. So the vaccines didn't have to be proven to be safe and effective, and they weren't. And yet we have the Ontario Court of Appeal directing lower courts to take judicial notice that if Health Canada has approved a COVID-19 vaccine, it's been proven safe and effective. But let's say they had been proven to be safe and effective. The problem is that the court is giving deference to the government line, and that is that's not consistent with the rule of law. So there's three things inconsistent with basically a court system that protects its citizens. And I'm just going to speak mostly about the third one. But judges funded and appointed by the government are not consistent with the rule of law long term. A professional government prosecution service is not consistent with the rule of law. And if you want to hear an Orwellian term, I can't think of a better one than Department of Justice. But the big problem is, and the elephant in the room is the conflict of interest caused by the fact that the Attorney General, federally and in every province, that directs our justice system, that sets the priorities for the police, that set the priorities for the prosecution service, which is a government prosecution service, is a member of the government. Think about that. So the person, we want the courts to not treat the government any differently than us, but the person who sets the priorities for enforcement, the person that sets the priorities for the police, the person that sets the priorities for the prosecution service is the government. The Attorney General is a member of Cabinet. This is a clear conflict of interest that is inconsistent with the rule of laws. And in my experience, the Attorney General is almost 100% of the time against citizen rights and for big government. And I told you, before, it was probably within the first 10 years of my practice, I've run over 1,000 trials. I have time and time again been in court arguing that there's been too much government power, that rights have been encroached. And I can tell you that unless it's just so clearly obvious that, the prosecutor would, be embarrassed not to admit that there was a charter violation and something should be done. Except for where you just simply can't deny it. 100% of the time they have argued against rights. And let me just tell you about a case that has haunted me for a long time, just to illustrate, and it illustrates why I've refused, although I've been asked several times. I do a lot of circuit courts and courts in small centers in BC, and I've been asked if I would be the prosecutor. And I've refused 100% of the time in my career because of the culture of the service. But I had a case when marijuana was still illegal. And this would be, probably a good 15 years ago. So we hadn't, gotten even to our debate forced upon us by the compassion clubs, which led to legalization. So, according to the Department of Justice, the Federal Department of Justice, this was really serious stuff. And, I forget now whether it was just, neighbor smelling, cannabis while they're outside barbecuing. But the police came to believe that my clients, a young couple, they're probably both, around 26, 27, young married couple, no kids, that they had some personal use cannabis in their house. And I know this is, a shocking crime. So the police get a search warrant that they execute in the middle of the night. It was like 1 or 2 in the morning. So this couple actually wakes up with the police turning the light on in their bedroom, surrounded by SWAT people with machine guns pointed at them in bed, with the police's face covered, everything. And they're just shocked because they're being screamed at to, not move. And the husband tells the police, let me slip out of bed and get some clothes for my wife so that she can dress under the covers because she's naked. But for officer safety, we can't tolerate that. So they rip the bed sheets off and embarrass the hell out of her. I'm just upset talking about it. And I get to watch the Crown Counsel explain to the court why this is okay. And you know what? It's not okay. And time again, and just go sit in a court whenever there's a charter argument, and you will never see the Crown Counsel argue for our rights. And that is because the person directing Crown Counsel, the person directing the priorities for our justice system is the government, is in cabinet of the government. and they are not directing the prosecution service, they are not directing the police to privilege our rights. And slowly and slowly and slowly our rights have been reduced and reduced and reduced. Our charter came into force in 1982, and with a splash, courts were creating all these rights. And then we've got this machine. This prosecution service is a machine. I remember on one case, constitutional case, it was me against 12 DOJ lawyers because there's unlimited resources. And they wear you down. But this machine just is in there time after time with all these resources. For most of my practice in legal aid, for a criminal file, so from picking up the file to when you finish the first day of trial, and most of them finish in the first day of trial, you get paid $540. It's hardly enough to run your office. But the Department of Justice lawyers, are getting their benefits and big salary, and you ask the police to jump and you have every expert you want. Legal aid, you have to beg and beg and beg and beg, and you might get an expert, in 10% of your cases. It is so unfair by design, by the government that controls the justice system, deliberately allocating resources so that they can slowly and surely grind away our rights. And what happens is we've now seen the cage door shut. That's what we saw with COVID. It's been a slow and steady erosion, and now we've seen the cage door shut. And it's because of conflict of interest. So I'm going to end there. We're going to have a witness later today who's a retired judge who is, I don't want to be a spoiler, but the way this person put it kind of just encapsulates how far down we have gone and how much we need to get that institution working for us again. I wanted to, before we call our first witness, just briefly watch a video of some of news clips that we experienced during COVID, and we just thought this would be appropriate to kind of bring us back to the type of experience we had. So David, if you want to run that video, and then we'll march into our first witness.
Today we are announcing that we will be suspending classes in Manitoba effective Monday, March 23rd, for a period of 3 weeks, a week before spring break and a week after the regularly scheduled spring break. We believe that our schools are safe. However, the experience in other provinces and other parts of the world tells us that proactive measures lessen the impact of the spread of COVID-19 and lessens the negative impact on individuals.
I've recommended the closure of all Manitoba schools effective March 23rd. It's hoped that these proactive actions will help limit the impact of COVID-19 on our communities.
Manitobans are stepping up and they are doing what they can to help flatten the curve, and we thank them for that. Manitobans have led the way by listening to the advice of experts, and I commend all Manitobans for recognizing the critical needs for social distancing and for proactive measures to keep themselves and others safe. We are taking further decisive action by declaring a state of emergency in the province. This will be valid for 30 days, and prior to the end of that 30 days, of course, we will evaluate to see if there's a need to continue. This puts us on an emergency footing and gives us a readiness that we need in these uncertain times. Understand that this is a temporary measure. Understand that we do not enter into this lightly, but this is part of our need to respond to ensure that we can continue to assist Manitobans in doing our part to protect the well-being of all of us here and all Canadians and global citizens. We respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens. We have stood above throughout our history in protecting the rights and freedoms of others. Recently, of course, we have stood out and up on behalf of the rights of people who we feel have their rights threatened in another Canadian province by legislation that's been put forward there. And so we respect rights. However, we must continue to use every tool we have in our possible availability to flatten the curve here and to do our part to protect all Manitobans. The measures that we're taking today will enshrine, quite frankly, what has already been happening in Manitoba. We have not had reports of people violating the advice that Dr. Roussan and others have been giving. And so I want to say clearly that my promise and our government's promise to Manitobans is that these measures will end as soon as possible and will only be used if absolutely required.
Our government is continuing to take unprecedented steps in response to respond to COVID-19 in every sector across all government departments. Based on the advice of the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer, licensed childcare centres are suspending services at the end of the day and for the next 3 weeks. During this uncertain and challenging time, we need Manitobans to rise to the challenge.
We now have the mandate through law to be able to ensure the 50-person gathering. But I would ask Manitobans to participate. The best defense we have isn't just a government officer going and trying to stop a restaurant from. The best defense is if you come across a situation, and I encourage Manitobans this, you come across a situation where people are not observing the social distancing rules, I'd like you to go on the internet and tell everybody not to shop there. Don't go there. Do the necessary things right now, the short-term pain that we know we all have to share in to make sure we have a longer-term gain. So we're not making the decision today that it'll not change, because we have to be nimble, we have to be ready. But we think we're taking the right steps based on science, and Dr. Roussan is the more qualified person to speak to this. No, the penalties are onerous, and they're there for a reason. They're there to deter behavior that's unsafe, unhealthy, and that it frankly is not in keeping with what Manitobans' reputation is as good citizens. So we don't make laws for the majority of people. We make laws as a consequence of the behavior of some in the minority. And that is not something we've seen yet, but if we see it, we want people to know we're serious about clamping down on it, and that is what these measures are there for.
As you have just heard, the province has declared a state of emergency. Today I am issuing orders under the Public Health Act to reinforce the social distancing measures that we have already been applying. The following measures will be in place effective 4 p.m. today and will be in place for a period of 30 days. We are limiting public gatherings to no more than 50 people at any indoor or outdoor place or premises. This includes places of worship, gatherings and family events such as weddings and funerals. This does not apply to a facility where health care or social services are provided. Retail businesses, including grocery stores or food stores, shopping centers, pharmacies, gas stations can remain open, but must ensure separation of 2 meters between patrons assembling within the business. Public transportation facilities must also ensure that people are reasonably able to maintain a separation of 1 to 2 meters from each other. We are limiting hospitality premises where food or alcohol is served, or any theaters offering live performances of music, dance, or other art forms as movie theaters to 50 people or to 50% of the capacity of this premises, whichever is less. These establishments must also be able to ensure social distances of 1 to 2 meters between their customers. I'm ordering the immediate closures of all bingo and gaming events, all wellness centers offering physical activities, gyms, fitness centers, and athletic clubs and training facilities will be closed. We are taking these steps to ensure people make changes to their day-to-day lives, which you've already seen many Manitobans do. This is to strengthen our message regarding the need for social distancing and the need to act now. With these orders in place, Manitobans have a clearer message on the roles that they can play to protect themselves, the people around them, and our communities. Pharmacists are being required to limit the number and quantity of prescription drugs being dispensed. This is being done to ensure continued supply and prevent the stockpiling of prescription medications. Only a 1-month supply will be provided at this time. stay home if you're sick, cancel events, and very important, use reliable sources for your information. The Act makes it an offence to contravene any order, and so it can be fines or even a term of imprisonment under the Act.
So our next witness is Patrick Allard. Could you state your full name, sir?
Can you hear me now? Well, there we go. Patrick Allard, P-A-T-R-I-C-K-A-L-L-A-R-D.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
How old are you, sir?
Oh. 1981. 42? Or 41.
Where are you from?
I'm born and raised in Winnipeg, Winnipeg's North End. Been there my whole life.
What kind of trade do you have, or what work do you do for a living?
I've owned and operated a renovation company, residential renovation company, for the better part of 20 years.
I understand you got quite involved in the community in Winnipeg during the COVID period, if we can call it that. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in 2020 when all this started happening?
Yes. Watching those videos that we just watched with Premier Pallister and Heather Stephenson, who's our Premier now, who used to be the medical officer, not medical officer, but whatever, and health minister, and Bruce in here. It brings back a lot of memories, probably for everyone watching. And you could tell that they had no idea what they were doing. And I knew that when I was watching it, and I thought somebody has to step in, somebody has to do something. And like a fool, I waited for my government to do what was right. And that wasn't happening. We saw these arbitrary closures of businesses, and I mentioned I was in renovations. I was deemed essential. I didn't know how insulting that was, to be elevated amongst other Manitobans just because of what I chose to do for a living. I didn't realize that the tattoo artist or the hairstylist, they also have mortgages and kids to feed. So how was I any more important than that? So I had to speak up for those who were deemed non-essential, those who were harmed, and I decided to be very loud, public, put my renovation company on hold, and use my voice to stick up for the little guy. I saw a lot of pain, a lot of hurt. I started being vocal on social media, for starters, in early 2020. I heard stories of people not being able to see their grandparents or their parents in a nursing home. And I didn't just hear stories, but we had a family member of ours, a 95-year-old matriarch of my wife's family, was locked away in a nursing home for 3 weeks and never recovered from that loneliness. And we had a funeral shortly after that. My family has pictures in their minds as to what their mother looked like after, their grandmother, after being alone for three weeks. Mike Wojciak testified about some of these people that he saw as well. So it's not an anomaly. So speaking of the little guy that I had to help protect and speak up for, was these elderly people who had no one to talk for them. And then they shut the schools, and they put placards on play structures, and they were harming children mentally by making them feel that they're going to harm their grandparents, they're going to harm their friends by playing with them, the two segments of our society that we needed to protect are the ones that we did not. We alienated the elderly and locked them away to rot. This is and I keep saying this is they're our most precious resource, because they have stories and a lifetime of things in their minds that you don't get until you get to their age. And we pushed them away like they were yesterday's news. And then our children, we were scarring them right from the beginning, scaring them, and that we're going to have to fix for 10 years or so, or it could take decades. And I saw this very early. So we started we organized our very first protest for May 9th, 2020, in front of the legislature. And thought we were doing a good thing, thought we were going to attract a lot of positive attention, but it was exactly the opposite. The Winnipeg Free Press labeled us as a bunch of right-winged extremists, racist, white, Anglo-Saxon, everything that they could do to try to get us painted in a negative light. And I didn't understand that. I didn't understand, why is this? Why has protest always been an encouraged event, no matter what? And now we're being labeled all these names. I didn't quite get it. So that was May 9th of 2020, and that's where the story really begins, I guess. After being, defamed in the paper, people started gravitating towards myself and Dr. Jerry Boyme, who's going to testify later today, who was part of that as well. Took the face of that one. It took the brunt. And I didn't like them picking on Dr. Jerry either. So I became somewhat the face of the opposition in Manitoba against these measures. And started going from there. We started holding rallies and attracting more people. People could see that they're not alone anymore. And we were doing a good thing. That continued on. There was more press conferences that Pallister went on and threatened on TV, saying, if you break the public health orders, you'll get your name mentioned on TV. Dr. Roussin mentioned about possible jail time. And we continued protesting. I continued awaiting these fines, these tickets. They were not happening. So I thought the government was just bluffing. We continued on. November 4th of 2020 was when I was first ticketed for breaking the COVID health orders. That was for gathering in a public outdoor place with more than, I think it was 5 people. And we were more than 5 people. We were about 30. And I got ticketed. And that, to my understanding, that was the first ticket in Winnipeg. There was another gentleman who was ticketed along with me. And I believe the ticket fine was for $1,200 and $1,296. And it just continued on from there. November 29th, 2020, I heard that there was a church, Minister Tobias's church, the Church of God, out near Steinbach, was going to hold a service. And because the churches had been locked down or shut down, I decided to go. And if I wasn't going to get answers from the government, let's see if we can get answers from God. And being raised in a Christian home, I decided I'm going to go and maybe this is the time to go back to church. So I went out there, and growing up, my father always told me that the police are your friend. If you need help, you can go to the police. And I showed up there in Steinbach, and on the side of the road, as Minister Tobias testified, there was about 30 police vehicles probably about 40, 50 police officers, RCMP officers, all in a line with masks on and preventing these churchgoers from going to church. It was at that moment that I realized the police are not always your friend. The RCMP at that time were on the wrong side of the law. And that's really the moment when I realized I think the gloves are off now. So I continued being a loud voice, continued protesting. We held many wonderful rallies. We had mental health rallies because as Mike Wojciak has testified yesterday, mental health was on a huge decline. He's seen a high rise in suicides. We heard Ms. Vickner talk yesterday about her thoughts of despair. And we had mental health rallies just to get people together to hold hands, to sing, to hug, to shake hands, to know you're not alone. And for those efforts, I was ticketed as well. And I was dragged through the media. I asked for all of this because I knew the good that was coming out of it was I believe worth it. The joy I would give people just to make a post that there's going to be a rally, that they get happy for 20 minutes of their life. I think it was worth it. And from that point on, from the Church of God incident, I believed I received another 14 tickets. Kyle, you might know better. You might have it there, but all for gatherings. And after about 10 tickets, the promise of Premier Palliser about getting your name mentioned on TV was brought to fruition when the Winnipeg Police put out a press release saying that there's been an arrest warrant set out for 5 Manitobans plus another visiting individual. And out of that, we became the infamous Manitoba 5. 5 of us were arrested for breaking COVID health orders, put in jail. The police exercised a warrant. I was put in a cell, like just treated like every other criminal, I guess. But my crime, as per the police officer's disclosure, was that Mr. Allard was seen shaking hands and hugging people. And this was the extent of my criminality because they didn't have anything else. And to be the police officers to write that, I don't understand how they could even do, like how they thought like that. And that led me to, I might be missing parts of the story, but I know you'll refresh my memory. But that led me to having some bail restrictions. And I was, like Sharon talked yesterday, she was not allowed to communicate with certain people, and the 5 of us that were arrested with those warrants, I was named on that as well. Thankfully, I have a family that I could speak to, but some of the other people didn't and were left alone. One of my bail restrictions was that I do not plan, promote, or incite gatherings that fall contrary to the public health orders. So it kind of put a staple, a stifle on my protest planning. So when Dr. Roussin allowed 150 people to be present at a private or a public outdoor location, unless you were at the time vaccinated, because there was no limit for vaccinated individuals. And so we were allowed, if we weren't checking vaccine passports, to have a group of 150. So I made a Facebook post asking for 150 people to block the road to the Winnipeg Blue Bomber Stadium. I think it's a dumb move to block any road, but I was angry that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers were hosting a game with 40,000 people could be 30,000, 40,000 people, unvaccinated, or no, vaccinated individuals only, when people like me were not allowed in. So I wanted to put a wrench in their works. I got a knock on the door, plainclothes police officers. What that means, those are detectives. They announced themselves as the Major Crimes Unit, people who arrest murderers, rapists, drug dealers, all the worst crimes you can imagine in your life show up at my door. And I'm in a towel. And they said, I'm under arrest for the Facebook post. And I said, well, would you allow me? Sean just talked about a similar story. And I asked, would you allow me the decency to get dressed? And they said, nope. And they shoved me against the wall. My towel dropped down outside on my front steps. And thankfully, I was wearing some undergarments. But nonetheless, that's quite tough for the neighbors to see. Quite tough for me to have the neighbors see. My daughter sees this. And she's 7 now. And that's the first time that I spent the night away from my daughter. And she remembers this. Why was Daddy gone that night? Because I spent the night in jail with wet underwear. They were wet because I was in the hot tub. I should clear that up. But, and they didn't let me get dressed. They pulled me away, and I spent the night in jail. And once again, got out on bail restrictions. And I think shortly after, restrictions were removed, and it kind of gave me a little bit type of freedom, a little bit more. I was treated a little bit like all the other unvaccinated people. Wasn't discriminated against as much. But then that led me to filing some charter challenges. We were in court. We had our challenge dismissed because of a previous court ruling in the Gateway Challenge. And that, we're at the appeal process with that. Through this all, I also received 2 mask tickets for shopping without a mask. One was shopping without a mask. One was going to the law courts without a mask. And I got to say, I brought up my daughter. She was the only kid in her whole school of 600 that never wore a mask. And people asked me, how did you do that? And I said, well, I went and spoke with the principal, and I kindly mentioned that my daughter does not wear a mask. And we had the conversation respectfully. We have to respect people, even if they disagree with you. And she was allowed to participate in 2 years of school with no mask. His deal was that she was going to set her off into the corner and have her own little workstation. And I said, well, if you put the other individual that looks a little bit different than the rest of us in that corner, and you put the disabled child over there, and you can put the person with dark hair over there, and then you can put my daughter in the 4th corner. And he said, well, that doesn't sound appropriate. And I said, you're right. So she got to spend the 2 years with all her friends like a normal kid, treated like all the others, even though she didn't have a face covering. I understand, listening to Mr. Atali yesterday, that not all the children had that luxury of being able to do that, and that hurts me. Sorry if I'm rambling, but I just I saw a need to speak up, especially when I knew from very early on that this was they say trust the science. This was political science. We saw, before it came to Canada, there was COVID deaths in Italy, in nursing homes. And I thought, that's very sad, that people are dying in the nursing homes. Of course it is. But this is a fact of life. People do die. What are the numbers? And if you and I started doing some comparisons, and I compared the numbers of deaths in the Italian nursing homes year over year over year, month over month, and it never changed. So I thought, what's going on? And I knew that this wasn't an unusually deadly killer like people bring up the Spanish flu. This was nothing to do with that. So I don't understand the government, what they did, how they jailed me, how they ticketed me, how they treated everyone else for just going shopping without a mask, getting together, going for church. Because it's about his experience. And yeah, I got so many stories to tell, so many things to say, but I don't want to ramble on too much. I kind of give you the gist of...
Mr. Allard, I know that you attended a lot of rallies in Winnipeg. There was a lot of different gatherings that were going on. Do you recall your observations about what was taking place at those rallies and the enforcement that was taking place?
If you were protesting the COVID orders, you would be ticketed. You would be fined. You could be jailed. But if you were ticketing, or if you were protesting other events, perhaps Black Lives Matter, Every Child Matters, these seem to be accepted. Some members of our legislative assembly here called for our arrest for protesting. And then the very next day, they would participate in a protest for the Manitoba Hydro Union or the Black Lives Matter rally, and that was okay. And the rule of law is supposed to apply to all, I thought.
And were you present at these other gatherings?
I was.
So you had firsthand observation, is that right?
I was actually identified by police officers and asked me why I was there. And I said, well, I heard there was a rally, and I'm the rally guy. And they knew, so they pointed me out, and I made a point of this, because now I was participating in a rally that was approved, still against the COVID orders, and they knew me, and I'd already been ticketed at this point, but they didn't give me a ticket for that one. Only if you protested the COVID orders.
Thinking back about everything that's happened, how do you think society should have responded to this COVID phenomenon, if I can call it that?
Well, I think we could have taken Dr. Jay Bhattacharya's advice with his Great Barrington Declaration, and instead of locking away and forgetting the elderly and the vulnerable, we should have protected them. We should have allowed the rest of everyone to govern themselves how they see fit, to raise their families the way they want to raise them, to live their life they want to live. The government should be there not to take our rights away, but to protect our rights. And they should tell us when there's a danger, tell us what the possible issues could be if we take the danger into our own hands, and that's it. We understand that by going out, we had the potential of being sick or whatever. We took that on ourselves. But we learned in the Gateway Challenge that the government themselves had zero evidence. The government admitted this under oath, that they had no evidence to suggest there was any outdoor spread. That's how I interpreted it. And yet they still put a prohibition on outdoor gatherings. We also found out in that same Gateway Challenge that the PCR test that allowed all of this to happen, Dr. Jared Bullard from Cadam Laboratory, who did the majority of the COVID tests in Manitoba, testified under oath that 56% of the PCR tests were false positives. So if they told you there was 1,000 cases, that's only 460. So it was not as severe as they were telling you. They were not following the science themselves. That's what we could have done. We could have followed the science, the real science. But I fear that we've gone down this path. And like Sean said at the opening, we may go down this path again, and there's really nothing that we can do besides just stand up and say no. And without rambling any further, if you have any other questions, Kyle.
I don't think I have any more questions. Maybe some of the commissioners do. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr.
Thanks a
Allard.
lot.
Thank you. Turn it over to Wayne now.
I believe our next witness is going to be via Zoom. So, are the technical people ready? For those of you that didn't hear that, we're waiting for a minute for the technical people to get connected. So we have Jeffrey Tucker coming up next. I have Mr. Tucker on my screen. Anyway, good morning, Jeffrey.
Yeah, good morning.
If you could give us a brief bio for our listeners. I gather you're with the Brownstone Institute. I don't have much more information on you, but apparently...
Yeah, that's fine. I'm an economist by training, and I've worked at a number of different institutions. I was working at an institution that hosted the Great Barrington Declaration in October of 2020, and then subsequently founded the Brownstone Institute, which specializes in public health and economics. And I have several books that I've published and one I've written on the subject of the COVID, the government response to COVID. Which is, in my view, universally negative in every country it was tried, without exception.
Okay. Some of your people that know you here at the Frontier Institute have said that you're very versatile and that you would be able to perhaps give us some idea of what actions we could take as citizens for something, a phenomenon like this. So to give you a bit of context to work with, I watched this right from the beginning, and it became obvious to me after Donald Trump was diagnosed with COVID and was cured in a couple of days that early treatment was clearly available, not only available, but actually worked. And early treatment was basically prohibited for most of the COVID phenomenon. And I think if it had been allowed, I think a lot of, for example, Dr. Bhattacharya's testimony yesterday would probably be irrelevant because I think the treatment was very clearly worked. We had Trump, we had Rudy Giuliani got cured in a day. We had personalities, Joe Rogan got cured in a couple of days, and so did Dan Bongino. So, I mean, this was available, but it was prohibited, and we were told that there was no cure for COVID. All you could do is go off and quarantine for 14 days and take aspirin. So let me throw it to your discretion here. Is there something we could have done in order to lessen or basically eliminate most of COVID?
Public health has always said that when a new respiratory pathogen comes along, the most important thing is to find out the ways to make sick people well. And medical science has a long history of dealing with respiratory infections, and this is what medical doctors were saying throughout February of 2020. They were saying, don't panic. We know how to fix this. We have plenty of cures. We know that getting out in the sun is very good for you, vitamin D. There are other medications that are available you can use in a combination, whether it's vitamin supplements or ivermectin can be very good antibiotics for secondary infections. A lot of people thought hydroxychloroquine had seen some success with SARS-CoV-1, and subsequent random controlled trials have confirmed that.
Can I stop you for just a moment? I've forgotten to swear you in. So will you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today?
I do.
Thank you.
This is the priority of public health, always in the presence of a new pathogen. And by the way, there's always a new pathogen. So everything mutates from everything else. And this is the way the microbial kingdom works. It's just constantly mutating. A pandemic means that it's not yet endemic, meaning that it impacts a lot of people at the same time. And then the usual way you get out of a pandemic is through natural exposure and an upgrading of the immune system. That has been going on since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of the human experience on Earth, we evolved to coexist with pathogens. So the role of medical doctors in public health has been to focus on making sure that sick people have the means to get well. That was not a consideration that was in any sense, at least I can only speak for the U.S. case because that's the one I know the best, but it was not consideration at all. The NIH and the CDC just completely rejected the idea of early treatment, and all my research points to one very grim reality, which is that very early on in the pandemic response, the sole goal was to protect everybody from the pathogen through lockdowns and restrictions of mass meetings, closing of all indoor and outdoor congregate venues, in order that we could wait for the vaccine to come along. The idea of the vaccine was that it would protect you against infection and transmission, and then we'd end the pandemic through this new technology called mRNA platform technology, and that would give the pharmaceutical companies a big boost, and everybody would love them and be grateful. Well, none of that. That was the scenario that was mapped out sometime in February of 2020 by English and American public health officials. None of that scenario turned out to be true at all. First of all, the lockdowns and the banning of meetings, the dividing of the workforce between essential and unessential, the plexiglass, the masking, none of that actually stopped the pathogen. It probably redirected or delayed maybe, although it's hard to say that there's a whole lot of evidence in that respect either. We don't see any real difference in virus trajectories between areas that were locked down and those that were not. I mean, we have the case of Sweden, which had never had any lockdowns of schools closures. They went through the pandemic like everybody else, and they have some of the lowest mortality losses in all of Europe, and no deaths among healthy children at all. So the lockdowns didn't really work to protect people from the virus. People were going to get it anyway, and the masks all the random control trials show no evidence that the masks actually protected against the pathogen. And so, and the vaccine was, people think it came out fast. It was actually delayed relative to what they believed. They thought it was going to be rolled out by the summer. It kept being delayed and delayed. Some speculation that it was delayed for the U.S. election in November. It came out 2 weeks later, but once it was deployed, that there's the evidence came in pretty quickly that it would not protect against infection. That the whatever protection it did provide was very short term, maybe a couple of 3 months, and that it certainly didn't stop the transmission of the pathogen, which is to say it had no real contribution to make in the achievement of herd immunity. So all this entire time, people kept getting sick. Now, remarkably, that there was the people that were advocating for early treatments and had found a nice cocktail of things for people to take who get sick were censored. Their voices were censored online by social media companies, and they were dismissed and denounced by major media at the behest of government officials that were running the pandemic response. So this went on for the better part of 2 years. Now, in a lot of countries, and I'm speaking about in Central America and Eastern Europe and many places around the world, people figured out that a combination of ivermectin and zinc and doxycycline to prevent against secondary infections was enormously successful. India had a miraculous experience really with ivermectin, and it was true all over Central America. Mexico, El Salvador, these are not prescription medications. They were available over the counter and handed out to everybody, and it really helped the population. But in the U.S., and probably true in Canada too, these things were almost impossible to get. And it was all because we were relying exclusively on the vaccine to solve the problem of the pandemic. And the vaccine turned out to have not achieved anything like what they had predicted. And in fact, there's a lot of evidence that the highly vaccinated were even more, and this is from all over the world, more likely to contract COVID and sometimes even more likely to have adverse reactions due to immune dependency enhancement. So what that means is that the vaccine rewires the immune system in ways that make it smart only against one variant, but when the variant changes, it increases individual vulnerability to the new variant. So all of this could have been anticipated, in fact, was anticipated. I'm not a medical doctor or a scientist in this field at all, but I knew all of this from just ninth grade biology class and from reading a first-year medical textbook on virology that I downloaded early part of the pandemic, so I could have predicted everything that happened. But for some reason, the officials behind this response did not understand this, and so they began to impose vaccine mandates and threaten people with their jobs. Our data indicate that millions of people were displaced from their professional positions, either by being outright fired or just being afraid of the vaccine mandates, not wanting the vaccine, being afraid of being fired, getting fed up with being badgered and harassed and criticized, and then demonized as being unvaccinated. You remember the U.S. administration said that the pandemic was entirely the fault of the unvaccinated, which is completely false. So lots of people's lives were dramatically disrupted through these vaccine mandates that turn out to have absolutely no public health justification at all.
Do you see anything that the average citizen or any groups of citizens could have done in order to derail this process as it was happening?
There was a great deal of fear in the air. We all have fantasies of alternative scenarios. What if the artists had stood up and said, we're not going to be silenced? What if the dance halls had not closed? What if the churches had stood up and said, we're going to continue to let people worship God? What if the small stores had just opened in any case? The problem with all those scenarios is that while they might have worked on a mass level, we have plenty of evidence of the people who did do that were arrested, like the previous person who testified here, were arrested and harassed by the government. And a lot of people they can't afford fines. They don't want legal entanglements. They certainly don't want to go to jail. So many people were just terrified and into going along. You also have the additional problem that mass gatherings now, even protests, are not as easy as they used to be due to facial recognition technology. We saw in the case of January 6, 2001, everybody who was on Capitol Hill that day has been chronicled in a book, and many have been jailed. Others have been harassed and forced to testify, and their lives have been ruined solely for speaking out for political reasons. So these days, it becomes much more difficult to protest these kinds of actions due to these new technologies. So I understand why people were afraid to get out and protest. Nobody wanted to be demonized. And even private gatherings in those days were extremely difficult. In Western Massachusetts, I can tell you that anybody who held a house party was in danger of being demonized by the local media. What people were doing, and this is not necessarily the police, but individuals were doing, was flying drones around the community and discovering houses with lots of cars parked out front in the evening and taking pictures of them and sending them to the local press, which would put these pictures of these houses on the front page of the newspaper and claiming that super spreader events were going on. That alerted the local public health authorities, who went in and fined and harassed and the people there, including chasing down people in their license plates. So this was a kind of reaction that we never would have expected in any kind of civilized country that calls itself free with rights for the individual. It's almost like all that stuff just got put on the shelf.
So what do we do going forward to make sure this doesn't happen again, in your opinion?
Well, I think in the first instance, we need to find out more truth about why all this happened and why is it that our representative government suddenly became disabled. I mean, the people we vote into office to protect us and serve our interests were silenced and disempowered. We need to find out exactly why that happened. A major problem, I'm not sure about in the Canada case, but in the U.S., a major problem is that a lot of this is clouded under secrecy under the excuse of national security. So it was a national security response. This began on March 13th, 2020, where the policy rulemaking power was transferred out of the Centers for Disease Control over to the National Security Council. That meant that everything is locked in secret. So this is a major problem. Just finding out the truth about what went on is extremely difficult. I've got a whole team of researchers that's dedicated to this on a full-time basis, and we've run into all kinds of stops. I mean, even filing freedom of information requests have not been entirely successful due to redactions for national security reasons. So that is a major problem. So finding out the truth is one thing. We have to keep at it. The second thing we really need to do is convince our legislatures and the people who represent us to end the possibility that anything like this could happen again. And the only way to end that, to my mind, is to completely repeal the quarantine power of federal governments, because we've seen how they've massively misused this. I mean, quarantines in the past have never been used for healthy populations. You would never use a quarantine for a healthy population. That just never happened in all of human history. And then suddenly, the whole populations, hundreds of millions of people, were subject to the quarantine rules by government. So that power needs to go away. Most governments in the world never had that kind of extreme quarantine power until sometime in the 1940s. And the reason they didn't have it was because that it was so subject to abuse. So I would like to see that completely gotten rid of. Another thing that we really need to tackle is the inordinate power of the public health bureaucracies. That really has to come to an end, and the only way I know how to do that is to permit our elected representatives to be able to fire employees for when they're up to no good, or even just dramatically cut their budgets. I think something needs to happen to prevent that from happening again. On the problem of censorship, we saw many cases. We have vast amounts of evidence amounting to tens of thousands of pages of documents that showed that governments were cooperating very closely with social media companies, big tech companies, and media companies generally to censor dissenting voices in ways that are contrary to all conceptions of free speech. So that sort of close collaborative relationship between big tech, big media, big government, and for that matter, big pharmaceutical companies, really needs to come to an end. We need a clear wall of separation between government, media, tech, and the pharmaceutical companies, or else we're going to face a situation of continuing collaboration and abuse of the population's rights in the future. That's extremely important.
Is there anything that we could have done in order to do that while this was happening that you can see?
I think we were all very naive in the early days. We didn't really want to believe that companies like Facebook or companies like Microsoft and LinkedIn and so on were cooperating so closely with the federal government. I think we've all been shocked to discover this. So we knew that people were being censored or throttled in their reach, or just blocked and banned, but we didn't know it was happening at the behest of government agencies. So I don't think there was really anything that we could have done. One thing I think we'll know for next time is just to have less trust in our public health agencies and these big social media platforms, and in the media, which basically served, in the major media, served as the mouthpiece for government for the better part of 2 and 3 years. So, to my mind, citizens need to start looking at alternative media sources and using different kinds of technologies and getting promises from the companies that we're dealing with that they're not going to cooperate with Facebook and Google and Microsoft and the rest of these companies that have showed themselves to be so thoroughly compromised. I think it's extremely important that citizens get control of their privacy again, and that could mean turning to completely different forms of communication between ourselves, bolstering our local communities, in-person meetings, and relying less on these centralized sources. And I hope that happens the next time they try to pull something like this, because they certainly have lost trust. I mean, every poll in the United States, I'm not sure about Canada, but every poll in the United States shows that there's a mass loss of trust in media and big tech and in public health generally, and government as a result of this experience. And I hope that loss of trust translates into something good, which is that, we stop relying on these companies and trusting big media as much as we have in the past.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to ask if the commissioners have any questions for our guest. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Tucker, and thank you for your testimony. I have a question. You talk quite a bit, and there's been a lot of news about the cooperation between the big tech companies and the government. I was raised in a time when every town, every city had its own little newspaper and its own little set of reporters. And I'm wondering, I haven't heard a lot said about what happened to those traditional media sources, those newspapers with those reporters working at them in every community who were competing against each other and telling the story and doing investigations. Can you comment a little bit about what happened or what you believe may have happened in those traditional print media areas?
Yeah, everything changed over the last 25 years. Print media began to be replaced by the internet, and then the industry became to be entirely reorganized so that even local media was entirely dependent on centralized media sources to the point that they no longer really had much independence, and that remains true today. Another problem is that a lot of the reporters, and this became a huge source of frustration for me over the course of 3 years, a lot of these local reporters know better than to report things that are contrary to what the dominant mainstream media is saying because they don't want to harm their careers. So, because every local media essentially wants to be bought out by a more centralized media, and the reporters want to hang on to their jobs and then experience advance. So these days, we really are having more and more to rely on citizen journalism, which is taking place at places like Substack and Twitter ever since Elon Musk took over, and other venues. It's really the only place you're going to get kind of independent news because the entire industry has gone through such a dramatic upheaval. So the point that, local news is not really local news anymore. I mean, I know this myself. I mean, I'll sometimes get a call from, remember one time I got a call from CNN to talk about some economic subject. I was surprised over the following week that my one clip appeared in thousands of local venues all over the country, all branded by the local station. I mean, it wasn't local news, but it was all branded under the local station. So this is how it works. It's all become industrially centralized and canned, and therefore easy to control by government.
We always talk about in Canada, United States, we always talk about the free market of business, free market of ideas. It sounds to me like you're not describing a free market of information.
Yeah, not at all anymore. It became very important during the pandemic years, especially for centralized government powers to control information flows, and that impacted everything from early treatments to opinions on lockdowns. When groups in the U.S. and Canada protested, the media swung into action, demonizing them as disease spreaders without any evidence. So the controlling the news has become very important to corrupt bureaucracies in government.
I'm old enough, and perhaps I shouldn't bring this up, but I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam War and the coverage that the American and Canadian press had of that event. And to my mind, that was not quite comparable. This is an order of magnitude different, but it was something that tugged at the very fibers of the American society. And can you comment a little bit about the difference between the way the press either challenged or did not challenge the government narrative and how they reacted at this time?
This time it was almost a universal agreement that these actions, that we should be clear, are without precedent. I mean, in our lifetimes are really in hundreds of years, really. We've never seen anything like this. It was as if rights and liberties that we won over the course of 1,000 years of historical progress suddenly didn't exist. You'd think that it would have been a greater source of controversy, but it was just the opposite. I mean, the media was acting as if this is just the way you do pandemics. I can promise you this is not the way you do pandemics. This is the actions of governments all over the world, which is basically copying the China model, had no historical precedent whatsoever and should have been enormously controversial. But instead, the media was just completely fell into line. And now you see what's going on. They just basically stopped talking about it, you know. Media these days will report on things like the ill health or the loss of education on the part of students, or growing amounts of teen and young adult mental disorders and problems, and the rise of depression and drug abuse and all these things that are a fallout from the lockdown years, and yet never mention, you know, that it has anything to do with the public health response. So the censorship, some of it self-censorship, is still going on.
You know, that's in Canada, and I believe the United States is the same. We have legislation, and in Canada it's called the anti-combines legislation, I believe. That's not quite the real name, but the intent is to prevent monopolies from removing our free market. Mm-hmm. And I think the reason I say that is because when I listen to what you say, and you're being an economist, I listen to what you say, and I believe what you're describing is a monopolization of these venues, and that is supposed to be illegal in Canada and the United States.
Well, when the monopolization benefits very powerful people, apparently there's nobody left to object to it, which is why I think the ultimate solution to this is a kind of decentralization, citizen journalism. I mean, it's a very painful process. People have to wean themselves from their attachments to national media. You know, turn off those notifications, delete those apps. It's the only way we're going to get from here to the truth. I don't think that antitrust authorities in any country are interested in busting up big media at this point, because it's serving their interests too much, sadly.
Is there not precedent, particularly in the United States, for antitrust laws to be applied to large industries?
Yeah, there is, but not usually when those large industries became monopolized with the cheers of government themselves. And so we've seen over the pandemic period that these monopolies have served very powerful interests. So they don't have any interest in busting them up, unfortunately. There's plenty of antitrust to do these days, but it's not likely to happen. And in fact, I'm not even sure how it really would happen. I think the most important thing we could do right now is to unplug national security from its controls over our big media venues, and we're nowhere near being done with that, unfortunately.
Thank you very much, sir.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? No. Okay, well, thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
That's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break and recommence at about 3 minutes to 11.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally just believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally, and I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions, what do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship has it ended? I hope not. But it's certainly on hold, and I don't know how to heal it until they are willing to look at things through a different lens and perhaps consider that there are maybe different layers of truth here. And because I made a decision doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And as opposed to what Prime Minister Trudeau said, I'm not a racist. I'm not a woman hater, and I'm not one of those people. But that's the narrative that was presented, and sadly, some of the people dearest to me believe that, and seemingly they still do. That's very painful and continues to be painful. I have 2 kids. They're currently 20 and 22, and they're doing okay. It was hard and confusing. Neither of them had a school graduation, which was really hard. They both managed as best they could through that. As a mother, it was very hard to see. They both made a choice to get vaccinated, not because they wanted to, but because they wanted to live their lives. They wanted to have jobs. They wanted to see their friends. And I think they were both just very confused about that. Now, they're both very strong individuals. I'm very pleased and blessed with that they have come out seemingly pretty strong and not as affected by it as I see some other young people being affected by it. But it was just very confusing. The messaging was so confusing. And they did something that they didn't want to do. Healing. How are we going to heal as a society? I think as a society, we just need truth. We need honest truth. And the government admitting that, hey, mistakes were made, decisions were made without perhaps a lot of thought or research or data or evidence. Healing happens when people say they're sorry, when people admit that maybe they made mistakes, when they ask for forgiveness. And I think as a society, within families, with our government, if we can just be honest and have open hearts, ask for truth, ask for forgiveness, not being afraid of having a fierce conversation, asking hard questions, and being open to whatever the answers might be. I think that's the road to healing, is honesty and truth and transparency. Maybe some tears.
because it's been really hard. It's still really hard. Censorship before 2020, I kind of thought it was to keep everyone safe and to sort of have guidelines as to, for social media and for television and things like that, that people wouldn't become super offended by things. And I always thought that was okay, because I didn't think people should have been able to say nasty things to people. Now, I think that's changed a lot. Because now censorship to me means you're only allowed to say what the government tells you you're allowed to say. And I feel like if you say the wrong thing, you're sort of put on this blacklist. And that if you say the wrong thing, that you're sort of guilty of this wrong speak, so to say. And I think it's changed a lot now. I don't feel like it's to protect anyone. I feel like it's to keep vital information from people. The impact the government decisions about COVID-19 response really impacted me and my family quite a bit. It affected my work, my mental health, the mental health of my children, and my husband's ability to do his job properly. So for me, with my mental health at work, I was kind of bullied. They made me feel, the staff at work made me feel like I was a bad person, I didn't care about anyone, that I would be murdering people by not being vaccinated. And at school, I heard teachers teach the children that if parents weren't vaccinated, they should have their children taken from their families. It was really hard at work. I ended up having to take 4 months off because I just couldn't live in that environment. I couldn't work in that environment. I know I'm a good person, but when the entire community of staff makes you feel like you're an evil person, it's really hard to work in that environment. Now for my children, I have a 20-year-old son and a 22-year-old son. The 20-year-old was just finished high school and he was ready to hit the world. He's mask exempt because he has some issues where he can't wear a mask. And he couldn't go out and face the world. He couldn't go out with his friends. He couldn't get a job. He couldn't be hired anywhere. So this is a vibrant boy who was stuck at home in his bed for 2 years. And he really lost all hope for the future.
So welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry in Winnipeg. We thought that after this break we would start with another video clip. So just to kind of bring us back and remind us of what we've experienced. So I'll just ask David if he would switch us to the clip.
Effective April 1st, all non-critical businesses will close. We know that, in effect, currently, public gatherings are limited to no more than 10 people at any indoor or outdoor place or premises. This includes places of worship, gatherings, and family events such as weddings and funerals. Effective April 1st, all restaurants and commercial facilities that serve food are prohibited from serving food to customers in their premises. Bars will be closed. Personal service businesses such as hair salons and massage therapy offices will be closed.
Today, following the advice of Manitoba's Chief Provincial Public Health Officer, we are announcing that Manitoba's K-12 schools will have their in-school classes suspended indefinitely for this school year.
Stay home. Stay home and stay safe. This is not the time for large family gatherings. Don't risk making this weekend's Easter dinner a celebration with fewer people around the kitchen table next year. Do not do that.
Starting Saturday, we'll be initiating a community service ambassador program that will get ambassadors out in the community to look for, to help educate and create awareness to those who are not respecting the public health directions. This includes closed city areas like athletic fields, skate parks, play structures, and picnic shelters. We'll be utilizing our bylaw enforcement officers to start warning and ticketing those who will be making use of the closed city facilities with penalties of up to $1,000 and the potential of up to 6 months imprisonment.
We must do everything we can to continue flattening the COVID curve. We must stick to the fundamentals that have allowed us to be where we are today. And that is why we are extending the state of emergency for an additional 30 days. What we are doing is working, and we must continue to do everything we can to continue flattening the COVID curve.
The Prairie Mountain Health Region is being elevated to the restricted level, or orange, in our pandemic response system immediately. Group size will be reduced to 10 individuals, both indoor and outdoor. Masks will be made mandatory for indoor public places as well as any public gatherings. The entire province of Manitoba is moving to critical or red on the pandemic response system.
I'm feeling so sad at the loss of so many Manitobans. I can't begin to describe to you.
This sacrifice over this time will save lives.
Manitobans have a chance to point fingers and blame people like Dr. Roussin or me, and that is unproductive behavior. Everybody's afraid, everybody's stressed. And the way to deal with this is not to panic, it's to have a plan and follow it, and that's what we're outlining today.
I know some of you are worried about me, but I am well. In fact, I'm feeling great. Mrs. Claus and I have been self-isolating. In fact, we've been doing it for years. Many, many, many years. Ho, 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 ho. But even with my Christmas magic, which keeps me strong and healthy, I am always careful when I visit all my little friends. I have custom-made masks designed by the elves that fit my beard. And of course, I always clean my hands well. Ho, 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 ho. I will certainly be visiting you all on Christmas Eve. Ho, 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 ho.
Wonderful. It's been a very tough year for kids, but they all have been doing their best to keep up with staying safe, washing their hands, wearing their masks, and keeping a safe distance.
Dr. Tam, between you and me, the good list is a long one this year.
Pandemics all have an end, and this one is no different. And we have a tool now to manage this pandemic quicker, and that is a vaccine, which we should all be optimistic about.
Despite the findings that there was no increased risk of blood clots overall related to AstraZeneca in Europe, a rare but very serious side effect has been seen primarily in young women in Europe. So out of an abundance of caution, Manitoba will be recommending that these vaccines only be used in people who are 55 and older at this time. I do want to say that this is a pause while we wait for more information to better understand what we are seeing in Europe. Typically, the symptoms happen 4 to 20 days after immunization. And the symptoms can mirror the symptoms of a stroke or a heart attack.
And even though our mask mandate is for indoor public places, even if you're gathering outdoors, I recommend wearing a mask if you're gathering with people outside of your household. If we are going to see a steep increase in cases, like we've seen in other jurisdictions, then we're going to fall behind on that approach. And that's why it's imperative to be cautious, that we should be optimistic. We see spring, we see summer, we have vaccines, we have effective and safe vaccines. So there are reasons to be optimistic. But for the next many weeks, next couple months, we need to still be cautious as we roll out more and more vaccine.
how the university will check for proof of vaccination or accommodate 6,000 foreign students without Manitoba health cards are also works in progress. Other schools are also developing policies. The University of Winnipeg, Canadian Mennonite University, and Red River College have all signaled there will be a vaccine mandate. University College of the North in the Pas is also instituting one. Brandon University said it will strongly encourage but not require vaccinations before the fall term begins, but will examine a potential vaccine mandate in the near future. Assiniboine Community College in Brandon says its policy generally will require all students, staff, and visitors to campus to be vaccinated. This afternoon, the Louis Riel School Division said it would mandate vaccinations for all its employees returning to work in the fall. Now, Winnipeg School Division, Manitoba's largest, hopes that the government will mandate vaccines in schools.
I think that everyone watching this, both in person and online, are troubled by these reminders. And I don't want to apologize that we put these clips together to remind us. I have to say that I have strong emotions when I see things like that Santa Claus clip. And it brings me back. There was a witness in Toronto, Rodney Palmer, who also brought our attention back to the CBC piece, you know, where if Uncle Bob is talking about the conspiracy theory about COVID being in the lab, how do you, basically diffuse Uncle Bob? And the fact that we are targeting specific messages at our children to create fear and to create compliance is one of the most alarming things I've ever experienced in my life. And what is going to happen going forward with this generation of children that have literally been indoctrinated. And the other thing that I think most of us have found disturbing with the two sets of clips is the government basically calling for ambassadors. It's almost like we're in, East Germany while the wall was still up, and Stasi, the Secret Service. And when the wall fell and people were able to look at their files, what shocked them the most was how many of their close friends and family members had been snitching on them. And this is a core feature of police states. And so for all of you good ambassadors out there in Manitoba and other provinces, the good ambassadors, the good Canadian ambassadors who turned in their neighbors and their friends and people they don't know, is please understand that we cannot have a police state without your participation. A police states depend on good ambassadors like you. You are the police state. You are the reason we lost our freedoms. Not you alone, but you were an important contributor. And going forward, I wish two things for you, is I wish that you will never, ever be treated as you treated us. And I also wish for you that you will, for your entire life, be treated with respect and kindness. So I would like to call our next witness, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. That one of the commissioners has a comment.
Over the past number of days in Truro and in Toronto, and now all day yesterday and today, we've been listening to all kinds of Canadians giving us their testimony about what's going on and how this affected their lives. And you just showed me, or you just showed our group, videos of the Premier of the province, the Chief Medical Officer and others. And my question is why are they not here? What efforts has the National Citizens Inquiry made to have these people appear before us? So just like ordinary Canadians, or all those Canadians who've taken time from their jobs and they've come here to testify, what efforts have we made, has the NCI committee made, to invite or ask these people who planned this, who executed this, to come before us and answer to the Canadian people.
Commissioner, I can tell you that for the province of Manitoba, and I can provide you with the names for other provinces, that we sent summonses, as were permitted by the rules, at the direction of the Commission Administrator, the Honourable Jess Crosby. We sent summonses both by registered mail and emails to Dr. Brent Roussan, Chief Provincial Public Health Office, Audrey Gordon, Minister of Health, Premier Heather Stephenson, former Minister of Health, Cameron Friesen, former Minister of Health, and we received no reply. I can provide, I'm not going to read for the record, but I can provide to the commissioners right now 2 documents that set out to date basically what summonses have been issued. So
can you describe how they were invited? And what I mean by that is, you know, these are busy people, we're told, and what kind of options were they given in order to testify before our committee?
And that's a good question. I can advise the court, or I'm sorry, the commission, and anyone can go online and look at our rules. Our summons, our draft summons, is Appendix C. And one of the things that we were told before we finalized our rules is that we're likely to get responses from public health officers or ministers of health or other people that we send summonses to, if they reply at all, that perhaps they're just simply not available on the date for which we issue a summons. Because in all fairness, apparently a lot of them do have very busy schedules, and it's a legitimate concern to just, you know, give them notice of a date that we're requesting they attend. So the summonses are all drafted to make it clear that the NCI hearings are being held over several months and that they can attend virtually, so that if they're not available on the date for which the summons is requesting them to attend, that they can contact the commission administrator and have a different date chosen. And the summons also indicates that the commission also has the opportunity to schedule a special appearance for them, and that if that would be necessary, that we could do so. So we have taken every effort in drafting the rules and the summons to make it as easy as possible, so that none of these people that were making decisions can, with any credibility, say that we did not give them ample opportunity to attend at the NCI. And of course, we want them to attend. We want them to explain why they made the decisions they did. We want them to explain what evidence they relied on, and you know, basically what they felt they were facing at the time. So we truly feel it's a loss, not just to Canadians, but to the international community watching these proceedings, not to have these people choosing to attend with us, because this is something that we're supposed to be doing jointly. We're not here to grind an axe. We actually want this to be a healing exercise where we understand each other, and we can't understand anyone if they won't come and tell their story and won't share it in this format where people are treated with respect, where the proceedings are managed, and where the evidence is given under oath. So, and that's the best I can say, Commissioner.
Were they also given the option of attending virtually, or in any of the 9 cities that the Commission will be holding hearings in Canada?
Yes. They, the summons form, which we have only varied on one occasion, makes it very clear that they can attend virtually. And when I say it's only been varied on one occasion, is in Saskatoon, we're hoping to have Stephen Kirsch attend virtually as a witness, and he had asked one of the people connected with the Ontario College of Physicians and Surgeons, Nancy Whitmore, to engage him in a debate, and so we've issued a summons to her requesting that she would attend virtually on that date to be able to have a safe forum for which to debate with Mr. Kirsch. So, but aside from that, we've never deviated from the standard forum summons, which makes it very clear people can attend virtually.
Will these subpoenas be included in the or the information or the archives for the commissioners and for the Canadian public?
Yes. So there should already, and I apologize, I didn't check personally, but my understanding is that on the NCI website we are listing and actually having copies of the summonses that have been issued listed so that Canadians and again people internationally can understand that the NCI is taking efforts to invite, those officials that were making the decisions both federally and in each province to attend so that this can be as comprehensive of an inquiry as possible. And we're not sure what else to do, so I feel like I need to apologize to the commissioners that we have not been successful to date in encouraging any of these people to attend.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley.
And I'll just hand out, there should be 4 copies. The first, if each of you just takes 2 pages, you'll have a list of them to date. So now, if that's it for questions, I would like to call our next witness, Mr. Rick Wall, who is attending virtually. And Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is Diedrich Wall, Diedrich. Last name is Wall. Most people call me Rick, but that is my full name.
And we'll call you Rick because that's what you're comfortable with. And I'll ask you if you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now, Rick, you're almost being provocative today because you have a Canadian flag behind you. And I never thought I would, as a Canadian, where my inside voice will say, oh boy, that's kind of an act of rebellion, a Canadian flag. But you have some interesting involvement in what I'll call the trucker movement. So let me just introduce you and then I'll ask you to explain your story and what happened. But my understanding is that you are the owner of a trucking company in southern Manitoba, and basically your company does a lot of cross-border shipping since 2009, but you've been running the company for 11 years now.
Correct.
And that you became very involved in the trucking protests. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And basically in January 2021, you started getting involved in anti-mask rallies in Winkler.
Yes, sir, correct.
And then for first couple of months of 2022, you became involved in the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
But you were actually involved in what might be the very first cross-border blockade on January 17, 2022. You were one of the organizers of the first blockade. We'll talk about that later, but I'm just introducing you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
correct.
Okay. But before we get to the trucking part of this, I want you to share with us something that happened with you in outdoor church, because my understanding is in May of 2021, you got involved in an outdoor church. And so can you share with us your experience there and what happened?
Certainly can. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity to just say thank you to the entire team at the NCI. I feel extremely humbled that I was asked to present or to share my story here today, and just thank God for all of you people on that commission that you guys are, donating your time and doing this. I think it's an extremely important part of Canadian history. So I commend each and every one of you for doing that. again, I'm a God-fearing father of three, and the last couple of years have been rather interesting to say the least. But yes, my journey in the freedom fight, well, I guess I became quite leery early on when the pandemic first started. There wasn't much scientific proof or anything at that point on which way was maybe the right or the wrong approach on this whole thing. But my critical thinking got the best of me early on. But yes, early in 2021, a good friend of mine organized the first Freedom Drive within the Winkler, Manitoba area. And I started helping and participating shortly thereafter. And yes, in early May of 2021, at this point, churches and everything were locked down. And of course, you know, we as Canadians, or I guess like-minded people such as myself, felt extremely violated, that our constitutional rights to worship freely were now officially stripped from us. And so we thought it'd be a good idea to organize outdoor church worship services. You know, what's the harm in that was our thought process during that time. But this was, of course, when the implementation of the outdoor gathering size had decreased to 5, I believe it was. Outrageous to think that that only, you know, you're only allowed to gather with 5 people outdoors. But yes, it was during that time. So we organized. The first one was on May 5th, correctly. It was just at a public park. We made sure we stayed off. Like, there's a big stage in the city of Winkler where we conducted this, but we stayed off public property except for the fact of the actual grounds that we were at. We stayed off the stage. We just kind of set up our own little setup, and had somebody come out to bring a message, sang some praise and worship songs. All the meanwhile, we had our chief of police, not in uniform, off duty, with his personal vehicle. He'd park close to the stage and monitor basically our every move and counting how many people attended, and therefore got in trouble for it sometime later.
So can I ask, like, how many people would have come out to this event?
If my memory is correct, I think it was I would say between 70 and 100 people. We did this 2 consecutive Sundays in a row, so both times I think it was probably pretty average, between 50 and 100 people, somewhere in there.
Okay, so, and I just want to make sure that I understand. So basically you've got 70 to 100 people in an outside park. I'm right about that?
Correct.
And they're singing hymns.
Mm-hmm.
And they're listening to, you know, somebody give a message.
Correct.
So basically they're listening to preaching.
Yes.
And the chief of police, who's known, because this is a small town, is there in his private car photographing who's there.
I understand your question. Like, are you asking? Oh, so you're asking whether he was in his private car taking photographs? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. In fact, that was the reason why he was there. He documented the event. Therefore, I guess justifying them later on finding all 3 of the organizers for these 2 events. We were all ticketed for each event. Ticket amounts were for not complying with public health orders, and they were for $1,296 each. I received 2 of them.
Right. So for your participation in outside singing hymns and listening to a sermon, basically over $1,000 in fines.
Correct.
And this is in the town of Winkler, Manitoba.
Yeah, it's actually a small city. It's considered a city, but yeah, in the city of Winkler. Yeah, it was very saddening to witness this time, and especially when it came to church-related things. I mean, you think, you know, we live in a country where we should have the right to worship, and it was, yeah, hardly put it into meaning what those times are like. And again, when you guys play these clips in between of our public health officers and premier, you know, announcing these measures, it's sure those raw feelings come back, and yeah, it's still hard to believe that we went through that time.
So can I ask you how it affected both you and your family and not to be able to attend church? Because my understanding is because of the fines, you guys only did the outdoor church twice.
Correct. Yeah, they made it pretty clear that, anytime going forward, we were going to organize anything like this, that, more tickets could be issued. So, and again, memory doesn't serve me well enough to know exactly if that was one of the only reasons why we stopped. Because at this point, I myself was in the same shoes as Patrick that just testified. You get to a point where you see how unlawful, within the sense of law, all of this was at this point. And where do you just finally, draw that line and say, it doesn't really matter how many fines I'm going to get. I'm going to do what I'm convicted to do, what I feel God's leading me to do, and what I know is true to do. So, I mean, again, I don't recall exactly what the reasons were why we quit doing the outdoor worship services, but at this point, we continued on and had consistent outdoor rallies in the city of Winkler, kind of like they did in the city of Winnipeg as well. And that was ongoing. And again, even at those rallies, we had consistent police presence, again, documenting it and so forth. And but as far as for tickets goes, those are the only 2 tickets that I received throughout the entire duration of the last couple of years.
I know that we've been asking witnesses, what could have been done differently, and it seems to me clear that for protesting, the freedom protesters just had to get the Black Lives Matter people there, and they would have been okay. But we live and learn. Now, you got involved in what I'll call the Emerson, Manitoba, the first protest on January 17th, 2022. Can you tell us about how that came about and what that looked like?
Yes, certainly. Sean, you're breaking up a bit there, so I hope.
And you were too, okay? But you're better now. Are we okay on your end?
Wait for there we go. Okay, you're just breaking up there a bit. But yes, so basically, yeah, I run a trucking company, cross-border trucking company. So for our company, it's extremely important that we can cross the border. That is and me and my wife talked about it many times and prayed about the whole situation. If the time would come, I'm sorry, I seem to be breaking up here.
We can hear you fine, so
please continue. Great. Okay, awesome. So we basically said when the time would come for the truckers to take a stand, we were not going to take a back seat. And again, there was talk about the mandates, about the vaccine mandates being imposed on the truck driver, which again, we have to remember, the truck drivers were the heroes throughout the entire duration from when COVID started up to this point. Willing to go where nobody else was going to go. And so they basically went from hero to zero pretty quickly. And now when they had basically imposed the mandates, I think on all industries at this point, it was time drivers as well, for those that had chosen, for whatever reason, some very obvious reasons at this point, to not get the vaccination. And again, like I said, we told ourselves that if that point came, we were going to take a stand. And when it was announced that on January 15th, 2021, the Canadian start to implement drivers needing to be vaccinated or have a negative PCR test upon arrival, or otherwise would need to quarantine for 14 days, and also could likely be ticketed as well. So that said, within literally a couple of days and a bunch of help from a whole lot of people, we called it a slow roll protest at the Emerson, that's the Manitoba U.S. border on Highway 75, just south of Winnipeg. And that was on January 17th. We arrived there at 3:45 a.m., if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 4:45. It was very strategically planned. We know how busy that port is when it comes to truck traffic, and Monday mornings are always the busiest. So we did that very strategically, and of course, our plan was to basically abide by all traffic laws. We had no intentions of blocking the road. We just basically wanted to slow traffic down and come up with our flags and signs and show our dislike with with the decision the government had made for truckers at this point. And so that's what we did. We basically showed up there and we started just, when I say slow roll, for those of you that don't know what that is, it's just literally going basically as slow as a big rig is going to go. Low gear, idle, you're going, yeah, you're walking faster than. So that's what we did there on January 17th.
So basically you backed up the traffic probably for miles. So can you still hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you, Sean.
Okay, so I asked, did you back up the traffic for miles?
Yes, it certainly did. It was very effective. We had a lot of support out there from our supporters, and it was pretty interesting to see how many people or how many truck drivers that were basically caught in a slow roll, taking up a lot of their day, were very supportive as well. Of course, there was some that were very upset, rightfully so. They didn't understand what was going on there. But yes, we definitely accomplished what we set out to do. And I mean, the event caught media attention globally, basically after the first couple of days. And it was, it was the start of the trucking movement. Well, I have to state that the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, this was already in full stages of planning. I had no participation in planning for the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, but we just saw it was important to do this protest at the border on January 17th. Just literally 2 days after they imposed this mandate for the truckers on the Canadian side, and we thought it was strategically important to do it at that time.
Now, you didn't plan the Ottawa trucking protest, but you did have your trucks participate. Can you tell us about the participation of the trucks from your company?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we were very much involved, not in an organizing aspect of it, but again, I go back to what I stated earlier, that me and my wife prayed about it and, thought about it long and hard in our involvement, our company's involvement, because we all saw what happened to a lot of people that participated. And I'll get into that a little bit later, into what our involvements ended up, costing us. But in that sense, we were content with the fact that we could literally lose everything. It was a pivoting moment in the whole movement, I feel, but we just felt totally at peace with it, because I go back to stating what I said earlier. It felt like a true conviction that this is what we needed to do, and no matter what the outcome would be, at the end of the day, we would still feel good about that decision, because we followed the path of what's true and right, instead of just sitting back. And
I'll just interrupt you, if you can just, because we've got some time constraints, if you can tell us about your participation, what your company did. So. Absolutely. So we had 9 trucks in total from our company that participated in the Freedom Convoy going to Ottawa. Only 4 of them went all the way to Ottawa. 5 of our trucks went slightly or just a little ways into Ontario, Kenora, Ontario. There was a stopping point there, turned around and came back, and started organizing for the next protest in Manitoba. 4 of our trucks carried on to Ottawa and stayed there for the entire duration. And then my understanding is one of your trucks in Ottawa got towed at the end when the government marched in.
Yes, I have to make a correction on that. The truck didn't in fact get towed, but basically what the enforcement group, I don't know what group, confiscated these trucks, but basically what they did, the trucks they could drive out, they drove out, and the ones they couldn't drive, they towed out. Our driver's truck, they were able to get into it. Our driver still to this day doesn't know how they started it, because he had both sets of keys with him, and he was not present when his truck was taken. So yeah, one of those, I must also state that it was an owner-operator truck. The driver owned his own truck, but leased onto our company, and yes, it got confiscated and was impounded.
And there was a $1,300 fine, I think.
Correct. Yeah, that wasn't the exact amount, but yeah, within the realms of $1,300. After a week of confiscation, we were able to get it out. But the interesting part was it didn't just sit in the compound and we could just pay our fine and get it out. They physically ripped the license plates. This was a truck and trailer. They physically ripped the license plates off of both power and trailer unit, and of course I mean, that's a registration to travel up and down the roads. So we had to get permits just to get the truck back home. I thought that was a rather interesting something that I don't think would have been necessary. But yeah, it was just very unique. And then we were also, our company was also, our permit to operate within the province of Ontario was pulled for an entire month.
Well, maybe those people that took the plates off were some of these good Canadian ambassadors.
That could likely be.
Yeah. So
I thought it was interesting.
Now, you talked about a Manitoba protest, and this is an important topic because we're in Manitoba today, and people from Manitoba know about the Manitoba protest, and it did get some media coverage in the nation, but a lot of Canadians actually don't know what happened in Manitoba with your protest. And definitely internationally, like internationally, everyone knew about the Ottawa one. And I think it's important for you to share in some detail what happened here in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Yeah, certainly. So like I stated earlier, obviously my heart was set to go to Ottawa as well. I really wanted to go, but after doing some more thinking about it, we thought it was important to organize something in Manitoba because a lot of people couldn't go to Ottawa. It just wasn't feasible for whatever reason. So we decided to stay back and organize another slow roll, actually right back at Emerson. And again, this was strategically organized for the date of January 29th. This was when the Ottawa convoy was to be expected to arrive in Ottawa. So, we thought it would just be uniform. Again, we're all in the same fight to do it on the same day to get back to the border at Emerson. And this time we were there for a longer duration. We were there from January 29th to, I believe it was February 2nd. So we were there for quite a few days. Same thing again, just slow road. We didn't block the road, but again, it was much more effective even this time than it was the first time. We definitely had our voices heard, we feel. So I'll just carry on here with how we ended up at the legislature building, if that's all right.
Yeah, please do.
So basically, so like I said, we were at the border, slow rolling till February 2nd. I believe it was on February 1st. I had somebody reach out to me from another group of organizers within the city of Winnipeg. They were saying that they were planning a protest there, and they would love for the truckers to join them. So we did some thinking about that and thought it would be a good strategic move if we go to our local legislature building within the city of Winnipeg, and of course it'd be smaller scale, but in a sense the same thing as to what was happening in Ottawa. So we took that opportunity to refocus our efforts and took a day off, but then on January 4th, once again early in the morning, I believe it was at 3:30 a.m. or something like that, that we arrived at in front of the legislature building and set up the trucks, and the trucks that we had there currently, 4 of them, I think we came there with big rigs. And then the rest of it kind of just formed on Broadway and Memorial. The rest of it formed kind of like Ottawa, smaller scale, but people started setting up. We had people with food trailers come out, all kinds of things like that.
Just stop you. It wasn't just your trucks that were there. There were other truckers. There were 40 to 50 trucks.
Yes, sir. I think at the height of it, there was around 50 trucks. And then, of course, a lot of other participants. There was one Saturday where a whole bunch of farmers came out and brought their tractors out. I mean, the boulevards were lined with farm equipment, farm tractors. And yes, a lot of big trucks and a lot of local supporters came out throughout the duration of the protest there. It was an amazing, it was an amazing expression of, not expression, but it was just, the whole event was just, I can't hardly put it into words. You kind of had to be there. So, but it was a very interesting, from an organizer perspective, it was a very unique and interesting experience. I can only speak on behalf of myself, who went through it. I was one of the organizers there throughout the entire time. So the continuation of the negotiations with the Winnipeg police, they were awesome. I can't give them enough credit. They were very respectful to us, but they had a job to do. But there was daily negotiations as to things we could and could not do. But I mean, their strategy was to eventually get us to leave, and which that ultimately did happen after a couple of weeks.
Now, was the protest peaceful?
Yeah, 100%. The only unpeaceful event that there was at the legislature protest was what we believe was an Antifa supporter. It was somebody that did not support the movement, so basically came through the crowd with an automobile and struck several pedestrians. Well, not, I guess, several supporters that were there at the event. That was a pretty scary moment that happened early on in the protest. That individual was arrested, I believe, if I remember correctly. I didn't follow the story too much afterwards, but that was the only unpeaceful thing that I would have recalled. I mean, it was just like Ottawa, just a smaller version. All the stories you hear, people coming to support, like farmers coming out, bringing fuel for the big trucks, huge groups cooking food every single day for everybody. And it was just, there was just more unity there than anything else.
So it was really the community coming together in a joint protest to seek change.
Absolutely. I'd like to also add, just to answer your question more thoroughly, whether it was a peaceful protest, the chief of police, and someone might be able to correct me and remember this better, that was at the event, chief of police, after everything was said and done, deemed this to be one of the most peaceful protests in the history of Winnipeg. So we took some credit for that, and there too, we tried to do our utmost throughout these negotiations daily with the Winnipeg police to meet with what their ask was of us, at the same time trying to hold the line and kept reminding them as to why we were there as well.
Now, my understanding is the purpose of being down there was you guys were requesting a dialogue with the provincial government and Premier Stephenson. Am I correct about that?
100%. That was our ask. We merely wanted a conversation with the Premier's office, and we were denied that right the entire time. And what was kind of painful about that, I'll make it real quick, there was, I believe it was a week, or was it maybe 2 weeks after we left the site that our protest ended, the Ukraine thing started. And of course, I respect everybody. I respect the Ukrainian people. They definitely had the right to do, while they gathered at the legislature building, basically, and Heather Stephenson had no problem coming out addressing her concerns and her support for these people, which I think is awesome. That's great that she did that. But we just thought, as organizers for our event, we're Canadians, we're pleading for you to have a conversation with us, and our ask isn't anything complicated, right? We're just, we're asking to simply have our constitutional rights and freedoms back, but yet she had no problem addressing them when she denied our rights and ignored us the entire time we were there. I thought that was a pretty sad example of a public servant that's there for all Canadians, not just for a select few.
Now, we've heard the same from some people that were at the Ottawa protest. We had Tom Mazzaro indicate that at no time did any member of the federal government actually speak with them. But at the end of the day, and I just thank you on behalf of Canadians and actually the entire world, because you truckers woke us up. And at the end of the day, there were some changes made because of the actions of truckers like you. And I know you've thought about that, but it just seems to me that you guys exposed some things. And can you just share with us what you think was accomplished?
Absolutely. So the question was asked many times by a lot of people. So what do you guys feel that you accomplished? What was your wins? For me, it was pretty simple. Well, as most will remember, during the protest time, different provinces started to announce that they were going to start lifting restrictions, including Manitoba. Before we left, they announced that they were going to lift the mask mandates, which we thought was huge. I mean, no credit to self or any of the organizers. I think most of us were all fairly like-minded. It was all a group effort, but the group effort, we believe, was a huge contributing factor to them announcing these mandates being lifted. I strongly feel the mandates would have been in place for much longer had we not protested. And some of the biggest wins that I would take away from it, first of all, the corruption right down to the core from our local municipalities right up to the federal government that was exposed. I think many people did not realize how deep it went. I know for myself, I didn't. It was amazing, again, going back to Ottawa, where the Emergencies Act was invoked, I believe, for the very first time. for breaking up a group of peaceful protesters. I thought that was just the definition of insanity in a so-called free country that we live in. So huge wins, I would say, was basically exposing the corruption, and another one, just the unity that the government had worked so hard to try to break apart within Canadians for a couple of years. We saw clearly that Canadians, when it just came human to human, we respect and love each other. We love our country, and there was such a massive movement of support for the trucking protest. I thought that was a huge win, just showing the world that no, Canadians don't hate each other. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on, especially when it comes to the vaccine. I mean, that's been a disturbing conversation to me for the entire time. Respect each other for who you are as individuals, not for medical decisions you make, which the government wanted us to do. So it was a sense of unity and, bringing people back together. And again, those are a couple of the big wins. And again, like I said, we saw mandates started to lift. And so we thought we accomplished much. And to this day, I mean, had it not been for the entire process of what the truckers did, I think we would live in some very different times.
No, I think most people would agree with the statement, and I've heard people internationally say it to me, that watching the Canadian, trucker movement actually was the first glimmer of hope, because we can't think of any other example where a group of people actually stood up to say no. And the fact that you guys accomplished something shows that actually the only way for us to get our rights back is for groups of people to stand up and say no. Now, I didn't watch, before I hand you over for commissioner questions, but I just wanted it to be clear, you guys didn't end the protest in Winnipeg just because you decided to go home. It was made very clear to you guys by the police that they were going to move in and basically do what was happening in Ottawa.
Yes, correct. Just trying to rethink here now what the date was. The date lapsed my memory, but yeah, there came a day where, again, this was just one of our morning sessions with Winkler Police, just a typical negotiation session, and they did come in with a document basically stating that we had a day. What was it? Just over. Okay, I think it was February 22nd, if I remember correctly, but that we basically had a day to get everything off the premises and have everything cleaned up, or trucks were going to start to be towed. Same thing as that was happening in Ottawa. And they stated the fact as well that the Emergencies Act was still in effect, and that they would use it if needed. So yeah, we were definitely forced off the property. Again, we all left willingly. There was no hesitation from anybody. As we stated earlier, it stayed peaceful from beginning to end.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you, Mr. Wall. And they do have questions.
Sure. Thank you for coming out this morning, Mr. Wall. I have something that there was a few things you said that I was curious about. I've heard testimony over the last number of days from folks like yourself who were facing making a decision, and they weighed whether or not they would speak up or whether or not they would take an action, perhaps make an arrest or break up a protest, and they weighed that against the loss of their income and their pensions. I think Mr. Erskine, I believe it was, who was a police officer, had made that statement. And what you said, and I wrote it down, was that you and your wife discussed whether or not you were going to protest, and you realized that you could lose everything. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what you meant by that? Is that what you really believed? Why did you believe that? And how did you come up with the decision that you were going to move ahead anyway?
I think that's a great question, and thank you for asking it. Basically, when I say that we could lose everything, I guess I was pertaining more so like that we basically were putting our entire company on the line, and we employ about 40 people, so that's a pretty substantial number. And of course, we'd be putting all those jobs in jeopardy as well. But at the same time, we felt content with the decision to to the fact that, like I said, I felt truly convicted. I felt a conviction from God. I'm a God-fearing man, that this was something that we needed to do. And as the Bible teaches us, that He will provide regardless. And so we felt, we were going to be okay, whatever that okay looked like. If everything, let's say, for example, that our participation would strip our rights to our rights, our registrations, licenses, and so forth to be a trucking company, and which it did within the province of Ontario. And I mean, there was many threats throughout the duration of the Ottawa convoy or Ottawa protest. So that concern was very real at that point already, and we knew going into it that there was a real risk of that happening.
So I just want to be clear, I understood what you were saying. So you were fully aware that you weren't just risking your own income, your wife's income, your family support, but you were 40 people working for you, which would have translated potentially into hundreds of people that would be affected by that decision, but you still felt the conviction to go ahead with this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's 100% correct. And it wasn't without much consideration and talking to our office staff. I mean, I can't think of one that wasn't supporting what we were doing. And again, I felt it was a very bold move for a business owner. You didn't see many businesses, especially larger businesses. I shouldn't say you didn't see many. You saw lots of smaller businesses participate, but I mean, it was a pretty bold stand to take. But again, like I said, my convictions were very bold, and there wasn't much question about it. And again, it was with the support of our office staff, which I am extremely grateful for to this day.
The last question's got to do with your community in Winkler. Winkler is a rural city in Manitoba. It's quite a close-knit community, and it has a reputation for a faith-based life. My question to you is, when you took the initial actions where you had the services, if you will, in the city park, how was that portrayed in the local media, and how did that affect your relationship within the community of Winkler following that?
That's a great question. So basically, our local media wasn't really much different than the mainstream media when any of these events were covered. So there wasn't much, and to this day, there isn't great support. I mean, some of the stuff that's happening to this day, they're starting to cover it a little bit more accurately, I feel, but there was no real support from the local media. As far as support from the local community, it was absolutely huge. And you're absolutely right. I think Winkler's considered the Bible Belt of Manitoba, if not for Canada. And I truly feel that these last couple of years have really brought that out into light. Because the community, like you said, it's very tightly knit. And yes, there's those that don't agree, which God bless them for it. We live in a country where we should be allowed to disagree with each other respectfully. But yeah, like I said, very well received by the community. There was never a sense of feeling that we really should we really should stop doing this, because the community, just isn't supporting it and really rather have us not do it. So yeah, it was very empowering to continue plowing forward.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And there's more questions.
Good morning. I just have a quick question about the service in the park, and I'm just wondering if you saw the chief of police at other points come out in his own vehicle, his own personal vehicle, without a uniform, when you were doing the slow rolls or any other moment in time, or whether you felt that at this time it was maybe your faith that was being targeted?
That's a great question. I think, with all due respect, I actually know this chief of police personally, and I'll be honest, I would consider him a friend. What he did the last couple of years, I don't think was a nice thing to do to a friend, quite honestly, but I do understand he has a role and a position of public servant duties that he needs to uphold as well. You know what, with all due respect, I don't think it was an attack on religion. They were very much, the Winkler police, they were very much monitoring all the different rallies. Like, we had so many different rallies within the city of Winkler and area. They were constantly monitoring us regardless of, and I mean, most of the other ones was just, just protesting against all the other mandates. So, yeah, it was pretty consistent monitoring regardless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick, it looks like the commissioners have no further questions. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to sincerely thank you for sharing your testimony with us.
Thank you all so much, and God bless each one.
And Kyle, do you want to come up? And our next witness is Natalie.
Good day, Ms. Bjorklund Gordon. Could you state your full name for the record and also spell your first and last names?
Natalie K. Bjorklund Gordon, Natalie K for Kim, Bjorklund BJO with an umlaut, RKLUND Gordon GORDON.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So help you God. I have a copy of your CV here. I understand that you have degrees in science, a PhD from the Department of Biochemistry and Medical Genetics from the University of Manitoba. Is that right?
The biochemistry degree that I did was in the microbiology and chemistry at University of Manitoba, and my PhD was in the Department of Human Genetics.
Okay. I understand that, would it be fair to say you have an expertise in epidemiology, as well as public health and biostatistical analysis?
Yes, my work involved about 3/4 of the same type of coursework that is done for those training in public health. There's a lot of overlap between human genetics and public health. And I also did my education on a part-time basis because I had small children, so I took a lot of courses on a slower basis, and I accepted positions, contract positions, and short-term and long-term administrative assistant positions, teaching, and additional private work for physicians as part of paying for my education. So I prepared grants in ethics, and I did statistical analysis for physicians, and I also tutored medical students, and as part of my PhD program, I taught medical students genetics and statistics.
Great. So we have your CV. It's Exhibit WI-1 for the record. I don't know if the commissioners have seen it. If we can add that to the record, but... can you swear, Ms. Bjorklund Gordon, that the CV is a true copy of your CV?
Yes, I swear that that is a true copy of my CV.
Okay. Now, I understand that you have prepared a slideshow.
Yes. This is to keep me on track, and
yes.
I'll try not to run over time. I consider this more a personal testimony, so if at any point something I've said is not clear or you wish to interrupt to ask for clarification, please do so. This is a less formal presentation.
Very good.
So can we have there we go. Okay. So this is about my concerns as an expert, and we've already gone over my qualifications. I would like to point out that I have 17 peer-reviewed publications, and I published one book in embryology, and I have a second book in preparation. So I'm semi-retired. I'm not part of the academic community anymore, but I am still working as a scientist and producing quality material that is considered part of the scientific literature. So if you were to summarize what my work has always been about, this very complicated picture, which comes from my book, is a whole bunch of proteins and how they interconnect with each other and how signals go from the top of the cells down into the nucleus of the cell and result in changes in gene expression. This interacting biochemical complicated system is present in all the cells of our bodies and work that way. And all of us have genes for each of these proteins, and there are individual variants of the genes within the population that can make them more or less efficient. And that is the main reason why we need to do a lot of epidemiology and statistical analysis, because studying any one of these proteins is an entire PhD project all by itself. So you can't do this in isolation. You have to be able to examine the literature and see what everyone else is doing and put all the pieces together. So my awareness of the pandemic began in January of 2020. I was hearing news reports that were concerning to me. When I was in my final year as a biochemistry undergraduate, I did a project in virology. My mentor was working on the mRNA viruses. And so I had a very intense interest in virology and in pandemics, and I almost considered that as a career choice. I ended up going into human genetics instead for other reasons, but I followed it very, very closely. And by mid-February 2020, given the reports we were reading, my husband and I became concerned enough that we went into town and stocked up on large amounts of food, plastic sheeting, medical things for isolation, because we were really beginning to think that it was going to be a very serious pandemic. At the end of February, my husband and I both became ill, and as it happened, we had a friend whose mother-in-law came to visit from China. Before she left China, she was visited by relatives from Wuhan, and the relatives from Wuhan had colds when they arrived, and she felt sick during her trip and initially put it down to jet lag. And eventually a very nasty flu circulated in our community, and my husband and I both became quite ill. I was sick for 5 days, basically bedridden. My husband was not as sick as that, but I contacted public health thinking that quite possibly we had the Wuhan virus, because by my understanding of contact tracing, we had a direct connection with symptomatic people to Wuhan, where the pandemic was originating. But we were told we were not eligible for the PCR testing. And I also found the PCR testing to be puzzling, because I've done PCR myself. One of the labs I worked at, we had a full-time technician who did nothing but PCR, and that was his specialty, and he was noted for being able to get consistent, excellent results, which is something that's normally very hard to do. And I couldn't really understand how a PCR test could be being used as a diagnostic test. I figured maybe, well, I've been out of academia in the lab for, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it was at that point, and maybe they had some new technology that I wasn't familiar with. But it was shocking to me that the airports were still open, people were still coming and going at this point, and there was no real contact tracing going on, and I felt I couldn't understand why this was happening. It didn't make any sense to me. It contradicted what I understood. Shortly after we both recovered, my husband developed what we now know to be consistent with COVID toes. His toes looked blue and bruised, and he woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, got up and collapsed on the floor, and it turned out that he'd had a right lateral pontine stroke. And he ended up in the hospital. Fortunately, my dog woke me up, my wonderful dog, and we called an ambulance. He was taken in, and my husband's quite a bit older than me, so at the time he was 78, which would have made him very high risk for this kind of complication from the virus. While we were in there, the staff were wonderful. I stayed with him most of the time that he was in there. It was very patient-centered. I was very happy with the care he got. I mentioned to the doctors I thought that his stroke was related to the virus, because I'd been reading already about neurological effects from the virus, but the doctors kind of poo-pooed it, and they said it's not COVID. COVID isn't in Manitoba yet, and COVID is a lung disease, not a neurological disease. I didn't argue with them. It wouldn't have affected my husband's care. The last Thursday that he was in hospital, I was very alarmed by what I was hearing about lockdowns, and I decided I needed to get my husband out of the hospital. And The staff was initially resistant. They wanted to send him off for rehab. They wanted to move him from Dauphin to Neepawa, where I had family to stay with, so he could have a longer recovery. I was becoming very, very frightened about him being locked up in the hospital, and I was beginning to hear stories about the spread of the virus in nursing homes, and I decided I was going to get him out of the hospital no matter what. And then the last Thursday before he was released, which was right before when the lockdown started, I recall sitting in the room with him across from the nursing station, and a bunch of men with suits and clipboards came in, and there was a lot of conversation, and everything changed in the tone of the hospital. All the staff became frightened, rushed, and they went out of their way to help me get my husband out of the hospital. So an occupational therapist and physiotherapist came in and worked with me for a couple of hours, and the very next morning out we went and I took him home. And then the lockdowns happened, and that was an incredibly difficult period for me because my husband was recovering from a stroke, and I had no help of any kind from the government. I couldn't talk to the doctor. There was no physiotherapy. There was no occupational therapy. Now, a right lateral pontine stroke, patients can make a complete recovery from that particular type of stroke in about 6 months, but only if they receive intensive therapy. And there was no way to do it. Now, I spent over $1,000 purchasing equipment to take him home. And then after we were home, in order to get him the therapy he needed, we spent another $1,000 buying a specific designed computer game called Fit Me that would allow him to do the therapy at home. My daughter had an undergraduate degree in kinesiology, and she worked with me looking at YouTube videos and so forth so that we could come up with a therapy program for him. And our nurse across the street, who was a very dear friend, violated the rules of the lockdown and came over and helped take his blood pressure, make sure he took his medication. And during this period, I really wondered, I had resources, education, and funding to take care of my husband in this position. What was happening to all the other people who were dealing with something like this in the middle of this lockdown? And everything about it felt just wrong, wrong, wrong. And it was initially going to be only 14 days to flatten the curve. That didn't make any sense because what was going to happen when the 14 days were up? How was it going to help? And then it became another week, and then another week, and another week. And the community that I live in is a very small community. After we retired, we moved into Alonsa, Manitoba. There's about 73 people if you count the dogs. And it was a very tight-knit community and a farm community, and all of the seniors were basically abandoned. Their families weren't allowed to come and visit them. They didn't know how to use computers. I helped some of them to set up computers so they could maintain contact with their family, but it was a nightmare to see people. They were depressed, they were angry, they were frightened, and they were so isolated. And this was a very tight-knit community where families were always getting together and everybody looked out for the elders. And all of a sudden, all of that changed.
Ms. Bjorklund-Gordon, can I just
Sure.
ask you one point here? I understand you did have some expertise in virology, or you had studied that.
Yes.
And I think regarding the COVID-19 respiratory disease, you had some understanding of how that disease was spread.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
And I was very disappointed with the government because I had had some very peripheral involvement in setting up the standards for pandemic response that would occur from the SARS-1 virus outbreak. And it seemed like the pandemic response I expected to see from the government didn't happen. They suddenly went off on a new tack that was completely different from everything I understood that was appropriate. The only country that I knew of that was following what I felt were, based on my training, appropriate pandemic responses at that time was Sweden.
And why do you say that?
Because they weren't doing proper isolation and contact tracing, and they were locking down healthy, normal people instead of just the symptomatic, and it felt more like a punishment than a way to stop the virus. And the other thing about it was the intense fear that they were putting into everyone. By this point, it was fairly obvious from the data coming out that this was a nasty bug and it did kill people, but it wasn't really much nastier than the common flu. And you just don't terrorize an entire population with stories of people dropping dead because of a flu. And it didn't make any sense. It didn't make sense.
Can I ask you, do you think it's reasonable to try to tackle a respiratory virus using lockdown?
No.
Restrictions of that nature?
You cannot eradicate a respiratory virus. At that time, we were told that this was a virus that came out of an animal reservoir. If you have a virus in an animal reservoir that occasionally crosses over to humans, you're not going to be able to eliminate it ever. It's just something you're going to have to live with. And yet they were approaching this response to this virus as if they could eradicate it in the human population. And that made no sense to me either. Of course, we now know it probably came out of the lab, and maybe at that time they knew it, and that's why they did it. I don't know.
Now, I think you said you were familiar with mRNA technology. Is that right?
Yes.
And what were your thoughts about that leading up to what we saw happen with the development of the vaccines?
I was puzzled by the use of the PCR as a diagnostic technique. I was also puzzled by, I heard that they were doing 44 cycles of PCR, and based on my understanding, that's far too high, and you're going to get an enormous number of false positives. At some point, the CDC had also made two different standards for looking at different populations that were being affected by the virus. So they were using 44 cycles for the general population as a diagnostic tool, but in other situations they were using 17 cycles so that they could be very sure that they weren't getting a false positive. So the way they used the PCR test guaranteed that huge numbers of people were going to be diagnosed as having COVID who didn't have COVID, or who had flu, or who had something unrelated. That was my opinion.
So, okay, regarding the development of the Pfizer vaccine, did you have any thoughts about how that was developed? Given your familiarity, yeah, go ahead with that.
If I carry on, I'll tell that. I chose not to take the mRNA treatment for a very specific reason. The government was telling me things that didn't make any sense to me. For example, they were saying that the government of Manitoba, I'm referring to now, that this vaccine would not stop transmission, but we all had to have it to stop the pandemic, and that was nonsensical to me. They said the vaccine stays in your arm, so you're going to inject something into highly vascularized muscle in your arm with connections through the lymph system, but it's going to stay in your arm, and it's not going to stay in your arm. They said that the mRNA could not be reverse transcribed into DNA because that's not the way cells work. Well, it's nonsense. Most of the time it's DNA, RNA, protein, but particularly when cells are rapidly dividing, you can get the mRNA back into the DNA. So I was concerned about how that was going to work. I was also concerned about the mRNA technology as a whole because we'd been hearing about mRNA technology and the great miracles that it was going to do for at least 15 years before. And to my perspective, it had not lived up to its initial promise. We heard stories that were discussed in group seminars that there was a young man who had cystic fibrosis, and they were going to use mRNA injections in an adenovirus in his particular situation as an experimental treatment to try to cure his cystic fibrosis. And everything looked right. All of our knowledge and everything showed us that this would have been the right thing. Now, I was not personally involved in this. This is just reports I heard from other scientists who were involved. And this young man accepted the risk. He was informed that it was experimental. He took the drug, and he was dead in 24 hours. And they had no idea why he died. And to me, the mRNA technology was a failed technology. And the reason it failed was not because the ideas were wrong, but because we don't understand enough about how cells work to be able to guarantee that the mRNA was going to work the way it worked. And that really bothered me. And I also wondered, how do they control how much of this spike protein is going to be produced? And how is this spike is the infective portion of the virus, and it's what binds to the receptors. And if you recall my very complicated diagram, when you have something bind to a receptor up at the surface level, it's going to send massive numbers of biochemical signals all over the place. So why were they using the spike as the thing they were going to inject you with? And why were they using this strange new technology when we already have a whole vaccine technology that we have used successfully? It just didn't make any sense. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer. As a medical person, I have been vaccinated far more than the average member of the general public. All my children were vaccinated. I had to attend autopsies, so I had extra vaccines that the general public aren't even offered. I had the Shingrix vax. I got the flu vax every year. I am not an anti-vaxxer. Everything about this bothered me. And then I decided, well, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe the government knows what they're doing. So I decided to pull up the Pfizer EUA memorandum more on the drug itself and have an actual look at their statistics. And I recall reading it, and as I was reading it, I literally felt the hairs on the back of my neck start rising. There were so many things that were wrong with this. There were 4 cases of Bell's palsy in the case group that weren't in the control group. And Bell's palsy is a neurological condition, and you can't miss that because the person's whole face was like. So that indicated to me that this could mean that this virus was having neurological effects. And if you look at Table 2, page 18 of that, there were 311 cases and 60 placebos that were excluded for protocol deviations. Now, a properly conducted study, those two numbers should be identical. You shouldn't have 5 times as many people who are excluded for protocol deviations. That's just wrong, and that shows there's something seriously wrong with your study. And they didn't comment on that. And I recall thinking at the time, what was the protocol deviation? Did these people die? Because there was no explanation. And the demographics were wrong. They were doing this on younger people, not older people. They made this dismissive little paragraph about antibody-dependent enhancement and how it wasn't a problem. Every time that there has been an attempt to have a coronavirus vaccine, it has created this problem of antibody-dependent enhancement. And that means that the second time and the third time that you get the infection, the antibodies interact with the binding protein and cause it to bind more readily, so you end up getting sicker, not better from being exposed to the vaccine. And all Pfizer had was this little statement that we did some non-laboratory experiments with no explanation as to what those was, and they had just ruled it out as a possibility. And I was also disturbed because they were using relative risk, not absolute risk. They didn't actually say what they were using, but it was obvious from the way it was being phrased and what they were doing that they were using a relative risk, not absolute risk. And relative risk, if you pick your population carefully and you have a low infective rate in your population, you can make it look like you've got really, really good efficacy, but it's meaningless because so few people in either side got infected. And these were things that bothered me, and I decided the last thing that bothered me the most was they had this one person, a 36-year-old male, who had no medical comorbidities and who developed what appeared to be full-blown COVID the next day after having his shot. And the symptoms began on day 2, and Pfizer attributed it to one of 3 things: a false negative COVID, an infection process, or an adverse vaccine reaction. To me, that said, their spike protein that they were injecting people with was giving people COVID. And I noticed as well that in their report, more people in their control group than in their vaccine group were getting it. Now, it was not a statistically significant difference, 409 versus 287. But if I had been in charge, I would have immediately said we need a much bigger group and we need to rule out this as an adverse side effect. And based on that, I decided I was not getting the vax. And then came the vaccine passports, and those were absolutely repugnant to me because they violated everything that I believed was ethical. That you just don't do that to people. You just don't say that you get this shot or else. And I mean, I was banned from attending social events. I couldn't go play curling at the curling center anymore. I suffered direct discrimination in health and dental care from people. I had a dental hygienist ask me why I wasn't vaccinated, And I was waiting for a referral to an allergist because I've had anaphylactic reactions. So I just said, I'm still waiting for a referral to an allergist. And she said to me, well, since this is an innocent and real reason for you not taking the vax, I'll go ahead and do this. But if you were just refusing the vax because you don't want to do this and you don't want to do your responsibility, I wouldn't clean your teeth. So that's the kind of discrimination that was going on. My 8-year-old grandson, I went to visit him, even though it was a violation of the lockdown rules, and he refused to hug me. And he started to run to me, and he stepped back, put his arms behind his back, and I said, what's wrong? Don't you want to give Grandma a hug? And he says, Grandma, I can't. My teacher says, if I hug you, you'll die because you're unvaccinated. What they did to children was such a disgrace. And I found myself suffering depression and anxiety to the point where I even began having fleeting thoughts about killing myself. And at that point I decided, this is really bad. You know, we can't continue down this path. And I went and adopted this little kitten. And she kind of changed everything because she didn't care who was vaxxed and who wasn't. And I could cuddle her and I could hug her. And I took her to visit my grandson, and he was playing with her. And by the end of the time that he was playing with her, he was hugging me again. So the kitten changed everything for us. Then my daughter decided she had to get vaccinated because she needed to fly for her work, and if she didn't fly, she wouldn't have a job. And she took Moderna vax. I should state that I did not do much investigation into the Moderna vax. I looked mostly at Pfizer. My rationale was that they were both the same basic technology, so what I had learned about the Pfizer vax probably applied to Moderna. And she had a very severe reaction, and it began 8 hours after her shot, and by 12 hours afterwards, she began to worry she was actually dying. She had many, many symptoms. She called that when you went and got vaccinated in Manitoba, you got this information thing, and there was a number you were supposed to call if you felt you were having an adverse reaction. And she called them, and she got someone on the other end, and this person said, you can't possibly be having a vaccine reaction because I have a list of the things that the vaccine does, and that isn't it. So you must have been exposed to COVID and been incubating COVID before you got the vax, and you're only getting your COVID symptoms now. And they said, do not call an ambulance, do not go to the hospital because you don't want to risk the healthcare workers. Stay home, self-isolate for 14 days. I think that she would have died except for the fact that with us being allergic people, we had medications and things in the house so she could treat herself at home. And I wonder how many Canadians died at home because they followed that advice. This led me to examine the 14-day rule. See, she was told that she didn't have an adverse reaction. She had COVID. And all across Canada, it was 14 days, 0 to 13 days. If you got sick, it wasn't the vaccine. 21 days in Saskatchewan and BC, I'll have to point out. And I started trying to investigate this, and I found this on the Alberta Health page. I couldn't find any good explanation for the 14-day rule anywhere else, but this was the best I could find. This came off the Alberta Public Health Services page, and I'll just go through this in a little more detail. I've been accused, when I've brought this image up, of lying and creating it myself. So for that purposes, here's 2 links that prove. Joey Smalley was another independent investigator who found the same thing and posted about it, and that's the link. When people began asking questions about this, Alberta Health Services took it off their website, but they forgot about the Wayback System. So I already had a copy. Joey was able to have a copy. I was able to go get a copy from Wayback. And if you look at this particular blow-up of the upper left-hand corner of that, you can see that there is a huge surge in the people who got infected with COVID immediately after they got their shots. And if you go a little further, you can see that a number of people ended up in the hospital after getting their shots during that 14-day period, particularly the older people, the 75-day, because this has been broken down by age group. And if you look at who died, it really hit hard in the community 75 plus. So people were getting their shot, they were getting sick, they were ending up in the hospital, and they were dying in the hospital. and they were being counted as COVID in the unvaccinated. And I think a lot of these were not COVID in the unvaccinated. I think that they were adverse vaccine reactions. I have to put a caveat in there. I wrote to Alberta Public Health and asked for more details over what period of time did this occur, how many people were involved, what percentage was it, and they never responded to any of my requests. This really made me think that we shouldn't be vaccinating the elderly, and I came across this particular paper where Norway investigated a series of deaths in what they called the fragile elderly population. These were 80-plus people who were in long-term nursing care, and they went in and vaccinated everybody, and a whole large segment that they vaccinated died. So Norway began recommending not vaccinating fragile elderly people. Now, I tried to do my own little analysis, and this is excess deaths in Manitoba. The blue line represents what was expected, and the orange line represents the published data that's come out of Manitoba. Now, these are not COVID deaths. These are excess deaths, the number of deaths above that would be expected. And I put in there the various points in time when certain parts of the mandate system came into effect. And my data is incomplete. I wrote to the government of Manitoba and asked them for more data, and they either completely ignored every request I made, or one time I got a phone call back saying that if I put in an access to information formal request in writing, they would provide the data in the anonymized form that would protect privacy, but it would take them 2 years to do it because they were very busy with COVID, and it would cost me $10,000. So basically they made it impossible for a private citizen like me to look at their data. But you can see spikes in excess deaths that occurred as each of these mandates came in and people went streaming in and began getting shots. So when the youth sport mandate came in, there was a large spike in excess deaths. And again, I think, without being able to say for sure, that this indicates it was possibly all adverse vaccine reactions that were going on. But there were also things like lockdowns and stuff that were causing excess deaths. Now, this particular picture here is important because 28 days after the first jab and 28 days after the second jab are marked on here, and you can see there's a dip where nothing happens, and then there's a little lump, and then it kind of calms down, and then there's this great big spike. And what I think is going on is based again on what happened to my family. One of my family members ended up in the St. Boniface Cardiac Care Unit, 38-year-old female with young children. She developed pericarditis. Her pericarditis occurred more than 28 days after her last jab, and therefore was considered unrelated to the COVID jab by the definitions that were being used by public health. So her cardiologist told her, don't get another booster. I'm seeing this, I think it's the jab, but I can't give you an exemption if the government starts mandating boosters because I'm not allowed to. The only ones that are allowed to are certain specific, very limited numbers of people. And there was only one cardiologist in all of Manitoba who was allowed to give exemptions, and she wouldn't get it anyway because he never gave anybody exemptions. She's still having symptoms to this day. And then my family got hit again. My son, my eldest son, had a benign brain tumor that was about 2 centimeters. It was discovered when he was 16 and had head injury. And he had another head injury again, and it was scanned again. These are familial in my son's father's family, some of his cousins, and his father has an identical twin brother who had one of these. They're benign tumors. They don't go anywhere. They just sit there. And all of a sudden, his started growing. So 5 months after he had his second Pfizer injection, his tumor had grown from 2 centimeters to 4.5 centimeters, and he had a seizure. And he had to go in and have a craniotomy. They split his head open and cut a chunk of his brain out. He was diagnosed as having an anaplastic oligodendroma with the MRI signature of 1p19q deletion, which is a specific type of brain tumor, but only in the very center portion of the tumor. The rest of the tumor, I read a lot of pathology reports over the years. I've never seen, like my son got copies of the pathology reports for me to read, and I've never seen it ones like the ones they had with him. They sent his results off to 4 different pathologists around the world trying to interpret what was going on, and you could just read from what they were saying that this wasn't a typical tumor, this wasn't what they were used to seeing, and they didn't know why they were seeing it. He's had 7 MRIs since the surgery. They're clean so far. He just had another one yesterday. We're hoping again that the cancer won't recur and that he'll be okay. And being mum that I am, I also went into the literature and I found a whole lot of scientific support for the idea that the vaccine itself may be causing this to occur. There was a study from Poland that was done by exposing brain cancer cells and normal cells to the spike vaccine, and they noted a whole lot of biochemical changes and alterations that occurred after introducing the spike protein to these cells in an in vivo, but both in the laboratory, putting it in cell culture and seeing what happened to their patients. Then the vaccine passport came along. When the vaccine passport came along, so 6 members of my family, 5 of whom did not want to get the vax because they wanted to listen to their mom when their mom said, this isn't safe, don't do it. But they felt that they were being coerced to do it or they would lose their job. My middle son told me he did a mental calculation, and if he refused the vaccine, he would lose his job, his family would lose their home, they would lose everything. And but if he took the vax and he was okay, then they'd be fine. But if he took the vax and it killed him, he had a very good insurance policy at his work and he had disability and so forth. So his family was better off with him taking the chance. So that's why he took the vax. Fortunately, so far, he hasn't shown any bad signs, but that was his rationale. So in my family, my 3 children and their spouses, we had 6 members who, 1 refused the vax altogether. The other 5 had it. So we had 2 members affected seriously with health conditions that potentially are life-shortening, and 1 that could have died in the first few hours after the vax. So my son, he was in an artist's rendition because he's a healthcare aide. He does patient transport in the hospital. That's the son with the brain tumor. He was out of work for 4 months after his brain tumor before he could go back to work. And in the early parts of the pandemic, he was the big hero. But as soon as the vaccine passports came out, he was no longer the big hero. And that's an artist rendition of him and one of his co-workers dressing up to go take care of COVID patients before the vaccine mandates turned the refusers and the anti-vaxxers into criminals. So my conclusion from all this is that adverse vaccine reactions are very common. They're not rare. And they include this anaphylaxis, septic shock in the first few hours afterward. There are vascular effects that appear in the months following the shot. There are potentially neurological and cancer effects which require more research to understand. And one of the more frightening things to me that I have seen is that the vaccine, when it's injected, accumulates in the testes and the ovaries. I am very concerned that we're going to find that a large portion of the people who got the vaccine are now infertile. And if that is the case, the way it's going to affect our population with the number of people in our population who have been vaccinated, it's going to make the one-child policy in China look like a church picnic. I mean, imagine 70% of Canadians got vaxxed and there isn't going to be any grandchildren or great-grandchildren. And I don't know if that's going to happen, and I hope and pray that it is not going to happen, but we don't know. Okay? So I'd just like to very briefly touch on the differences between public health and human genetics. The 2 of them work hand in hand, but they have very different approaches. Public health is always top-down. The officials in public health, the experts, decide what is good for us, and they issue orders, and then they try to get the public to follow through with them. In the 20s and 30s, eugenicists within the public health movement decided that 70% of the population of the USA was unfit to reproduce. That's in their literature. And I put this little note about William Randolph Hearst. He was a newspaper person at the time, and he decided, he somehow got a hold of their documentation where they were discussing this. We need to find a way to sterilize 70% of the population of the USA because they're unfit to reproduce. And he wrote this really scathing editorial about them. And they came back at him and said, oh, you misunderstood it, you took it out of context. This isn't really what we were planning on doing. This is just speculation. And they didn't use the word conspiracy theory, but that's basically what they said. And these public health officials that were eugenicists, I'm not saying all public health officials were, I'm saying a portion of them who were eugenicists, they did things like found elected representatives that cooperated with them in trying to bring in laws. They found lawyers that agreed with them. They had one particular case where both of the lawyers were actually working with the eugenicists trying to bring the law in, but one was pretending to be fighting against the involuntary sterilization of one particular woman, and they ran that course right through to the Supreme Court in the United States. And they eventually won in the Supreme Court to have the right for public health to involuntarily sterilize people that they deemed to be unfit to reproduce because they were morons or epileptics, and moron was a technical term at that time. And that ended with Nazi Germany because of the reaction of horror to what happened during the Holocaust. And that was also the birth of human genetics. And human genetics is a bottom-up. It's not a top-down, it's bottom-up. So the geneticist who is dealing with something presents to the patient, this is the problem, this is everything we know, here are all of your options. You are never supposed to say or do anything to try to influence your patient to choose one option or another. And then whatever choice your patient as an individual makes, you never, ever do anything except help them to achieve what their choice is based on their fully informed consent. You don't coerce them, you don't lie to them, you don't give them personal anecdotes about how you feel. And these ethical standards, they were codified beginning with the Nuremberg trials. Afterward, there have been other instances of places and times where disgusting things happen to individuals in the name of improving society, and each time the world has responded with these ethical standards. These are taught in schools. They're designed mainly to prevent abuse of individuals by us experts. When I come in and say to you, I have a BSc in biochemistry and a PhD in human genetics, and I think this is what you should do, I am exerting a great deal of influence on you because I, as an expert, have power over you. And so these ethical standards are designed to protect people from abuse by experts. So it is my opinion that the following ethical standards were violated during the pandemic. There was no risk-benefit analysis. Everybody got the same treatment. There was violation of the principle of utilitarianism, where you use the minimum amount of treatment that you can to affect what you need to do. Locking down children who are at very low risk of COVID and vaccinating them is a violation of the principle of utilitarianism, and so is locking down and closing a business or telling people they can't meet in a church. We were subjected to psychological manipulation, and we now know the military was involved in that. And I'll give you a very specific example of one form of manipulation that I saw. My daughter and I were having a conversation. It was during one of the breaks in between the lockdowns, and there were lots of conversations going on in the background. It was like a cocktail party. And during the course of our conversation, she said the word ivermectin, and behind us the room went absolutely silent, just silent. And then there was a chorus, horse paste, horse paste, horse paste, horse paste, and then all the conversations went back. And that to me is an example that people were being literally brainwashed to think, if they heard the word ivermectin, they'd think horse paste. And if they could elicit that kind of reflexive response to a word like ivermectin, what other things were they doing to our heads? We don't even know how much they did. We don't even understand the depth and the length that they went to in their manipulation of us. Our autonomy as individuals was totally violated. We were told where we were allowed to go, who we were allowed to meet, when we were allowed to meet, how often, and we were told, you must take this injection in your body. So our autonomy was violated. Our confidentiality rights were violated. When that passport came out and the community center started asking who had show me your proof of your vaccine so you can come into the community center. Well, within 24 hours, everybody in my town knew who was vaxxed and who wasn't. And the pressure was on immediately on us unvaxxed. I had a neighbor say on Facebook that he hoped that I would drop dead in a hospital parking lot, not allowed to go in and get medical care, and that I should be driven out of town because I had chosen not to be vaccinated. I had people who I thought were my friends walk up to me, notice who I was, and turn around and walk away. They were either afraid of me or they didn't want to have anything to do with me because I was one of the evil unvaxxed. And in a normal situation with medical choices, you don't know these things. So they violated our confidentiality in order to go after us. And they used enticement and coercion, and that is an absolute no-no. You can go back to the Nuremberg Code. You must never use enticement, which means things like offering a prize if you accept it, offering money. Now if you agree, we will let you go out to a restaurant to eat. That's an enticement. And they used coercion, no jab, no job. Well, that's about as big a coercion as you can get. So I also want to mention what I saw happening in the Indigenous community. Where I live, the Ebb and Flow Reserve is to the north and the Sandy Bay Reserve is to the south. And there was particular targeting of the Indigenous community by so-called pandemic coordinators. Pandemic coordinators went into each reserve and they set up clinics. The Indigenous community was given much earlier and much broader access to the vaccine. So it was typically, if you were 40 and up and you could go and get the vaccine, it would be 30 and up if you were Indigenous. Much more vaccine was delivered to these clinics than they needed, so they always had a great big excess. So every time there was a big clinic, there would be excess vaccine, and rather than have the vaccine go to waste, they would say to everybody who was there, call your relatives, call your auntie, call, and all the people in the community that your friends and your relatives and things, they can all come in and get vaxxed too, even if they're not Indigenous and even if they're not yet eligible. And so in the community that I live in, at least half of my neighbors and friends are treaty status. If they're not treaty status, they're probably Métis. And if they're not Indigenous or Métis, they probably are married to someone who's Indigenous and Métis. And by doing that, they were able to very rapidly get this vaccine out into the entire Indigenous community, far ahead of the rest of the population. And they did it by emphasizing special respect for your elders, and they made personal home visits to people who were hesitant. Some of them came to me and asked me if I thought the vaccine was safe, and I gave them my reasons for thinking that it was not safe, and I always tried to be ethical and say, this is your choice, this is what I found, this is what the government's saying, you make the decision. And some of my friends came back to me and said that the vaccine coordinator came to visit them in their home and brought the material with them to give them the vaccine right on the spot, and told them that I was not the right kind of scientist to understand what was going on, and that I was a dangerous anti-vaxxer spreading misinformation, and they should not listen to me, and urging them right then and there in their homes to get the vax. And to me, that violates, again, all kinds of ethical principles. You're slandering and preventing opposite opinion. You're putting pressure on people. When you go into somebody's home and offer them, basically, I'm here. Let's do it now. Why are you listening to this? Is coercion. And I still don't understand why the Indigenous community was so particularly targeted. But given the history of Canada and what they've done to the Indigenous community, I have to wonder, was it necessarily because they had the best interests of the Indigenous community? I don't know. So I have some specific recommendations that I would like to make that would help prevent this from happening again. Florida is instituting laws like making it illegal to deny elderly visitors. One of my friends, her mother had a stroke. She ended up in a nursing home. She says that her mother died of loneliness from being locked up for months. There should be absolute laws that end the ability of public health to shut down businesses for precautionary purposes. I mean, if public health wants to go in and shut down a restaurant because it's full of cockroaches and the patrons are getting listeria, fine, that should go ahead and be allowed. But they should never again be allowed, that power has to be taken away from them. They've proven that they will abuse it. And I'll also mention at this point that public health is very much a closed shop, and you don't get a job in the government in public health unless you have a mentor or you yourself have also worked in the WHO and the UN. So the people in public health have a vested interest in what is going on at the level of the UN and the WHO, not just what is going on with the local community and Canadian traditions, laws, and that kind of thing. And we have to strip them of their power. They can never have this again. I went too far. Go back one. We have to have protection for healthcare professionals and journalists who are acting in good conscience. I had doctors who privately asked me my opinion, knowing my expertise. They listened carefully. They would not say anything. And they told me if they said anything, they would have their licenses suspended. But they thanked me for speaking out. These people need to be protected. These professional associations should not have the right to take away a license because somebody says something the government doesn't like. The fact that I was denied the access to the raw data that I needed to do an independent analysis is another thing. We have to remove the need for these Access to Information Acts and the huge fees involved. The raw data should be made available to the public. You can anonymize it so you're not going to give away private information of any individual, but that anonymized raw data should be available immediately so that independent experts like me, like Joey Smalley, can pull that data out and look at it and challenge the government whenever anything like that is going on. And there should be independent experts that are added to all of these committees and these groups that make the decisions about the safety of the vaccine and whether or not we should go ahead and have these other things. And there should be absolutely no support for journalists for Big Pharma. One of the big problems with what we saw was the guy gets on CNN and he talks about how terrible the pandemic is, and on the bottom it says, sponsored by Pfizer. We don't let tobacco companies do that. We shouldn't let Big Pharma do that. And there should be no removal of liability protections. Everyone who administers these vaccines, from the person in the lab who is working to develop the original vaccine right through to the public health nurse who is injecting it in the arm of the person, should be liable if it can be proven that they did something where they neglected someone or they did something that was unsafe. No liability protection. This vaccine would never have been distributed if every single person in the chain was liable. There are no excuses. There were pandemic protocols that were set in place, and they had a long and successful history behind them. They were abandoned. The ethical protections of us as individuals were in place. They were all ignored. Now, Dr. Brett Weinstein had a very interesting podcast, and he said a coup has taken place in Western nations. And I think he's right. Something happened in public health so that they just took over and they brought in rules and regulations and they violated our rights and the government cooperated, and I don't know what happened and I don't know who the bad guys are. I have my suspicions, but public health is now an oxymoron. And I'm going to close just with this picture of my family. This was one of the happiest days of my life. My middle son married his beautiful wife, who has become a major part of our family. We're standing together, we're all cuddled up, we're smiling, we don't have masks on. It was a wonderful, wonderful event. And I would just like to remind everybody that we were robbed of this. Our weddings, our funerals, they were taken away from us without a good reason. My family is lucky, at least so far, no one has died in my family from the vax. Lots of people have lost people to the vax. We were robbed, and I don't know for sure who it is who is responsible for this robbery, but in my opinion, it is a crime against humanity and should be treated as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bjorklund-Gordon. I just had one question. I'll try to keep it brief
Okay.
because I'm sure the commissioners might have some questions. Just about the data from Alberta that you had brought up on the slides.
Right.
From my understanding, the data that's presented here occurred right when the so-called Delta wave.
Yes. My
occurred.
daughter had her vax in August, late August, I think it was, and that was when the reaction came, and I began looking and trying to dig this up and finding it. It was on the Alberta website for about a year. It was, you had to scroll way down to find it, and then when Joey Smalley put his first analysis up and people began asking questions, then it vanished. Oh, and there's another thing that vanished just yesterday. I noticed when I was doing my presentation, I was hoping to be able to refresh my memory on the Medical Association of Canada's ethical standards. In 2018, they were updated, and I read that with great interest. And I went back and looked so I could refresh my memory and make sure I was remembering correctly. And they have also removed their ethical standards from their website.
Okay, what I was getting at there with the data was that there was a notable increase in the cases that were being reported of COVID in the Delta wave.
Yes.
And that appears to have coincided with when the vaccines were rolled out.
Yes,
Did you have any comment about that?
I'm not sure because I don't have access to the data, but it seems to me that Delta was generally acknowledged to be far, far worse than the previous one. I wonder if all or some portion of that Delta was in fact adverse vaccine reactions, not the virus. I don't have any way to tell, but I think that that is something that really needs to be investigated.
I think those are all the questions I had. I'll turn it over to the commissioners.
Thank you so much for sharing your testimony with us today. I just was hoping you could help me understand a little bit better about this 14-day rule that you described in the Alberta data.
The way it works, this data that they show here on my slide, if we can pull that slide up again, the rule is that the explanation of the rule that I have been heard from public health is that when you have the vaccine, you don't actually begin producing protective antibodies at a high enough quantity to be considered immune to the virus. And so for that 14-day period, you are considered to be an unvaccinated person for the purposes of public health. So the 0 to 14-day rule means that if someone gets sick and ends up in the hospital and they have a COVID test, which could be a false positive, they will be counted by public health as being unvaccinated, not vaccinated.
So just to make sure I'm really clear.
Okay.
So when the health authorities were reporting COVID cases in unvaccinated people, it included people who had been vaccinated
Yes.
in the prior 13 days?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And in fact, there's a statistician, epidemiologist in England who challenged the UK data on the basis of that. The UK has a commission that's responsible for overseeing and double-checking when a government agency releases data. And he complained to this agency. I'm trying to remember who there's a Canadian group that oversees the government and puts reports out regularly when the government is doing something naughty. They have, in the UK, they have one specifically for statistics. And he complained to them about this, and they examined this 0 to 14-day rule and decided that this was causing the data for the UK to be totally muddied and useless, and the UK health services were ordered to go back and fix it. And after they went back and fixed it and the data came out, it showed very clearly that the more vaccinated you were, the more likely you were to get COVID, or the more likely you were to have a severe reaction to COVID. And I think that probably if it were not for that 14-day rule, 0 to 21 days for BC and Alberta, the Canadian data would show the same thing, but that's my opinion and I don't know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions because I've heard quite a bit of testimony about various things that you mentioned.
Mhm.
The first thing that I wanted to ask about and be clear in my own mind about is the PCR testing. And I believe you said that you were surprised that that would be used for a diagnostic tool.
Yeah.
Now you also talked about cycles, and I just want to confirm, one of the previous testimonies was from Dr. Braden, and I asked her this question about cycles, and essentially she explained it to me that if you go from 17 to 44, or sorry, let's make the numbers easy. If you go from 20 cycles to 40 cycles, that's not just a doubling of the material. It's a logarithmic.
Right.
So that if I had one particle when I started and I went through 44 cycles, I would theoretically have 2 times 10 to the 44. In other words, 2 with 44 zeros behind it, particles after 44 cycles. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, because the DNA is double-stranded. It is opened up in part of the cycle, and then each of the double strands gets another strand built on it, and then it's cooled so that the 2 double strands form, and then it's cycled by heat again, and those 2 open up and become 4, and then 4 becomes 8, and then 8 becomes, and it is an exponential increase. And that's one of the reasons why the more you cycle, the more dangerous it is, because the PCR is not perfect. There are always a certain number of errors that are incorporated, and you can very rapidly end up with a false result because of the errors that not only get incorporated, but get magnified with each round of the cycle.
I've heard the PCR test referred to as a genetic photocopier. Is that somewhat?
Yeah, more than a photocopier. I kind of think of it as if your fax machine gets stuck and it keeps sending you the same thing over and over and over again, that's kind of what PCR is.
Now, I also heard another testimony that I think hopefully I get this terminology right, and I would like you to explain to me, because when I heard previous testimony, I wasn't sure I got it right. You used the term reverse transcription of RNA to DNA.
Yes.
Can you explain that in lay terms for me, and why is that such a concern?
Okay, the normal course, the way it usually works in the cell, is you start out with the DNA, and the DNA is transcribed into messenger RNA. The messenger RNA is then moved outside the nucleus of the cell into the main body of the cell. And when it's out there, it's then used as a code to create a protein. So you have this one-way trip up through the system. Reverse transcription refers to mRNA that is in the cell body itself that then ends up being pushed back into the nucleus and then incorporated into the DNA. And then the normal repair mechanisms, and there are several different ways it can happen, but the normal response of the cell when hitting this piece of mRNA that's in the wrong place and isn't properly marked is to copy it and stick it into the DNA. And the reason that that is potentially such a problem is, like, if you had this happen in the cells of your testes or your ovaries, you could introduce a mutation that would go down into subsequent generations. And that's the most dangerous thing you can do, because you can change the genome of your offspring. And it can also go into other cells, like, for example, liver cells is where this has been demonstrated to happen from the mRNA. And cells that are rapidly dividing, like in a developing embryo, every time the cell divides, the nuclear membrane dissolves away to allow the cell division to take place. And during that part of the cell cycle, the cell is vulnerable to accidentally incorporating the mRNA that's present into the DNA. So under normal conditions of cell division, all of that protein production is first stopped, and then the nucleus is dissolved, and then the DNA is divided, and then the nucleus reforms, and only after the nucleus reforms, the cell continues that process of making proteins. So the other issue with reverse transcription, and I think this may play a role in causing cancer, is if you have an insertion occur in the wrong part of a gene, you can turn a good gene into a bad gene, or you can turn a gene that prevents cancer from functioning, you can cause breaks in the DNA. And if you look at what causes cancer, it's cells that are expressing inappropriate proteins at the wrong time and in the wrong place, and the cells are doing things that are wrong. And when you randomly start inserting bits of DNA into the wrong place, you can cause very serious problems. So this reverse transcription is potentially quite dangerous. There are viruses that do it deliberately, and they have specific enzymes for doing that. But it can happen for other reasons, not just for that reason. So that was one of the reasons I did not understand why they went with an mRNA virus. Like, why not just use, take the virus and inactivate it and grind it up and throw little bits in? That's the way we've always done viruses. That works very well. Mm-hmm. And it's relatively low risk. So why did they do this other thing?
So essentially, if I can put it into terms I understand, or think I understand, the DNA is like the blueprints for just about everything in your body.
Right.
And this reverse transcription is potentially, or has the potential for changing that blueprint or that recipe or that plan. And with that potential change in that recipe or plan, the cells that are being built may be corrupted, or they might be something else.
Yes, that's a very good way to think of it. Normally, our bodies are very good at picking up if one of these things are going on, and the cells will either stop dividing and sit there, or they will release signals that indicate that something's gone wrong, and the immune system will come in and destroy that cell, or they will begin affecting the cells next to them, and those cells being affected will put out distress signals to the immune system to come and clean it up. But sometimes that doesn't happen. And one of the more frightening aspects of the COVID vaccine is that there appears to be immune suppression. So you get a situation where viruses that were inactive become active, the immune system is not scouting properly, and you have this mRNA ending up in the cells and causing all kinds of problems, and the immune system is not responding appropriately. I've heard tales from pathologists who, of course, would never say so publicly, but they talk about turbo cancer. And that's a cancer that appears and spreads very rapidly, far more, and not in a characteristic fashion. And again, I don't know if that's true. I don't have access to the data, but I can understand how a turbo cancer could happen.
There's some other terms that are almost ubiquitous. Or in other words, they're being talked about all the time. We had a witness yesterday who mentioned it, and I want to make sure that I understand this properly. Am I right in saying that when the government was telling us that we were going to get 97% efficacy, that they were talking about something called relative efficacy versus absolute efficacy?
Right.
Okay, and from other testimony when I've asked this question, it appears to me that if someone gives you a relative efficacy number, it gives you no idea of what your overall risk to that thing is. And I think someone compared it to two cars speeding down the highway at 300 kilometers an hour. The relative speed is 0, and their absolute speed is 300 kilometers an hour. So if I was to tell you the relative speed, you'd have no idea whether they were driving safely or not.
That's correct, but I like to explain it differently. Imagine you have two groups of people, 100 in one group and 100 in the other. And one group is your case group and one group is your control group. And if just by random chance 3 people get sick and 2 of them happen to be in your case group and 1 happens to be in your control group, you have a very high relative risk occurring in your case group, because twice as many people got sick in your case group as in your control group. So you can say that's a very, very high relative risk. If you want to talk about absolute risk, you'd have to expose all 200 people to the virus and see then what your data would be. Yeah. Now, if you do your relative risk and you know 75% of the population has been exposed in both groups, your relative risk is going to be very similar to your absolute risk. But in a case like where Pfizer, I mean, they did some of their analyses when we were all under pandemic control conditions, and they did not specify what the infection rate was in the populations that they were looking at. And so there's absolutely no way to know if this like 95% or 97% or whatever it was a real value that had any real meaning. And normally, except if you're dealing with big pharma, you will be quoted an absolute risk or you will be quoted a relative risk, and they will put after that 97% RR or AR, and they'll specify what it is that you've got, and they didn't do that. Big pharma generally doesn't.
So if I understand your example, where you talked about 100 people in one group and 100 people in the next, and you got so many sick in one and so many sick in the other, if I was to increase that sample size to 10 million in each group,
right,
and I still had your number, I think it was 3 sick in one and 6 sick in the other,
right,
my relative efficacy in the 10 million sample is the same as the relative efficacy in the 100 sample, but of course the absolute efficacy has changed significantly, because in the first one I had 100 people in the group and 1 got sick, 100 people in the other group and 2 got sick, so relative efficacy of 50%. But if I increase it to 10 million people in each of the group and have 1 again that's sick in one group and 2 sick in the other group, it's still a relative efficacy of the same number.
Yeah.
And did in your opinion, did the general public understand that difference?
My experience has been that many physicians don't understand that difference. So I would not expect the general public to understand that difference.
Okay. You did talk about informed consent.
Yes.
Based on what we just talked about, did folks who were told that it had a 97% or 98% efficacy, were they able to form informed consent on that basis?
It's my opinion that they were lied to.
Let me ask you another question. Did they do testing? You looked at the Pfizer results, or the
Yes.
Pfizer testing that was submitted to Health Canada?
Yes.
Did they do testing on pregnant women?
No.
Did they do testing on children?
As far as I know, no.
Did they inject pregnant women in Manitoba with the vaccines?
Yes, in fact, they made it so mandatory that a friend of mine who refused to take the vax was told by her doctor that he would not attend her delivery. And she and her husband made a decision that they would deliver the baby at home. It was her 4th. It was an uncomplicated pregnancy. But the labor started 4 weeks before her due date, so they became concerned that they might be dealing with a preemie, and they decided she should deliver in the hospital. And when she arrived in the ambulance bay in labor, no one from the obstetrics and gynecology department at that hospital where she was at would come downstairs and treat her, because they said she was unvaxxed and they didn't want anything to do with her. So she sat in the ambulance bay for 30 minutes and finally delivered, having a paramedic attend her, while her husband sat outside in the parking lot trying to follow on a cell phone. The pressure on pregnant women was extreme and totally unethical. They were told they must have this vaccine or I will not attend your delivery. You must have this vaccine or else your husband won't be able to be with you when the baby's born.
I think I heard you say that there was no fertility testing on this vaccine.
As far as I know, no one has looked at the fertility in this vaccine, but they did know well before the vaccine was even released to the public that the vaccine was accumulating in the ovaries and testes and rat tests that they did in Japan. So as far as I know, there's been no testing done to see if fertility's been affected. I have heard anecdotal reports from people in the in vitro community that they're having an increase, they're seeing an increase in infertility in women who previously had successful pregnancies, but that's anecdotal, and again, I have no way of knowing if that is actually factual or not.
Prior to the release of the vaccine and based on your review of the information, was there any carcinogenity testing? In other words, did they do any testing to see if this may or may not cause cancer?
No. And one of the things they did is they cut the testing short after 2 months and declared that it was safe. And cancer takes years to develop. Normally, even turbo cancer takes months to develop. They cut it off at 2 months. There's absolutely no way that they could have done any kind of, had any ideas about testing. They did some rat work, I think, but rats are very different physiologically from humans, and just because you get a result in rats, you know, it doesn't mean that that applies to humans. And I don't know, I'm not familiar, I could be wrong because I haven't seen everything. There's been a lot of literature. I read somewhere that was, at one point there was 700 publications a day coming out on this topic. So speaking from what I personally have seen and bearing in mind that there is stuff that I have not seen, I am not aware of any testing that was done on fertility or cancer.
We had a previous witness describe to us the initial testing, or the testing that was submitted to Health Canada for the Pfizer vaccine. And what that witness described to us was that they had a control group or a placebo group, and they had a second group. And after the close of 2 months, they took the placebo group and injected them with the vaccine, thereby eliminating the placebo group after 2 months of testing.
Yes, I understand that's correct.
Is that common practice?
It's common practice for biochemical, big pharma type people to do stuff like that. It would not be appropriate practice as I understand it. And I don't know how the regulators let that go. As far as I can tell, and I wasn't in the room when this was done, Health Canada did no independent testing of their own. They simply accepted what was being done in the United States as gospel.
Did I hear you right in the beginning when you were talking about your credentials, that you had taught or tutored medical people, students on medical ethics?
Yes. I worked, in the work I was in, we had, the medical students would be broken up into small groups for tutorials of about 12 or 15 students, and one of us would each take one of those groups, and we would be presenting them with a specific case, and it often included an ethical component that they had to discuss with us, and then they had to understand all of the aspects, medically speaking, as far as how this gene worked and so forth, but they also had to understand the treatment proposals and how those would impact, and what kind of ways that that they could provide informed consent and treatment. We do practice a form of ethics in Canada right now, and I'm not talking about MAID. I'm talking about if you have a woman who has a baby who has a specific defect of some sort, she can go and talk to her doctor, and under normal circumstances that I saw when I was involved in human genetics and when I attended clinics, women would be given all the information that we had. There's a 70% probability of this or a 20% probability of that. And then the women would make a choice as to whether to terminate the pregnancy or not. And some of us, myself included, are very much against termination of pregnancy, but we remained absolutely silent about what our personal opinion was. And sometimes a woman would say, I'm going to have the baby anyway. And we might think she was crazy, but we never said anything against her, and we would support her through that. And one of the most valuable lessons I learned watching that was, you know, sometimes a mother would come in and say, there's something wrong with this baby, I can feel it. And every test we had would show there was nothing wrong with the baby, but she'd go on and give birth and there would be something wrong, something desperately wrong. And other times we would say, there's this or that problem with the baby, and she would say, no, this baby's fine. And she would go through with the pregnancy anyway, and the baby would be born, and the baby would be fine. And to me, that illustrates why informed consent is so important, because we as experts, we don't always know everything. And sometimes the gut intuition of some farm wife with a grade 10 education is better than what we experts think. Anyway, that's why informed consent is so important. You give them all the information and they make the decision as to what the right thing is to do. And that was what was missing during the pandemic.
My last question has to do with your family, and I believe you reported out of the 6, 4 had adverse reactions.
Yes, 4 had adverse reactions.
Were any of those 4 adverse reactions reported to and included in the CAFIS system in Canada?
No. My son's tumor has been dismissed by the neurologist in his care as being irrelevant and not in any way related to the vax. The family member who developed pericarditis, it was more than 28 days, so it's considered unrelated. My daughter's situation was recorded as COVID in the unvaccinated, and one of my relatives had long COVID and repeat multiple COVID infections, and in her case it's been attributed to the virus, not the vaccine.
Were those decisions to attribute it to the virus done at the upper level of that system, or were they triaged by the doctor that you were dealing with or the nurse?
It was always done by the doctor or the nurse, and part of the problem is that there's tremendous pressure on members of the medical community to not notice these adverse reactions, and doctors who report too many get in trouble, and they don't want to see it. And the other thing is, I've talked about the brainwashing and the reflexive reaction out of the medical community. I think that the medical community has been more heavily brainwashed and targeted and hit with this stuff than the general public, and they don't want to see it. And if you take the case of the pericarditis in my family, the doctor involved acknowledged that it was probably the vaccine, but there was no way he was going to speak up about it.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Bjorklund-Gordon, I was hoping to adopt your slideshow as an exhibit.
Of course,
you swear to the contents of that slideshow? You created those?
Yes.
They're true to the best of your knowledge?
They're true to the best of my knowledge, yes.
So help you God. Okay.
So help me God.
I will hand it over to Sean.
Sir, it's unusual for me to step in and ask some questions, but I was just hoping to clarify a couple of things that you had said. So one of the commissioners had asked you about, had the reactions in your own family been reported to CAPERS, and I think you said no, with the pericarditis, it was 28 days after. Do you mean after the vaccination?
It was 28 days after her second jab, and therefore was classified as unrelated.
Okay, so she would be considered unvaccinated for 14 days after the second jab.
Well, no, she'd be considered unclassified for unvaxxed for 14 days after her first jab. Then between the first jab and the second jab, she would be considered partially vaccinated.
Okay,
and
okay.
Okay.
So my understanding is in Alberta, people were considered unvaccinated until 14 days after their second jab. Was it different in Manitoba? It's just you're using Alberta statistics, and I live in Alberta. So I think in Alberta, they were considering a person unvaccinated until 14 days after their second shot. Would you know?
I don't know what the Alberta standard was. I know that in Manitoba for a long time they had a classification of partially vaccinated, and later partially vaccinated got rolled into unvaccinated in some jurisdictions. I don't know if Manitoba did that, but the category of partially vaccinated vanished. So you had only vaccinated and unvaccinated, and I don't know where that middle group of partially vaccinated went.
Okay. So in Alberta, you're not sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Where I was wondering is if it's true that Alberta, you weren't vaccinated until 14 days after your second vaccination, you'd have a group of people that just had one shot, and whether they had any reaction at any time that would be a vaccine injury after that, that would still be vaccine or unvaxxed.
Yeah, that would be the case if you're rolling partially vaccinated in with unvaxxed, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we thank you so much for your testimony today. And we're well past our lunch break, so I suggest that we take a break till 2.
I took the first vaccine as told to, recommended the first time round. I was in the hospital in the ER within a few hours. I felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest. Like if you've had a baby and you know that feeling when they're kicking, it was in my chest. I've never felt my heart like that before. I went there, they caught sinus tachycardia when I was standing. So it was like my heart rate was around 130 when I was just standing up. I've never felt that before. They walked me around the ER and my heart rate maintained high. The ER doctor sent me home with request to an emergency Holter, and the emergency Holter came back normal. Then they did an echo, that came back normal. Was sent to a second cardiologist who was going to do a POTS tilt test. So POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So it's where a person stands up, their heart rate will usually spike to 130 plus, and their blood pressure can either plummet or skyrocket. So the cardiologist at the Royal Alec thought that that might be what I had. At this point, I'd never passed out or fainted. I just had a slew of symptoms, like probably 20 plus at this point. My GI was a problem after coming back home from the hospital. My heart rate continued to rise. I was out of work for about 5 to 7 weeks before I was able to take on a client again. I was a massage therapist, professional for humans and horses prior to the first vaccine. I slowly started taking on one client at a time or so, 5 to 7 weeks after. And then it was months before I was able to get the tilt test, unfortunately, because COVID and the hospitals were busy and restrictions and everything. So I had the first vaccine in April, and it wasn't until November that I finally got my tilt test. The cardiologist at this point had told me not to get the second vaccine because he needed to do more, he wanted to do more research on me and needed to figure out why I had a reaction. At the same time, without the cardiologists acknowledging it, Alberta Health put on a whole set of doctors themselves to determine whether or not I had an adverse reaction in the first place. This was also my personal family doctor, who's been my doctor for, at that point, 5+ years. Didn't know about Alberta Health putting on doctors on my case. He had no idea. So in addition to the tilt test, my cardiologist had said I did not have POTS at the time because I didn't pass out. That was what he had told me. In the same conversation, he told me that I had to have a personal responsibility to know, to get the second vaccine. And he left the room, and the resident cardiologist that was also watching stayed and continued to talk to me about getting the second vaccine alongside the nurse that was there to help me with the tilt test. So they lectured me for probably about together 15 minutes straight about me getting the second vaccine and that this was just a coincidence and that they were really worried for me because I had a past blood clot. So with COVID causing blood clots, the cardiologists were like, you need to get the second vaccine. I don't have POTS apparently because I didn't pass out. They dismissed everything else and told me to see a neurologist for my anxiety. So my family doctor was never on board with me getting the second vaccination. Immediately after the first one, he said, don't do it, that's a reaction. But Alberta Health called me and told me that based on everything that they've seen, all of my tests are normal, and this was after the tilt test. Alberta Health's doctors pushed forward and said that I need to get the second vaccination. There is no adverse reaction. So even though I was in the ER hours after and out of work for weeks and continued to have symptoms and never got back to my full work ethic, they told me that I needed to get the second vaccine. I ended up getting the second vaccine. I felt extremely pressured, and I was scared both ways around. I was afraid to get COVID. I was afraid to get the second vaccine, but I didn't understand what was going on with me. Around December, early January of 2022, 2021 into 2022, I did get a little better. I started taking on about 5 clients a day. I was doing a little bit more yoga. I used to teach yoga as well prior to all of this. But it was still not quite what it was, but I could tell, I could stand up, I could do things a little bit more normally. That, again, from April to December, that was the amount of time that had happened. So January, I took the second vaccine, January 8th, 2022. Within 24 hours, I was passing out. So, the slew of symptoms that I had before not only came back, but they came back tenfold, and I had more symptoms. I was not able to communicate with anyone like I am right now. I'm on a lot of different medications right now to get past brain fog and the neurological symptoms that POTS causes. My doctor was really, really upset. He didn't know what to do. I went to the ER at the U of A hospital is where I went. And the doctor there and the cardiologist there and the neurologist there, all of them basically had their hands in the air. My tests were coming back okay, but the sinus tachycardia was there. So I had to do my own research on POTS, and I found Standing Up for POTS organization on Facebook and dysautonomiainternational.org. So through them, I found Dr. Raj, he's a cardiologist, autonomic specialist in Calgary, who handles POTS. So after that, my doctor gave me the referral to him. It definitely felt like the doctors were being pushed between a rock and a hard wall with the government. In particular, mine, several times, like I said, he's been my family doctor now for over 6 years, and I had never seen him so distraught. I would come in over my symptoms and what to do, and he just would slump in his chair and just like, he didn't know what to do with me. He didn't know how to handle anything, and he just kept saying, the government shouldn't have pushed this so hard. And he actually didn't get his boosters because of me as well, because he doesn't trust what's going on quite yet. He wants more research to be done. But yeah, the doctors were pretty all clearly told to push the vaccine regardless of potential issues. And I'm now still taking constant medication throughout the day. I need all of this, and this is more than just like I need it in the morning, I need it in the afternoon, and in the evening. I started taking beta blockers at 32 years old for my heart. I'm on blood pressure medication, both because I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS this year. So hyperPOTS means I get tons of adrenaline dumps randomly. So basically your normal adrenaline times 6 is what I get randomly. And it happens when I'm sleeping, and my heart rate will spike to 170, 180. Me getting up without medication, doing like normal things, 200 for my heart rate. Like it's insane. So yeah. Like I said before, I was really, really active with the community, with my family, with my kids especially. Now, mornings are not okay for me. Like I can't function normally in the morning. Getting up, again, my heart rate every morning, it's insane. So before I get out of bed, I have to take medication, but the medication takes half hour, 45 minutes to kick in. So I'm kind of idle in those moments. I'm really not able to be present at all with anyone in the morning. And honestly, for about 3 hours after I wake up, just my brain everything is slow. I don't understand things the right way. Sometimes my hearing will even be off. Like my digestive system, like eating I can't, my diet has changed insanely. I can't have anything I used to have. Having a meal with my family, I always have to have something different pretty much than what they have, unless it's like fresh meat and fresh everything. I can't do gluten or dairy, so, going for ice cream with the kids, it's getting them something, and I just don't. I can no longer, walk my kids to school. I can no longer go to their school without having to plan days in advance, because I know it's going to take a lot of energy for me to be present with a bunch of other people, because my nervous system has to take that all in. So riding in the car, like anything you have to do that your nervous system has to do, mine is like a switch and I don't get to decide who's pulling the switch. It just happens. So eye dilation, like pretty much everything you can think about with your body, it is no longer normal for me. On a good day, I need a cane, and sometimes I can walk a while without it, like around the house, as long as I'm medicated, as long as I'm doing all of my salt as well. So before, within 3 hours of being awake, I need to take in at least 3 liters of water. And in addition to 3 liters of water, I need about 10,000 to 12,000 milligrams of salt and sodium. So this is what, I just did a comparison. So this is what a normal person needs, about 1.9 grams, and this is what I need in a day now. So the reason I need so much salt is because my body gets rid of it and it constantly is dehydrated. Adding salt and water helps my blood volume try to go up to my brain and my heart. A part of people with POTS, when we stand up, our blood volume goes down. We're basically allergic to gravity. So when I stand, if I don't have a bunch of water, this is one of the reasons we can pass out. Like, our blood volume does not get to our heart and head properly. So I have to wear, these are not just normal like yoga leggings. These are medical grade compression garments. And I have to wear a full corset or medical grade abdominal binder as well, because the blood pools in my abdomen, it pools in my thighs. If you have POTS, the compression socks are not enough. You need full compression above your hips and into your abdomen. So this is my daily attire. I often without it, I don't feel great. Exercise. So I've become extremely exercise intolerant. So going for walks with my family, that's not happening easily. It just doesn't. To get better with POTS right now, the cure is, there's no cure. It's a diagnosis for life, and you have to take care of yourself. So I have to do water, compression, salt, and then I attempt to exercise, but it is very hard. So recumbent bike, so things that are on like lower, things that I can, nothing standing, nothing elevated. But even then some, like as long as I can go the first 10 minutes like rowing without passing out, I can usually make it through 45 minutes, which is, 45 minutes 5 times a week is what my goal is. But half the time I end up passing out, or I have to stop because I have to get sick. I physically get sick. Working out for me is an extreme challenge. On occasion though, I can finish the workout and I actually do feel better after for a little bit, but it's like a massive wave. And now we're, let's see, it's March, end of March. So I was diagnosed last April officially, or it was April or May that I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS, vasovagal syncope, and suspected MCAS, which is mast cell activation syndrome. And at this point, I'm living better than I was, but it's in part due to it's not because my condition is gone, it's because we've all had to change. My kids know that I'm not there in the morning. They know that they both can't come at me at the same time with something exciting or with something awful. Dealing with fights is awful. There's so much that has changed. Nothing about our life is the same, like nothing. No, I am actually in the vaccine injury program. So it's a program that Canada has for people like myself who have injuries directly after the vaccinations. However, I will say that this program is insane. So I applied to it last June. I am just now in phase 2. So phase 1 is they get all the information that they can on you, essentially, and they decide whether or not it's worthwhile to take you. So they decided for me it was worthwhile, but now they're on the medical board. So they're collecting all of my medical records for the last 3 years to see my health records prior to the vaccinations and then directly after. Yeah, so it's taking a lot of time. It could take, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe it's set up to 18 months to decide whether or not I am actually vaccine injured. And I, at this point, also am being represented by James SM Kitchen because he is fantastic and understands that I was absolutely healthy prior to this, and I am now disabled, unable to do anything I was normally able to do. And the government's, we have not received any help at all. We've not received help. I had a career and I was often bringing in income through different sources like massage therapy, yoga, art, lots of different things. And my health is so inconsistent right now. There are days like I'm with you right now and I'm able to be with you right now, but there are days where I can't talk and I can't do anything because my head just hurts because I can feel my heart rate. And there are days where I can't eat anything and I try and I just puke. It just doesn't happen. No matter what I do, I'm still chronically ill. Yeah. Honestly, before this, I had never had doctors to the extent that they did just tell me something like that this is anxiety. I heard that so consistently throughout taking the first vaccine, throughout the second, and after the second vaccine, sitting in the Alberta University Hospital, the cardiologist, Gordon, I forget his name, but he was the head cardiologist for his department. He was kind, and at this point I had been accepted into Dr. Raj, so I told him I was going to see Dr. Raj, the autonomic specialist. But before I had said that, and he came in to see me in the ER, he tried to tell me, well, this could be an anxiety attack. And this is the first time at this point, second vaccine, I'm passing out now, I'm sick all over the place. This doctor is trying to tell me it's anxiety. It's just like, I put my hand up. I was like, no, you don't get to tell me that now. I listened to, it took 11 or 12 doctors to finally get a diagnosis, and most of those doctors are specialists. Those are neurologists, cardiologists. Multiple times I heard anxiety. I was a yoga educator for a decade. I understand anxiety. I have 2 children. I have moved countries to be with my husband. I understand anxiety. What I have, this is not anxiety. It causes anxiety because I can't go someplace now without worrying about passing out and freaking someone out. I can't live my life normally. Yeah, it causes anxiety. But the doctors gaslighting, telling me it is anxiety, it's in your head. Basically, this is not POTS, this is not something bigger than what it is. I don't know about your other symptoms. Yeah, and I know that there are hundreds of other people out there being gaslit by their doctors, and it's not, I have to put blame on the doctors and the government for this one, because the doctors should be able to say, I don't know. And I'm tired of doctors telling me it's something it isn't because they don't know, or because the government, oh, well, this is so new, the COVID-19 with the vaccine, it's so new. I kept hearing that too. Yes, so then admit that it's new and that there are going to be problems, and you need to help the people that it's being a problem for. There's 3 sides to this. It's not just black and white. And when there's a freaking pandemic, you would think that doctors and government would work together to help people, not just to be like, oh, look, fluff, we covered it. We did that. We did something. Now we're making our doctors say something about this. We're making them tell patients that if they have extra stuff, that it's anxiety because the doctors have to push the vaccinations. There's just so much to this that's wrong. I have no clue. I have joined a lot of different dysautonomia pages, which is POTS falls under this dysautonomia umbrella, and everyone with POTS is very different. You can have POTS and not pass out, which is, I fully believe I had POTS after the first vaccination, I had POTS. I just didn't have an autonomic specialist to tell me that because our tests all come back normal. So other than autonomic testing. But my future, I'm hoping I'm hoping at some point I can do what I did. I miss yoga. I miss horseback riding. I miss helping horses, being around horses. I miss being a mother. Like the mom guilt like that you have throughout the pandemic normally, yeah, that was bad. Mom guilt and then becoming disabled on top of that? Like, there's nothing that could have prepared me for this. Nothing. And no one, like, everyone, I don't know. Everyone else is seeming to move on and live and be able to do things, whereas my family has to very carefully step forward. We have to very carefully do things, and honestly, we're pinned in a corner still waiting for help, like from the government. I'm lucky that my parents are who they are and that they've been able to help me pay for my medication. Like, I had nothing before, nothing. This is like, I take like tons of pills a day now, and I need them. Without them, I am bedbound. So I'm hopeful that, you know, I hear stories from POTS patients that they just keep pushing through, keep drinking the water, keep trying to exercise, continue. But that's what my future is right now, is keep trying to be normal. And even once I get there, I still have POTS. This will always loom over me. You could pass out. Like, a lot of people do go into remission with POTS, and then suddenly they're just out again and hit like a brick. So I'm hopeful that I can get into more of a remission state, that I am able to talk to you now, which wouldn't have happened this time last year. But I'm not sure what my future holds. I have no idea. I cannot do anything normal. Holding a job, there's no way I could hold a normal job. Like a typical, I couldn't get clients right now. I couldn't schedule them. I'd have to reschedule half of them, if not more. And yeah, my health is just really unpredictable. So I'm hopeful for some sort of a future beyond my house. That'd be great. And yeah, feeling like being 33, feeling like you're a senior citizen waiting on life just to come to you. That's really hard. It's really hard. So you get messages from friends who care, and you know that everyone cares, but no one knows how to help. And you don't know how to say, I don't know how to ask for help in the ways that I need. Because a lot of the time, it's with POTS, it's hard to be around people. It takes energy, and you're only, they have the spoon theory with POTS. I like to think of it as a point system because I don't understand this. I don't know why they use spoons. But every day I'm given a set of points, say 5 points in the morning, and every day's different. So one day it could be 5 points, one day it could be 1, one day it could be 12. But normally it's around 5, and each activity takes points. So getting up to go to the restroom, that takes points. Yeah, like anything position changing, like, oh shoot, I dropped something, I have to bend down. Well, that's 3 points. Now you're gonna have to sit down for an hour because you just used up your points. That was it. Like it's awful. It's not living, it's surviving. Yeah. Why aren't you helping me? Where's your excuse? Has this been over a year that I've been like this? Why? Why? My family didn't need this. Like, if we didn't have my families to help me, we would have lost everything by now. My house, everything, everything. But why is this vaccine injury program the only thing available for someone like myself? It's unacceptable. And why did you tell the doctors to continue to push the vaccinations when they come to you after the first one with any issue after any vaccination, after any shot, the flu shot, anything? That's a reaction. If you have something happen to you after, that is a reaction. My pharmacist immediately knew you had a reaction. My doctor, family doctor who's known me for years, that's a reaction. Why can't the government admit that? Why did they have to put a full team that was unknown to my doctor on my case to tell me that I didn't actually have a reaction? Why are you gaslighting me? Why? I'm smarter than that. I'm an educated woman. I am a mother, I'm a wife, and have been a really awesome part of my community for a long time. So why would you not want to help someone like me, anyone struggling? It's just like they just wanted, I don't understand their goal here with this, any of this. It is worse than any hell I could have ever imagined. Like, yeah. Imagine literally waking up one morning and you can no longer eat what you love. You can no longer do activities that you love. You can no longer visit with people that you love because you physically can't. You can no longer leave your house easily without consequence. I can't drive anymore. And I used to take my kids driving. Like, I used to going out to all the range roads so that I could visit horses. Like, everything's different. And the response from the government is not only wrong, it's inhumane. It's not okay to have citizens feeling and going through everything that I've gone through. I have solid diagnoses. Like, I have a 5+ page paper from Dr. Raj, and it notes all of my reaction after the vaccinations. So I don't understand what there is to argue. I have specialists, I have doctors that are behind me now. So why is the government not? Doesn't make sense. I did exactly what they asked me to do. And they're just like, you could apply for the $600, refund for March. It's like, do you know what it's like to feed a family of 4 for a couple months? You think $600 extra for help is really gonna? No, no. So.
It changed a lot of things for me because obviously I had to switch to online school as a student. Student athlete, couldn't play basketball anymore for the school, and I couldn't even go to the gym and work out because everything was shut down, right? And as an engineering student, it was hard also because it's hard to do labs online. It just didn't make any sense because we had to go buy our own stuff, create our own space at home to be able to do the labs and do the projects that we were assigned. And it just would have been so much easier for me to be able to go on campus and, actually use the facility and everything they have there in the school. Well, again, I wouldn't really know because we're all online, right? We're all basically on our own. So I wouldn't really know, but I'm sure there were students that struggled, more than I did, man. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I just did whatever I could at home, pretty much, because like I said, because I played basketball through the school, right? And I love playing basketball, and just because of the whole thing, I wasn't able to, we weren't able to play basketball for the school anymore. And on top of that, I couldn't go even get shots up at the gym, at the rec center, or even work out. So I had to manage at home. I didn't have a basketball hoop at home, so I just, kind of did whatever I could, push-ups and whatever, in the basement. And yeah, just had to figure it out. But, I just didn't have the access to everything I was accustomed to. For me personally, it wasn't that big of an issue because generally I don't have a huge amount of friends personally, or people that I keep close contact with. I just have a few. Obviously I have other friends, but I just don't keep as close contact as the closest ones I have, and they all go to our church, and and we were able to meet sometimes when the church would allow us, and we were able to even through FaceTime and things like that, just keep in touch, talk to each other. So it wasn't, that side of things wasn't really that big of a deal for me, at least. Yeah, there's a few people, like, because a lot of people at church, I knew a couple of people around my age, they have friends close friends in the schools and stuff, and at work even. But for me, it just wasn't the case, like I said. So they wouldn't be able to see their friends or their close friends from school and work. And I think it impacted them because they would have the habit of going to like on trips and stuff like that with their friends. And again, like I said, for me, that wasn't really the case because that's not really what I do that much. So. They would have been in grade 11 actually when it kind of started, when the pandemic kind of started. So I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, they would have ended their season like halfway through or something in grade 11, and then wouldn't have been able to play the entire grade 12 year. So like just from the people I talked to, they were obviously angry, and because like I said, like that's the time to get it. That's the shot to get a scholarship. It's your final year. Like if you want to go, unless you already have one from the previous years, but most of the athletes don't, right? So it's your final year, and you want to get a scholarship if you want to play post-secondary basketball, and just not even being able to show your ability to coaches and stuff, right? And then you have to, since you can't play your senior year, you have to try to find a school that will take you and offer you and give you a scholarship and during the summer. And if you want to go to school in the fall in September, it's just like there might not even be enough time for you to find a school that wants you to play on the basketball team and then apply and get accepted in your program at the school. So, I think a lot of them ended up actually taking a year off and then just trying to figure it out from there. It was hard. Like I feel them. It was hard. So. Like I said, it's the Lord, and I just had to, trust. There's like a beautiful scripture that says, "Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in your way." So, and that kind of got me through that, and it basically just means like just look to, to Jesus, because obviously he has the high perspective. Like I don't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on, but he is above all else, and he is looking down so he can see how it's going to play out. And through that I was able to have clarity, and he was able to guide me, and just trusting him, because at that point I'm like, he's brought me this far, like all the things like my family has been through, like even just being able to come to Canada, he's like been with us. So why not just keep trusting and looking to him and for guidance and as an example. So. And that's what got me through. It's just my faith. Yeah. Yeah, I think they probably trusted in something, or hoped in something, and I think we see the evidence, the results of that, and I think for the most part, like we see the consequences. Like it didn't turn out good for a lot of people. Like I think like if your hope isn't in the one, right, then like everything else is gonna fail. So and I think we see the evidence and the consequences of that. So. Again, obviously, just speaking from the perspective of a 21-year-old and 18, 19, 20-year-olds, again, for just speaking on the athletes again, I think they could have done a better job, perhaps, just being more mindful of them and their opportunities, even not just the athletes, because even just regular students trying to get into, post-secondary. Like, I know at that time it was hard for a couple of them, just even deciding whether they even wanted to go because of everything that was happening. So I think, just being just more mindful of them, like just giving the athletes opportunities to maybe even, I don't know, show what their talents and stuff, just to be able to get into these schools that they want to. And like maybe like individual sessions with like just contact, coaches and stuff at the post-secondary level, and just have individual sessions with the kids, because obviously, like, I think it would have helped them a lot if they felt like, they were heard more, or if they felt like things are being done to help them, get into these schools.
We're counting down now. Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry in Winnipeg as we continue day 2. Our next witness is joining us virtually, Brian Giesbrecht. Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, and we can hear you. I'll ask if you could state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Brian Giesbrecht, B-R-I-A-N, Giesbrecht, G-I-E-S-B-R-E-C-H-T.
And Brian, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, my understanding is that you were a provincial court judge in Manitoba for 31 years.
That's right.
And for 15 of those years, you were the associate chief judge of the provincial court in Manitoba.
Yes.
And for 8 months in 1993, you were actually the acting chief judge.
Yes.
Now, you are retired now, and you've been retired for approximately 15 years, but since retiring, you have been writing extensively on free speech and Indigenous issues.
Yes.
And prior to COVID, you had regular columns in a few newspapers.
Yes, I wrote for various publications.
So can you tell us when COVID hit, what happened with your writing?
Well, I'm associated with the Frontier Center for Public Policy, and my colleagues and I fairly early on began to look particularly at what was happening in Sweden. The approach that they were taking in Sweden seemed to simply make a lot of sense to us. And really what it was the traditional pandemic policy that the provinces had followed. In fact, all of the Western world had followed for many decades. So I was writing most of the articles on that, but I began writing articles such as one was titled Sweden is doing it right, we're doing it wrong, that sort of thing. And then I teamed up with an emergency planning expert by the name of David Redman. He's known to, I think, a lot of people here. He's done very extensive work in this field, and he's a retired lieutenant colonel with the armed forces, very experienced in emergency planning, and he had been trying to make some headway in his own province of Alberta, trying to speak to the senior people and basically talking about the emergency plans that had always worked in the past, that they'd always used, and the lockdown plan is practically the opposite of the normal plan. So we wrote some articles together, and basically what I expected was that there should be some reasonable discussion about which parts of Sweden's approach worked and which didn't. In other words, there would be an objective determination about this. And that's, in fact, what the Swedish architect of the plan, Anders Tegnell, originally said. He said, look, this is a good opportunity for everybody because Sweden will be basically the like a test tube experiment. We could compare results and we can adjust and say, okay, what's working in Sweden, what is not, and we can transfer that to the other country. That didn't happen. I was very surprised that the reaction was almost uniformly hostile. We had mainstream newspapers, even internationally. New York Times wrote a scathing account about Sweden and how people were just dying like flies. It wasn't true. It's not true. And as a matter of fact, Sweden has done at least as well and probably better than most of its European counterparts, just by taking its very hands-off approach during the lockdown. They did not close schools. They did not shut down business.
And Brian, I'm just going to focus you because we're just, if I can focus you on to kind of what happened with your writing. We've got to keep witnesses focused today, and so I'm just really curious about what happened to your writing and have you contrast that with pre-COVID.
Yeah, I get that, Sean. My point there is that the reaction was hostile. The idea that anybody could take a different view on any lockdown subjects seemed to be absolutely discouraged, and the mainstream newspapers were particularly harsh on anyone who didn't sort of conform. So that was my experience. I was writing articles right throughout the pandemic, and David Redden was making presentations to many people. But people were very divided because there were certainly people interested in what the non-lockdown people were saying. But half of the population at least seemed to be hostile to any suggestion that things could be done a different way. That was my point there.
Okay. I want to switch gears and actually talk about your experience as a judge, because actually being a judge for a full 31 years itself is quite exceptional. And some of us, we walk into a courtroom and the judge is up there in their robes and it's almost like they're in a different world. And I think the average person does not appreciate that judges are part of our community and that they're also influenced by kind of what the political or social trend is at the time. And I'm wondering if you can speak about that and maybe give us some examples, as when you were a judge, how you felt pressure on you to go certain ways depending on what was happening in the community at the time.
Yeah, I can think back to one time, and this was during the 1980s when what were called the satanic ritual abuse cases were being heard, and there were a couple of sensational cases where children had been coached, I guess, to come up with these stories about satanic sexual abuse, etc. And there were actually people who spent years in jail as a result of false claims. In any event, the pressure on people, on not just judges, but police officers, social workers, etc. at the time was to believe all children. In other words, every claim a child made, no matter how preposterous, must be accepted. Now, of course, that's not reasonable. Children don't always tell the truth, neither do adults. But there was a great deal of pressure at the time. But I don't think that was anything compared to the pressure judges must have been under when this pandemic struck. And I'm here as an armchair quarterback. I will be critical of what the Canadian courts did or didn't do. No, but I want to make the point. I'm speaking as a private citizen here.
Can I just back you up? Because I really do want people to understand that judges do feel pressure about what's going on. So you were talking about this time where there was kind of this hysteria about satanic child abuse and pressure on the authorities. Was there pressure on you as a judge to basically, kind of believe children when, they were witnesses in court because of that social pressure?
Yes, exactly, and that was just an example that I can think of, but I don't think it was nearly as strong an influence as what it must have been like to be a judge, or really people in any position of authority when this pandemic struck, because of course people were taken by surprise, and everything was new to people. In most cases, people had not really undergone anything similar before. So,
and I'm just going to take you back.
So
there,
before I criticize, I want to recognize this fact. Yeah.
So I just want to take you back there because again, I want to make sure that people understand that point is. And we were talking on an earlier occasion. You expressed to me that you felt similar pressure when spousal abuse became a big issue and arguably in the court system could be described as a political issue. And I'm wondering if you can describe that period and also whether as a judge you felt pressure then to basically find that certain witnesses were credible versus other witnesses.
Yes, I think so. I think at one point, again, fairly early on, spousal abuse began to receive a great deal of attention, and it deserved it because for many years the abuse of a spouse was considered no big deal. Well, the law took a turn. It got a lot of attention, as it should have, but then as the pendulum very often swings too far, and there was definitely pressure on people, on judges, to say believe all women, which is just as silly as the idea that you believe all children, all human beings of every gender and age and ethnic group, etc., either tell the truth or don't tell the truth or think they're telling the truth when they're not. So there was a great deal of pressure during that time, and judges were very often under pretty strong criticism if the account of an abused woman was not accepted. So that is another example.
So now
I would offer of something similar. Yeah.
So and then you were sharing with us already that in your estimation, the pressure on judges to basically follow the COVID narrative, and appreciating you're now an armchair judge, but you're giving us the impression that you felt that would have been quite enormous pressure on judges.
I think so. The pandemic was a shocking event for everybody. So I expect that judges were just as affected as everybody else. They had to live through things as well. They had to completely adjust their work routines, etc. And I think they probably generally were all from the demographic, say middle-aged, upper middle income people who were more likely to be within the group of people who were most concerned or even afraid of the virus. I think statistically that's true, and that the younger people were less afraid, and the older people, particularly in the upper income groups, were much more cautious than the younger people.
Now, can I ask you, because as a former judge, you would be interested in what the courts were doing with COVID. Can you share with us your thoughts on how the courts handled COVID? And I'm just even to focus you more, concerning perhaps defending the rights that we had under both common law and under our Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Well, like many people, I think I'd say I was surprised and quite disappointed with the response of the courts when people did make challenges to the lockdown rules, particularly the most overreaching of the the rules. I think generally that the citizen expects the judge to stand between him and government overreach, and I have to say that in Canada, I don't think generally that did happen. And again, it's easy for me to criticize because I'm sure it's very tough hearing these cases, but the response seemed to be generally that, well, if the government and their health people make some sort of policy rule, then who are we as judges to question that? And so often they simply, almost always, they just deferred to the health authorities, and I think that was wrong. I was comparing this to the decisions that were coming out of the United States. Now, I would expect in something like this, most of the decisions would uphold the government regulations. That only makes sense. But there they did have a lively and vigorous testing of the rules. And I think that was very, very necessary and helpful. I'll just give one example if I can, or maybe two. That judge that struck down the mandate requirement for masks on airplanes in the United States. Well, the government was going to appeal, but they never did. I think the judge actually got the government off the hook on that one because the mask mandate on planes at that time made no sense and did not cause any problems when it was removed. But the fact is that Americans for many months were traveling on airplanes while Canadians still had to wear masks on the planes. And for some people that causes real problems, especially on a long flight. Vaccine mandates were the other example where American courts had struck down several of the most egregious vaccine mandates months and months before these things were finally put to rest in Canada. And those vaccine mandates caused, especially for people who say had previously been infected and didn't need the vaccine in the first place or whatever, they caused tremendous hardship. People lost their jobs while all of this was going on. Well, I do think that if people had the sense that they could go to court and get a fair hearing and have a chance to have the most egregious government policies removed, they would have done so. But I think the feeling was, at least my impression is that people felt that there really was no purpose in taking something to court here because it would just not be.
Can I ask you to
nothing would happen.
I'll just, sorry to break in, but can I ask you to give us a couple of examples, perhaps from Manitoba, of cases that would have given people in Manitoba the feeling that there's really no point in going to court?
Well, I was following the church cases, and we had in Manitoba, as you know, some situations, for instance, where the southern Manitoba churches were even going to the extent of holding church services outdoors or sitting in cars, and yet the police were still called, and or even the funerals where people were not able to say goodbye to dying relatives. Well, I think that was government overreach really. I don't think that even in Wuhan, China,
Brian,
the government
I'm just going to have to stop you and ask if you could turn off your video because your audio is breaking up, and so I think we need the bandwidth. So at least we have your video. We just must have a bad internet connection.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. But it's important that we hear what you say. So I'm just wondering, so you're talking about the lockdown case. Can you tell us what happened in that case and why that might have caused Manitobans to think that the court was not going to stand between the state and themselves?
Well, just generally, and I'm not putting myself forward as an expert on any of these cases, but I think just generally, the people who did bring the case to court thought that they had a very legitimate point, and basically being able to attend church, especially if it's done outdoor sitting in your car, that would be reasonable. I think that there are many other examples of overreach by the government. For instance, my personal example is going out for a hike in a park and finding that the outdoor hiking trails were closed. Well, I think that
Brian, I
was,
just want to focus you because I'm trying to get you to a place we talked about in an interview. So you were telling me about Justice Joyle in the Manitoba lockdown case and about him privileging the government's position. And so can you please share that with us?
Okay,
and then I wanted to take you to that Ontario Court of Appeal case and your thoughts on the judicial system generally.
Okay, and I don't want to be critical of Justice Joyle. He's an excellent judge. He's a very excellent judge. But just generally, I think that some of the bylaws, some of the rules that were made in Manitoba were particularly unreasonable. And I think that I'll just say this, that citizens should have had the expectation that they could go to court and have a reasonable chance of having the judges, and I'm not critical of any particular judge here, have judges look at that and not simply tell them, well, whatever the public health authorities decide is good enough for me. So I think I'll leave the Manitoba one at that. I'm certainly happy to discuss that Ontario case by all means.
Sure, if you can. So before we leave the Manitoba lockdown case, so would I be fair in summarizing that it's the fact that there was deference given to the provincial public health authorities and basically accepting that as true without actually testing it, that was the concern?
Yes, I think that's right. I would just say that generally the being too quick to simply accept the decision of the public health officials is not something that the judges should do. And I think that judges probably are doing a lot of discussion about, they're having a lot of discussion about the role they played or didn't play during the pandemic. And I just point out once again that it's easy for me to criticize. I didn't have to do it.
Right. Now, so the Ontario Court of Appeal decision we're referring to as JN versus CG. Do you want to share your thoughts on that, and then kind of your thoughts on what the ramifications are for the court if this continues?
Yeah, as I recall, that particular case, a mother who had custody of children did not want to have the two children she had custody of vaccinated. And she had definitely done her homework. She was obviously a very capable person. And the separated father went to court and wanted to have the children vaccinated. Now, I read the decision of the motions judge and I was totally impressed. I thought the judge really took a lot of time to objectively review the evidence, and the judge came to the decision that the woman, that she had custody after all, should have the right to decide whether those children were vaccinated or not. But when it was taken up to the Court of Appeal, and not to be too smug here about or too quick to judge, but I think that the Court of Appeal basically just said, whatever the provincial authorities decide, that should stand. So I would be critical, if I'm right about that they gave too much deference to the provincial authorities, the health authorities, and just because it was under the name of health or emergency, they didn't properly look into the findings that the motions judge made and the evidence that the wife in that case presented. I would be critical of how they decided that case.
No,
and I think that, yeah, go ahead.
Well, you had said something profound to me when we had a conversation. You'd said to me, you know, if the Ontario Court of Appeal is saying that you can take what the government says at face value, then you don't need courts. And I'm wondering if you, first of all, remember saying that, and if you do, if you can comment on what you mean.
Yes. If the court is simply going to accept any decision that is made by a government official, then what is the purpose of the court? The citizen needs the court to stand between themselves and the government, and relies on the court to protect liberties. And if the court is really not doing that, then I do ask that question: what is the purpose of the court? And I think on an even larger scale, I think all of us are going to have to ask: is Canada still the country we thought it was before the pandemic? In other words, our individual liberties, are they valuable, or have we somehow decided to give them up whenever a virus comes to call? So I think there's some pretty big questions that we all have to ask ourselves, and I do believe that the legal profession and judges are probably asking themselves these questions right now. And they're pretty big questions.
Brian, I know that the social media team at the NCI is going to be very upset with me if I don't ask you to turn your video on, and then I have you ask that question again. Because your answer, I think, is of tremendous importance, and I think people should see you when you say it. So I basically brought back to you that in an earlier conversation you had shared with me that if the Ontario Court of Appeal, and I think we could say courts generally, are saying that you can take what the government says at face value, then you don't need the courts. And so if once again with your video on you can comment on what you meant by that and what the ramifications for us as a nation are.
Yes, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but I am suggesting that now that this pandemic episode has passed, everybody has to ask themselves some pretty big questions. I think judges have to ask themselves whether or not they did play the proper role during the pandemic in protecting people's rights. And the country as a whole has to ask itself the question: are civil liberties and individual rights important to us any longer? Or are we, after this pandemic episode, wanting to live in a different country where we don't have to exercise individual rights, where we rely upon the government to do everything for us? So I think these are very big questions, and I've been pondering this for some time, because it seems to me that Canada is not the country, or right now, as we're emerging from this pandemic, is not the country I think it was before the pandemic started. So I do expect that many people, media people too, and our politicians are going to have to ask themselves some very, very serious questions about the role they played during this pandemic. And I live in Manitoba, and Manitoba was, I think, in many cases, particularly draconian in some of the rules and laws we set. And I referred to the cases where people couldn't even attend their funerals for dying family members, or etc., or even go to church.
Okay, and Brian, I'm just gonna
do we want to live in such a country?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. We have to keep the witnesses a little tight today, and I want to give the commissioners an opportunity to ask you any questions if they have any.
Sure.
And there are questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Have you ever noticed a time when the world came together, as it has in the past 3 years, in one mind, all levels of government, the judiciary, the administrators at school board levels, for example, where everybody seemed to be on one mind, excepting the people who were arguing that our civil liberties were being deprived?
No, this was new to me, and it was, to be quite honest, a very frightening experience. I don't know how to explain it, but it does seem that there was some sort of, I don't know if the various leaders all made this at the same time or how it came about, but I have never experienced such a thing, and I do not believe it was a healthy experience.
And my second question is, on social media, somewhere in the middle of the pandemic, there was a photo circulating on social media that had the Supreme Court judges, saying they were all vaxxed in unity. And the message to the people was that the judges were vaxxed, why aren't we? So I just wondered, it seemed to me that there was a lot of posturing in that photo circulating, and I'm going to admit that I don't know the authenticity of that photo. But what are your thoughts on the separation of powers? Because we've always had the legislature on one side and the judiciary on the other. And what was that picture circulating around social media doing in terms of promoting the government narrative as opposed to that perceived independence of the judiciary?
Well, just generally, I believe from the start that vaccination should be a personal decision. And without going into the vaccine too much, because I'm not a medical doctor or scientist, but I mean, it was known from the beginning that people who chose to be vaccinated would still be infected and could still spread the disease, just like unvaccinated people. So there was never a reason in the first place to somehow demonize unvaccinated people who chose for whatever reason they cared to not to be vaccinated. And I think the campaign, which was more than just a health campaign, became something quite unhealthy when people were pushed and more than pushed into choosing vaccination. And here in this province, Manitoba, we saw what was almost a demonization of people who were called anti-vaxxers. And this was particularly targeted. It was quite ugly against the people of southern Manitoba, and even our main newspapers seem to.
Brian, can I just forget? I
have to say, even the politicians sort of took aim at these people. Yeah.
David, can I have the mic for a sec? So, Brian, sorry, but I think the commissioner was asking you really about whether it was appropriate for the Supreme Court of Canada to pose saying that they were vaccinated, because then they're basically participating in politics, and traditionally we've had a separation between the legislative branch of government and the courts that are supposed to be apart. And so I think the commissioner was asking you to comment on what it seems to be the courts engaging in a political message in support of the
yes,
government.
And I apologize for not answering, not being clear, but I'm agreeing. I'm saying that this campaign, which even included the judges in this vaccination claim, this is not something that we should have. That is not something that should have been done, and it contributes to division. It did not contribute to anything healthy. So I'm agreeing with this person. I'm sorry to make it too long of an answer.
And I just have one more question. When you think of, and you alluded to this, the newspapers being bought off and independence reporters being dismissed as professors of false information, how do ordinary people influence the judiciary apart from going to court and having legal precedents set that will go against the populace in the future? How do they influence judges to say that there is a different side to the narrative?
Yeah, I don't think that there is any very simple answer. If the courts aren't available to people, and if politicians are not willing to listen to the point of view of someone who does not accept the prevailing narrative, then there are very few options. And I think that's what we see. What we've seen, I think we've seen basically half the country feeling that they've been not listened to and not treated very well, and the other half wanting at times even more restrictions. So I'm sorry I don't have a real answer there, but what I'm saying is that it's just a plea for people to try to be more objective and not get caught up in some type of groupthink type of thing, which I think happened during this pandemic, particularly once we got into the idea that everybody had to be vaccinated. I think that's when things really went off the rails.
I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Justice Giesbrecht, for giving us your testimony today. We had a witness in Toronto, Mr. Party, who talked to us a little bit about, well, he covered a few things, one being the deference being given by the legislature to the administrative state, paired with the deference that courts have been giving to the administrative state, which I think you've touched on today, and paired with maybe some weaknesses within our charter that we weren't expecting, having led to the results of where we are today. And when I questioned him on how to address these particular positions, he seemed to think that addressing the legislative deference to the administrative state, and even possibly, although not realistically, amending the charter was a good way of approaching it. I'm wondering if you have any recommendations on how the courts could look at addressing the significant amount of deference that has arisen.
Well, I don't know that I have any recommendations. I'm just suggesting that the judges in their discussions should be thinking a great deal about the role that they did play or didn't play during the pandemic. Do they feel that they properly protected civil liberties? Or do they feel that perhaps they gave too much deference to provincial policies, even ones that were quite extreme? So I'm not sure if I have any suggestions as far as different laws or anything like that is concerned, because I don't think that's what is required. I think there needs to be a little more attention given to the individual rights of Canadians. And I really hope, as a Canadian, I hope that we haven't entered a time when we're going to lay down our carefully acquired civil liberties whenever there is any type of a health threat. That's my personal hope.
So you're suggesting really a self-reflection exercise by the courts and the judges?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have a couple of questions on some specific things that I believe you said. And the first one is, you were talking about, in a number of instances, how judges feel pressure. You're part of the community, you feel pressure. What do you mean by the judges feel pressure? Maybe that's a silly question, but I want to know. You mean pressure to be fired from their jobs? Do you mean pressure to be ridiculed in the press? What were you talking about when you said judges feel pressure, sir?
Well, judges are sort of under the public eye every minute of day. It's actually it actually is a very high pressure job, because the judge is absolutely aware that everything he does and says is being very carefully scrutinized. So I think that I think it's fair to say that a judge might feel even more pressure than somebody in a less high profile type of job. So that's what I meant by judges feeling pressure.
I'm actually asking more specifically, and I'll let you know why I'm asking. We had testimony earlier today by a gentleman by the name of Rick Wall. He and his wife own a trucking firm that employs 40 people in Winkler, I believe he said. Now, he, at least in his opinion, recognized that there was something going wrong in this country, and he and his wife sat down and they literally discussed losing everything. But on the principle of what they knew was right, they proceeded with the risk of losing everything, not just for themselves, but for their 40 employees and their families. So my question is, I can't imagine a pressure stronger than that, sir. And I'm wondering if I understand what you were saying, you were talking about political pressure on a judge, and I'm talking about real pressure. I'm talking about losing everything you own and still doing what you think is right. Can you comment on it from that perspective, sir?
Well, I take your point, and I'm certainly not suggesting that the pressure any individual judge would feel to when hearing a case involving pandemic restrictions would be anything like or anything as serious as the knowledge that you're going to lose your livelihood and etc. So no, I wasn't meaning to compare it to any particular person. I was simply trying to explain why it may be that that judges generally didn't say why Canadian judges did not play nearly as active a part as their American counterparts did. There was no vigorous testing of the restrictions, etc. So I'm not meaning to suggest that the person you're describing was not under much more pressure than any particular judge deciding a case.
Would you agree with me that certain vocations within our society are granted certain privileges, and along with those privileges come special responsibility? And I point out a police officer. Police officer carries a gun, has the ability to take away your freedoms, at least temporarily. So in my mind, there's a significant additional responsibility that we have on those people. Do judges fall in that category of special privileges, special responsibilities, more than the average person like myself, for instance?
Yeah, I would agree generally that the more power one has, the greater one's responsibility is, if that's what you mean. Yes, I do accept that.
The one last thing I wanted to ask you about is, I believe you also said in your testimony that people thought there was no point to go to court. And I bring that up because, and I honestly don't recall who told me this, it may have been a judge, that apart from the obvious functions of a court, the court also acts as a pressure relief valve to society. In other words, things are going wrong in society and people feel that they can go to the courts and get relief. And if the population of Canada, or sorry, the country of Canada and the society that we live in was being affected to its very fiber, and that's what has been testified here today by other witnesses, if our very fabric of our society was under pressure and they could not go to the courts to relieve that pressure or get some kind of remedy, would you say that was dangerous for the safety of our society when they have no way to get justice, no way to get protection from the administration?
Yes, I would agree with I would agree with that. I'd also add that the other function of the court there is to act as a brake on some of the excesses of the legislature, and if the lawmakers had the knowledge that a judge would strike down an unnecessary restriction, the legislators probably wouldn't have put in nearly as many restrictions as they did. If I can just give a personal example, I think I mentioned that going for a hike in a public park and finding that all of the trails had been closed, which makes no sense to anyone. Well, if I was in again, I don't want to be touting the American system, but I think the American legislators were more aware of the fact that if they made ridiculous restrictions, they would not be allowed by a court. And unfortunately, in Canada, I don't think that they felt any pressure from the courts at all, and consequently, some of their and I would say that the vaccine mandate for flying and taking a train in Canada was an example of a ridiculous requirement that served no purpose and hurt many people. But I think if the legislators knew that such unreasonable restrictions would be struck down, they would not have put them in place.
Thank you, sir.
Place. So
thank you, service for your country.
Thank you. And there are no further questions. So, Justice Giesbrecht, we thank you so much on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry for giving your important testimony today.
Okay, well, you're doing a very useful job, and I wish you the best.
So, Sandy, do you want to come up? So our next witness is Miss Martha Voth, who is making her way to the stand, and we have another guest lawyer with us, Sandy, who's here to help.
Yes, thank you. For the record, my name is Alexander McKenzie, and I'm a practicing lawyer in Winnipeg here. Mrs. Voth, would you mind stating your full name to the Commission?
My name is Martha Voth.
Thank you. And do you promise and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Mrs. Voth, you reside in Niverville?
Yes.
And you, I beg your pardon, on May the 24th of 2021, you tested positive for COVID, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you also were with your husband, Alvin, and he tested positive as well?
Yes.
Okay. You yourself had symptoms?
Not as much by that time. I was on my way getting better.
I see. And how about your husband?
No, he was not. He was having difficulty breathing, and he had no energy, but he went to get tested so he could go back to work.
I see.
Nothing could keep him down.
I see. And what did he do for a living?
He was a flooring specialist, so he installed flooring for 50 years.
And he was very physically active?
Very, and it's a rigorous job, so he had to be physically fit to do it, and he still worked 5 days a week.
And he was 66 years old at that
Yes.
time, is that correct? You say that he was becoming ill, he had symptoms that were flu-like, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And on May the 26th of 2021, what did you do as a result of that?
Phoned the Walmart walk-in clinic, because we wouldn't have been able to get into the clinic in Niverville without an appointment. But at the walk-in we would, and he simply prescribed a drug, an antibiotic for him, which he sent to the Niverville pharmacy was picked up by our daughter, and she dropped it off at our door.
I see. The Walmart drop-in was in Steinbach.
Steinbach, yes.
And so you got the prescription, and then what happened then on May the 27th?
Well, it seemed that he was getting progressively worse. He couldn't walk very well because of the breathing difficulty. And so I called the walk-in to ask if we could come in, and they said no, we couldn't, because I admitted we tested positive for COVID. They said we had to go to emergency in Steinbach.
And that's the Bethesda Hospital.
Bethesda Hospital, yes.
And Alvin then was speaking and breathing with some difficulty.
Yes.
So you drove him then to Steinbach,
yes,
to the hospital. And how was he feeling then?
Well, he opened the window on the drive in, which gave him a lot of fresh air. And by the time we got to emergency, he admitted to me that he was feeling so much better because he'd gotten a lot of fresh air. I went in, got a wheelchair so he wouldn't have to walk, and brought him to the registration desk. We got him registered, and we were then put into a plexiglass cubicle where we sat and waited till they admitted him, which was about 15 minutes. And then when they did admit him, they said I could not stay in the waiting room. I had to go home. And I said because I'd driven a bit of a distance, I wasn't going to go home. I was going to wait in my car till they released him and I could take him home. And so I sat in the car about 45 minutes before they called me and said they were going to admit him and keep him overnight. And that's when I went home.
I see. And then you were at home, and at around 7 o'clock you received a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes, it was later on in the evening. I would say it was more like 9 or 9:30. They said they had put him on oxygen. His oxygen level was at 58, which is pretty low. But with a mask on, the oxygen level did come up, and they just wanted to let me know that he was very, very sick, and they were going to send him either to Brandon or fly him to Ontario. And I just said, no, you're not flying him there, and you're not bringing him to Brandon. We want to keep him close to home so that we could go get him.
Brandon is about a 3-hour drive,
yes,
is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been very hard for you to see him there.
Right.
And of course, Ontario would be an airplane trip.
Right.
So you objected to that?
Yes.
And what were you told?
They were going to try and get a room somewhere in Winnipeg, but they said all the hospitals were full and didn't actually have room, but they were going to try. And they said they were in contact with HSC.
Now, HSC is the Health Sciences Center
yes.
in Winnipeg, which
yes.
is about a 40-minute or 1-hour drive.
Yes. Yeah.
And then, was there anything else that occurred that day on May the 27th?
No.
Okay. And on May the 28th, can you tell us what happened then?
My husband called me in the morning, asked me to bring the batteries for his hearing aid and his cell phone charger. And I asked him how his night had gone. He said it was good, he had slept well. And I said, and how do you feel this morning? He said, I feel good, because he was getting the oxygen he needed and he felt good.
And how was he getting the oxygen?
Just with a face mask.
I see. Now, you had been asked to bring the cell phone charger and batteries, and so what were you doing then? You were preparing to go?
I was trying to get ready, but I kept getting calls, and so was a little slow at getting ready. But then the doctor called and informed me that they were going to ventilate him. And I said, no, well, why are you going to ventilate him? Why are you rushing this? And he said, well, we're not actually rushing it. We would have done it last night because he was dangerously low in his oxygen. And I said, okay, so wait till later in the day to see how the day goes. Well, no, because they didn't have enough oxygen for him, and he needed 60 liters per minute, and they just didn't have enough oxygen.
Okay, now just stop a moment. He had been getting oxygen.
Yes.
His oxygen levels were up. He had said he was feeling much better.
Yes.
Yeah. And so they were wanting to ventilate him. What did that have to do with the amount of oxygen?
If they ventilated him, the oxygen would go directly into the lung and they wouldn't need as much oxygen to keep his levels up.
And so what, in terms of the ventilation, did you get to speak to him about that? That is to Alvin, your husband.
Well, after the doctor had explained to me why they had to ventilate him now instead of waiting, one of the reasons was the anesthesiologists only had 8-hour shifts and were going to go home after their 8-hour shift. And if anything drastic happened and he did need to be ventilated, nobody would be around to do it, and then he would die.
So then they were going to take him off the mask where he seemed to be doing not badly.
Right.
And they were going to ventilate him.
Yes.
And the reason for that was an oxygen shortage partly.
Yes.
And also partly because their staff would be gone who could install the ventilator.
Right.
And also partly because they'd called an ambulance.
Right. That was another reason why they had to do it now, because the doctor had already called STARS, which is the emergency medical team that picks people up and flies them to different locations.
I see.
So because he had called them 20 minutes prior to my call, I said, I can't get there in 20 minutes. And he said, well, they'll be here in 10 minutes. And I said, well, I'm just not ready to get there. Like, just hold off. Well, no, we cannot waste their time because they're flying all over Manitoba picking people up, so we can't waste their time.
And so again, what is the distance from Niverville in time, from Niverville to Steinbach?
Half hour.
20
minutes, half hour.
So the STARS was going to be there in 10 minutes, and it would have taken you
At least half hour to get there, yes.
And so what happened next?
Then my husband called again, and again, he sounded great. He sounded normal, and he asked, when are you getting here? And I said, I can't get there before STARS gets there. And then I asked him, I said, are you okay with going on a ventilator? He said, I don't know. I have nobody to talk to about this. They just tell me whatever, but I don't know how to gauge whether I should go on it or not. So.
And he very much wanted to be able to speak with you about that. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
However, you didn't get there, and he was moved from the Bethesda Hospital to the Health Sciences Center by STARS.
Yes.
Yes. Did you become aware of any conversation that the STARS attendees had? Were you ever told of any conversation that is significant?
Yes. A doctor called from the hospital in Steinbach and let me know that they had discussed to let me into my husband's room there in Steinbach because I had also had COVID. But then I talked to him about the ventilator because he had told me he was ventilated and he's on his way to Health Science Center. And I talked to him about why did he need to go on it? Why couldn't he just stay on the mask? And then the nurse informed me that the STARS attendees, and my understanding is that STARS has their own doctor that they fly with, that they had questioned the staff in my husband's room asking, why are you ventilating him? He seems like he's doing fine. His oxygen level is up with the mask. He got up on his own out of bed and went to the bathroom. He is cooperating. He's not feeling sick as such. Why are you ventilating him? I don't know what their answer was.
You've never received an answer to that?
No, just the doctor's reasoning for ventilation.
Okay. Now, then at some point after Alvin had been moved, you got a call from the Health Science Center, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you told there about your attendance and so on?
Well, even though he was close, not in Brandon or Ontario, they still were not going to allow us to go in to see him. But we could set up Zoom calls or video calls with him. And I kind of vetoed that idea because I didn't think there was a point to it. He wasn't responsive anyway. He was in a drug-induced coma. I didn't see the point of it.
And that was all on the day that he got moved from
Yes.
Bethesda to the Health Sciences
Yes.
Center. And then the following day, on May the 29th, you got another call from the Health Science Center. Is that correct?
Yes, it was by the doctor. He informed me of Alvin's condition, and just saying that he was very sick and didn't think he'd make it.
Mm-hmm. And was there anything further to your discussion that day that you can recall?
Well, I asked him to put him on the drug that, and I'm not a medical expert, but that everybody seemed to think was working well, the off-label drug called ivermectin, and he said, no, we only use scientifically and medically proven drugs that work.
I see. Okay. And then, was there anything else to that conversation?
No.
Okay. Then on May the 30th, again, this is all in 2021, you requested regular video calls. You
Yes.
took them up on their offer. Is that
Yes.
correct? And was that arranged for you, and how did that work?
Yes, they said they would start the next day with video calls.
And during that time, too, I understand that you had regular calls and discussions with the medical staff at the Health Sciences Center as to Alvin's condition.
Every morning I called to see how the night had gone. Every evening I called to see how the day had gone. And about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the kids and I would do a video call with him, being in a comatose state. We would sing, we would talk about our day, and we would pray with him. And generally it was about an hour-long call.
And in those conversations, I understand you had the video calls, but you also had conversations with Health Science Center staff. Is that correct?
Yes, they informed me what they were doing to him and with him every day. One of the nurses in particular was very kind, would speak to him, would turn his face to the sun in the window, and then they started to tell me that his condition improved when they proned him. And proning means turning him on his stomach. And all the numbers on the machines would be better if they proned him.
Okay. And did they tell you any disadvantage to proning?
No.
Okay. And so if he was lying on his back, as I understand what you're telling us, is that if he was lying on his back, he would have less strong vital signs than when he was lying on his stomach. Is that correct?
That was my understanding, because when they did prone him, his numbers always were better on the machines.
Okay, thank you. And then these calls went on through to June the 7th or June the 8th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then on June the 8th, you got a call from the Health Sciences Center.
Yes.
Is that right? And what were you told then?
They said that all the ports and the needles that were in his body for all the medications and things were badly infected, and now they were dealing with a new infection in his blood that was causing his organs to shut down. And
what were they going to do to try to resolve that?
They were going to try and find new places for all the ports and needles. And they said they would have to work on it all day, and he was in a very bad place.
I see. And then on June the 10th, you were called again from the Health Sciences Center.
Yes, they wanted us to come in so we could agree with them to put him in comfort care.
And what did you understand that the words comfort care meant?
Kind of in palliative care, where they don't actively work anymore to get him better.
Okay, thank you. So I understand that on June the 10th, then you, 2 daughters, you have 3 daughters, 2 of your daughters and your son attended the Health Sciences Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your other daughter attended by video.
Yes.
Were you masked when you attended?
No.
I understand you saw some sign on the door on the 10th when you attended. And by the door, I mean the door to the room in which Alvin was
Yes. It said COVID recovered.
COVID recovered.
Yes.
And what do you, in terms of Alvin's condition, how do you square the sign COVID recovered on the one hand and the fact that he's getting worse on the other hand?
Well, it was the infection that you can get only in ICUs, like a.
It was the infections.
Sepsis.
It was the infections and sepsis.
Yes.
That was the problem for him, not COVID.
Yes, not
anymore.
COVID.
Was Alvin on his back or on his stomach?
He was on his back. And we were there for a few hours, 2 or 3 hours, before we actually had the meeting with the doctor and some of the nursing staff, the chaplain.
And so you had been in Alvin's room and
Yes,
you were sitting with him
hours.
for a time with your children.
Yes.
And then you went to another room, is that correct?
Right.
And who was in that other room?
It was the doctor, together with the head nurse and some of the nursing staff, and a chaplain.
And in those discussions, did the issue of comfort care come up again?
Yes.
And how did that come up?
He told us how bad the situation was and that his organs were failing, and their suggestion was that he should be put in comfort care. And so I said, it's too bad that you cannot give him that drug, ivermectin. And he said, no, we don't use that here. And then I said, well, could you prone him and would his numbers be better then? And
So
he said,
you asked for him to
yes,
be proned?
Yes. And he said, yes, it has improved when we do prone him, but he could have a massive heart attack and then it'd be over. And I said, but he has a good, strong heart. And he said, yes, he does.
So on the one hand, they're saying that he is not going to survive for more than a few hours, yet they're afraid to give him the internectin because it might hurt him, and they're afraid to prone him because it might hurt him. Is that what I understand from you?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's hard for me to understand that. In any event, they did prone him, did they?
Yes. We were left alone in that waiting room to discuss whether we wanted him proned or put on comfort care. And it was a no-brainer. We wanted him proned because we still believed in a miracle. So when we went back to the nurses' station, and the same people that were in that waiting room were around the nurses' station, and we told them we had decided we wanted him proned. And they said, okay, they had to get a few people out there to help with that. So then I asked the doctor, you know and I know, it's scientifically and medically proven that when a baby is born and doesn't have any human touch, that the baby dies. And he said, yeah, that's true. And I said, don't you think that if we spent time in his room touching him, talking to him, and that we were there physically instead of video calls, that he would improve? And he said, yes, I believe that. But he said, I can't make that decision. And he turned his head and looked at the head nurse and said, can we make that happen? And she said, no, it's not our protocol.
Okay. And by this time, had Alvin been proned?
No, that was just before.
That was just before he was prone.
Yes.
So you had asked to be able to stay at Alvin's bedside and
well, we just thought we were there, so we thought we may as well just stay as long as we possibly could.
To talk to him?
Yeah.
to sing to him in
Yeah.
person,
Yes.
to hold his hand,
Yes,
to do those things in the hopes that it might revive him.
yes.
And you were told, it's
Well, after they proned him, then the nurse said, well, now you can't be in his room anymore because now his numbers are better.
so you could. So just so that I believe I understand every word you say, but so long as he was on the edge of death and going to die, you could stay for comfort
Yes.
care.
Yes,
But the moment it looked like he might live, you had to go.
yes.
Okay.
And then the nurse did say, well, I will allow you to stay 1 more hour, but then you have to leave.
Now, you did. I believe you recalled to me some specific words that were spoken to you when you asked if staying there might help, and the doctor asked the nurse if that would be possible, and the doctor was told, what were those words?
No, it's not our protocol.
And then, and so you left with your children.
Yes.
And went home. I understand that on June the 11th, you continued your video calls.
Yes.
And they continued right through to June the 24th.
Yes.
And each day you and some of your family would sing and talk to your husband, Alvin.
Yes.
And that each morning and each evening you would call and get updated information
Yes.
from the Health Sciences Center. Now, on June the 22nd, you received a call from the Health Sciences Center.
From the doctor.
Yeah, and that was Dr.
Claire Ramsey.
Dr. Claire Ramsey. And what were you told?
She said that he didn't have very long, that his condition was he was in really, really bad condition. All his organs had shut down by that time because of the massive infection that was running through him. And I asked her if his condition was strictly due to him being in their ICU. And she said, yes, you only get this infection in the ICU. And that's what was killing him.
Now, on June 25th then, you received yet another call from the hospital, is that correct?
Yes, they said he wouldn't make it the day.
He would not survive for the day. He would not make it. He would die that day.
Yes.
You were told you would be allowed to come in again, is that correct?
They asked us to come in, yes.
And so what did you do?
The girls and I went in because our son was doing concrete and he was in the middle of a pour and it's sensitive work, so he couldn't leave. He was trying to get somebody to do his job, but he couldn't find anybody, so he had to wait till the concrete set. So we went in, the girls and I went in, we got there shortly after lunch.
That is you and your 3 daughters, yes?
Yes.
And again, your son could not attend, not because he didn't want to, but
No,
because
he was
in
trying
the middle
hard.
of pouring concrete.
Right. He was trying hard to get there. And we were there all afternoon, and the nurse kept coming in to ask when the son was going to be there, because she said, he's going to die any minute. He's going to, but I mean, the machines were still all on him, so.
What did she tell you about keeping the machines on?
She said, you're not doing him any favors by keeping him on these machines. In fact, it's worse for him to be on all these machines.
And you arrived about what time? About
1 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere in there.
And I understand that your son did finally arrive at around 7.
He finally came at 7, yes.
And I understand also that then you and your family were allowed to sit with your husband.
Yeah, we were there in his room all afternoon and then all evening. And at some point, the kids decided to go get some food. And
you had one of your children, you have three daughters.
Yes.
One of your daughters' name is Rebecca, is
Yes.
that correct? Yeah. And you were about to say that your children decided to get up and go have a bite to eat while you were going to remain with Alvin.
Yes.
And what happened then?
As they were walking, Rebecca, who is our youngest, she was pregnant, but she started bleeding, and she had a miscarriage because of the stress of that day.
And I understand that you did stay with your other children. Rebecca went home, and that she nonetheless stayed for much of the time on the phone, that you
Right.
made a phone connection so that she would be there too.
Yes.
Now that went on until past midnight on the 25th, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then tell us what happened then.
Well, we went back and forth trying to decide, should we keep the machines on and wait for a miracle or take them off and wait for a miracle? And so we went back and forth all that time to try and decide what to do, because of course you want him to live, right?
But you also hoped for a miracle.
Yes.
And so sometimes different of your family would think time to take him
Yes.
off, and other times people would change their minds. And,
Yes.
and ultimately, though, you made a decision.
We made a decision after midnight to take him off all the machines.
And so I'm presuming you called then the medical staff?
Yeah. Yes.
And just tell us about what happened then.
Well, they had promised us that when they would take all the machines off, they would take the ventilator, the hose out of his mouth so that he would look normal right at the end. And when they did come in to do that, they said no, they would leave part of that hose in his mouth because there could still be a particle of COVID in his lung. And then we would be at risk. My kids and I would be at risk. And if they took it all out and we were in the room, then they would have to fumigate the room, and that would take at least half an hour, and he would be gone before that time.
So they were still worried about COVID and you're getting COVID, and that was foremost in their mind in terms of.
So they said, well, unless you had the N95 masks, we couldn't stay in there. And we said, okay, we'll wear those masks. Well, we didn't fit right. They wouldn't fit right on our faces, and so we said, well, they had promised that we could stay, and we were going to stay, and we were not going to. And they had to take that hose out. So the nurses walked out and discussed it and came back in and said, okay, if we took the N95 masks, we could stay in the room. So that's what we did.
Mm-hmm. And then they proceeded to?
They proceeded to take all the machines off, unplug everything, and whatever air was in his lungs from the ventilator just puffed out in 3 puffs, and then 7 minutes later his heart had stopped.
I feel almost foolish asking this question, but I've been asked to ask it. Is what you think should have been done differently?
Well, he did have pneumonia from the COVID and a blood clot. And in my opinion, if they could have just treated that, which they did, and they later on admitted that wasn't even a big deal, the pneumonia or the blood clot. But if they could have just kept him on the mask instead of the ventilator, things, in my opinion, would have turned out different.
Thank you. Martha, I'm going to just have the commissioners ask you any questions they might wish to ask. Okay. It appears that there are no questions. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
The next witness is Sarah Martins. She's just making her way through the room. Good day, Ms. Martins. Can you state your whole name?
Sarah Martins.
And can you spell your first and last names for the commission?
Saramartens.
And do you promise to tell the whole truth?
I do.
So help you God? And nothing but the truth, I should say. I understand you're from Manitoba, southern Manitoba?
Yeah, Mitchell, Steinbach.
And for your whole life, you've resided in that area?
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you tell us what profession you have or what type of work you do?
I've worked for Southern Health for 39 years. I'm not a nurse. I am a healthcare aide. In the last 10, 12 years, I worked only in a clinic, which is a treatment clinic in Steinbach, also under the home care. And we treat people with IVs, injections, a lot of wound care, and that kind of stuff.
I understand that an unfortunate accident happened involving your husband.
Yes.
That would have been, I believe, October 20th, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I don't want to skip ahead too much. Ultimately, his death was ruled to be a COVID death.
Mm-hmm.
But why don't you tell us what happened on October 20th, 2021?
So, October 20th, 4:30 in the morning, he got up to get ready for his job. He had retired from his previous job, like that he did forever, and this was like a casual job. And what it was is he would drive a half-ton truck with a closed-in trailer delivering tires all over Manitoba. So that is what he was getting ready for that morning. I woke up and we chatted for about 10, 15 minutes, and then he was off to work. Then, do I just continue?
Sure, yep.
So then around 8 o'clock, I got a call from an RCMP that he had been in an accident close to the Austin area, Manitoba. And they just told me that. They asked me a bunch of questions about him. Had he been drinking that morning? Some different questions, answered them. And then EMS called me shortly thereafter and told me that what had happened. And what appeared to have happened is he was driving and he must have had a blackout, and he just left the main highway into the ditch, over another road, and back into a ditch. They had had about 3 to 4 inches of rain, and I guess he got stuck in that ditch. And so when they got to him, the truck was still on drive, the accelerator was pressed all the way down, there was a lot of mud and water flying, and he was just sitting at his wheel, holding on. One of the guys had gone to the window, knocked on the window, he had looked at him, and I guess it didn't register. He looked straight ahead, glasses were hanging on his face, his hat was all crooked and couldn't respond. And apparently, according to the EMS, he didn't seem to know who he was, where he was going, what he was doing. And so I'm not sure how long they worked with him, but somewhere towards the end, I think he had managed to say his name, and that was it. The EMS informed me he said, you probably should just get ready and go to the hospital. But then he said, no, actually, you can't go there. So he just changed his mind on that because they wouldn't let me in. And so
which hospital was that?
Sorry?
Which hospital was that?
The Health Science Center.
Here in Winnipeg, okay.
Right. So I kind of sat at home on my couch, and I feel like I was there for like 2 weeks and 2 days, always sitting by the phone, always waiting what the next call would be, what the next report would be. They had done scans and tests, and what they told me when I called there after a couple hours was that he had spinal injuries, he had brain bleeds, I believe there was 2, he had bruising, he also had a bleed in the abdomen, and I think probably that was about it. Very confused, and I want to say he was confused. They told me that so many times. He's so confused, he's so confused. And so I did then ask to speak to him, which I did on Wednesday, the day he had the accident. And I found him to actually be pretty coherent. He said to me, "Did you hear I was in an accident?" And I said, "I did." He was very concerned that someone else had been hurt. And I said, "No, it was just the truck, just you. It's okay." I said, "How are you doing?" He said, I'm good. And I think he probably had a lot of drugs in him. I'm sure his body was really hurting. But he was very upbeat. We chatted for a while, and Cork is not a phone talker, and I know that. So I didn't...
Just interrupt you. Who's Cork?
Cork is my husband. That is his nickname. He's had it forever.
Okay.
So, yeah. Anyway, and I know that I didn't want to, I know he doesn't like phone talking, so I thought, you know what, I'm not going to bore him. I'm not going to keep him on the phone and blah, blah, blah. And so I just wished him well. I actually prayed with him, just, you know, telling him the things that I did. We love you. We're here for you. Sorry.
Now, I know that a couple days later on Friday, you spoke to him again. Is that right?
Yeah.
The accident happened on a Wednesday, and on Friday you did speak to him.
Right. I did. The days in between, like from Wednesday night to Friday, he was on some oxygen, doing good, pretty stable. There was nothing very eventful. They did tell me, though, either was it Wednesday night or Thursday, they called me to tell me that he had tested positive for COVID. And I'm like, really? And so, you know, and after that, there was 2 different nurses that actually said to me, they said, he tested positive for COVID, but he wouldn't even have known it. It was so mild. So, you know, you go with what they tell you. There's not a whole lot you could do. We were not allowed to go there, not ever. We were told he was in ER till Saturday. He had to have a room before we could come, but I feel that they misled us. My children say no, they lied, so they're a little bit more direct than I am, but they really wanted his story out, so I say thank you for this opportunity. So on Friday, and during this time, they were telling me the cardiologist was coming in to see him. They're going to fit him for a back brace. There was a few things that they were going to do. And so each time I asked, has the cardiologist been there? Has the back brace been measured? No. And then finally, one day, the nurse just said, we're not doing anything because he has COVID. And they did not one more thing for him other than give him whatever medication they pumped him full of. On Friday, I called him, and it was probably noon-ish, and I talked to him, and he was confused, very confused. He said to me, Sarah, do you know my neighbor, we have a neighbor lady, her name is Jan, she brought me bales for the cattle. And I said, and we had a little conversation. I said, wow, that's nice of her. And he said, yeah, she's so good, like blah, blah. And I said, so did you, I said, you're still working and you're in the hospital? He said, oh yeah. He said, I'm good and blah, blah, blah. So there was a lot of confusion there. Like, because that wasn't true. We didn't have cattle. We did years ago, but none of that was true. So then the funny thing at the end of that conversation It was kind of cute, kind of funny, confusing. I said to him, I said goodbye, I said I love you, and he said, oh, thank you. And then that was it. And that was a bit, that was strange, and I found it a little bit humorous, but you know, you're in a state of such an emotional place. There's a lot of stress, there's a lot of unknown. We couldn't be there, we never could see him, we never could touch him. We could do nothing. We had to trust that what they were doing was the best.
And were you able to speak to a treating doctor at all?
And that was the other thing. Every day I asked to speak to a doctor, and every day I was promised, and every day it didn't happen. On Saturday morning, and twice, 2 different nurses said, well, what do you know? And I said, well, I know what you tell me. So on Saturday morning, I got a male nurse, and I asked him how the night, and I did the same. I called every morning, every evening, and sometimes there was things in between. And so Saturday, when I called, this male nurse said, well, what do you know? And I said, I just know what I know, what you tell me. I didn't. And I was thinking, they're hiding something from me. And I said, you know, I've asked to speak to a doctor, I've been promised, and I haven't yet to have heard from a doctor. So he said to me, I promise you, I will have a doctor call you. And he did. It didn't take too long, and the doctor called me. He was rude. He was hard. And he told me that they had intubated him last night, the night before. And I felt so deflated. I'm like, what? How and why? I spoke to him on Friday. I never heard a wheeziness, a hoarseness, a coughing. I never heard a thing. And I do work in a clinic where we do see these kind of things. We have PPE protection things that we wear when these kind of people come in, and I know kind of what to hear, the obvious you would hear. For them to intubate him so quickly, and I said, well, could there have been other contributing factors? Like, he had a kidney stone problem. He had a stent put in to bypass the stone that was lodged so that he can go to the bathroom, and actually that Friday they were going to blast the stone, and he's had it done a number of times. He had an infection. No, and I said, could any of that have been a part of the blackout? Because that was my question. Why did he black out? And that doctor, and that's why I say he's rude, and he was hard and cold, he just said, no, that was COVID blackout. That's what that was. And so none of these other things were factors. They were not even considered.
And just to interrupt you, you're talking about when the accident happened in the car. The doctor was saying that's a COVID blackout.
Yeah, when he initially, the reason he had the accident was a COVID blackout. And all these other things were irrelevant. I will just say, in all the medical records, that never came up. It was an unknown reason for the COVID, for the blackout. So first it's one way and then it's another. And but I said to him, he said, I spoke to Cork last night. I explained to him what it would be to be intubated. It would make his breathing easier and so on. And he consented. How do you ask a confused person to give a consent? And it was definitely not an emergency intubation, because he had all this time to sit and talk to him. He could have called me. He had time to call me, and so it was such an incredible shock when I found out that they had intubated him. And you know, the sad thing about that is, and I'll just back that up for a minute, the doctor assured me there are no flags here. There are no concerns. He will be on the ventilator 3 days, maybe 5. No concerns. Well, he never did wake up from that ventilator. He never did ever. But you know what's so sad, and the thing that I have to deal with in my children is, why did you not let us have a conversation? Why did you decide that you were doing that and it took away from all of us, any of us, to talk to him one more time? And I believe doctors know how many people actually survive the ventilator. And, you know, honestly, things just went from that point, it just was a big, fast slide. And then he had a hole blown in his lung from the ventilator, and then he had blood clots, and they were deliberating whether they should give him blood thinners because he had brain bleeds, but should they do that? And then they decided, well, yeah, it was fair to try. So, you know, it was back and forth. The injuries, they had restrained him because he got up and walked around, and they didn't want that because of his back injuries, so they restrained him. And in the end, when it all went through WCB, I'm jumping ahead here a little, they threw his case. He didn't qualify because his injuries weren't what took his life. None of this actually mattered. It was COVID.
So you're saying that you tried to make a claim through the Workers' Compensation Board?
Yeah, they and MPI contacted me that I could do that. I didn't even know, so I did with WCB. They did they went through all the paperwork, and they said, well, he didn't die from his injuries. But yet, in the beginning, everything had to be about his he couldn't walk around, he couldn't do anything because of his injuries and his brain bleeds and all of that, and now none of that played into effect. Then came the day where he was just very sick, so they said. He was very, very sick. And I asked the question how long they would keep him on an on a ventilator. And that nurse at that time said, you know, seeing you asked, I will put you through to a doctor. So a doctor actually called me, and so then that discussion started. And she too said, it's not good for him to stay on this for so long. They were really hoping that I would make a decision by that following. This was, I believe, on a Monday, and they wanted me to make that decision by that weekend. Anything past that weekend, she said, you are only hurting him. It would not be good for him.
And I understand it was November 5th of 2021.
He passed away November the 5th.
And the original accident was October 20th.
Yeah. Okay. We were never allowed. They told us that we could come in if at time of death or the end of life, we would be able to come in. While that was coming closer, we were not allowed to go in. And we never were allowed to go in. We never saw him. We did Zoom calls after he was fully intubated. Then they completely paralyzed him. So he was like, there was nothing. Like the machines kept him alive. That's all it was. And that's how we saw him. And you know, I feel angry about some of that stuff, and I feel like those nurses feel so safe and protected with their PPE protection. Well, I have the same. I have the N95. I have all the same. Why could we not go in there? But they told us, oh no, he's shedding. You can't go in there.
I'm mindful of the time, but I wanted to ask you, how do you think things could have been handled differently?
I think that, and it's been said many times, I think people should have the freedom to have a vax or not. I feel that they should take care of you whether you're vaxxed or you're not. I think, just like Mark said about people coming in and touching your loved one and talking to them, I think that would have been a big thing. But I think the protocols were what they were, and you know, not to mention the meanness that people, how mean people become. I had a person in the family call me about 6 months later, and she just tied into me and said that death was so useless. If he would have only been vaxxed, he would never have died. And you know, you're already down. I was recovering from a full knee replacement 30 days prior to his accident. And that surgery wasn't that successful because I had to have it redone like about 4 months ago. And so, you know, you're dealing with all of that. You're dealing with the unknown, what's going to happen to him. Every phone call was a negative one. You dreaded even picking up the phone. There's times I couldn't even phone, and then I did phone, and it was just such a hard time. And then you have people who are so mean and rude, and where's the freedom? You know, where's the freedom for us to do what we want to do? You know, it's so ironic. Like, you watch lottery tickets, or there's lottery tickets for if you're vaxxed. There's money given at the place of work if you get vaxxed. It's just so crazy. And you try to, I don't know. You try to maintain relationship with those kind of mindsets. That's pretty difficult, and it gets pretty ugly out there, and we have felt that, very much so.
Those are all the questions I had to ask you. I don't know if the commissioners had any questions. I want to thank you very much for your testimony. It's very appreciated. Thank you.
Commissioners, our AV team needs to have a 5-minute stand down to reset the Facebook feed. So I would actually suggest perhaps if you consent to taking a 10-minute break, just so that everyone has time to freshen up, and then maybe we'll go a little longer before another break. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally, and I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions, what do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of
we
the
don't
behaviors
start yet.
that I was
So if
seeing
everyone
around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going.
Our next witness is Sean Howe. So Sean, if you could give us your name, spell it out for us, and then you have to do an oath for me.
Yeah, Sean Howe, S-E-A-N-H-O-W-E.
Okay. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
You live in Winnipeg or close to it, am I correct?
Yeah, just outside the city.
Okay. And I don't know that much turns on it, but let's call it a Canadian railroad. And you have been employed for a number of years with a Canadian railroad, correct?
Yes, as a conductor first, now a locomotive engineer, going on since 2011.
And you have been an engineer running the engines for how long?
Since 2015.
Okay. The mandates developed over time. From our discussion, they were talked about in September of 2021, then they were put off until October, and they finally came into effect November the 15th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what happened to your employment after that?
I was placed on unpaid leave of absence with an undetermined end date.
Okay. And you understood that the mandates were coming, correct?
They kept on hinting at them and then kept pushing them back. The first one was supposed to take place immediately after the federal election that year.
And were these a railway mandate in itself?
No, it's a federally regulated mandate. So any business or employed federally person would have fallen under the umbrella of these mandates.
And railways fall under that requirement because they're federally regulated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you determined that you were not going to take the vaccine, and so you were placed on indefinite leave. Okay. So what happened to your finances after that?
Well, it's no secret that railroaders make a lot of money. Basically, it's up to how much you work, but I essentially went from $160,000 a year to almost a third of that. Okay. Just because I did find employment thereafter, but like I said, at a fraction.
Okay.
Similarly to what the police officer kind of went through.
And at some point, those mandates were rescinded.
Yeah, in June of 2022.
Okay, and that left you on indefinite unpaid leave for how many months?
Around 8 months.
Okay. So how did you cope during that time?
Well, fortunately, You know, I was not affected in a way that the previous two witnesses were. Coming up here and talking about economic losses kind of falls short compared to their stories. But seeing in my wife's behaviors how worried she became.
Did you qualify for any kind of assistance?
No, I never applied. I've never applied for EI in my life. I refused to do that. But through the channels by which I spoke to other people who were also put off work, I had been made aware that they were being denied their employment insurance claims because their record of employment showed that they were in fact dismissed with cause.
But did you ever check your status?
No, I did not.
Okay. But in any event, they did rehire you at some point, correct?
Yeah, I was graciously invited back to my job.
Okay. But that took 8 months while you were on unpaid leave. Okay. So what losses did you incur during that time?
We estimated we lost probably around $80,000.
Okay. That's 80 as in 80,000? Okay.
Yeah, and we have about $40,000 in new debt.
Okay.
So,
and are you still in the process of paying that off? Or?
Yep.
Okay. How did you survive in the meantime while you were on 8 months of unpaid leave?
So like I said, a like-minded individual offered employment when he heard about my situation. Prior to the mandates in May of 21, we had sold our house and moved outside the city, and it was basically the equity from that sale that we subsided on, which we had obviously other plans for other than just to survive on it. And then, you know, racked up the line of credit, credit cards, so on and so forth. My wife, she has her own small businesses that she's trying to get going on the side, so that has helped too. But yeah, it was looking like I was going to have to go back out west after nearly 20 years of work and not working on the pipelines or the rigs. I was in the midst of my physical aptitude testing for that. Mm-hmm. So 40 years old, I was going to go back onto the drilling floor. That was the plan.
Okay. From our chats, you had mentioned that you had been an oil rig worker at one point, and you had also done some construction work. So did you pick up some of that during the 8 months?
Yeah, that's primarily what I did. We worked on some small apartment renovations in an elderly complex, which I didn't have to mask up for, and nobody got sick as a result of it.
Okay.
And
we chatted about this briefly. Were there similar mandates for all of the Canadian railroads? There aren't a huge number, but
so it was a blanket mandate, but I was informed during our time off that exemptions were granted to other railways, some in part and some a total in full, because for one of these railways to lose their unvaccinated employees, it would have meant that life-saving resources would not have gotten to the mostly fully vaccinated northern communities here in Manitoba.
Okay. So there was an exception of some kind for those?
After speaking with one of the general managers, yes, that was what I was told.
Okay. I think I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners in a minute, but is there anything else you want to add to the hardships that you sustained in that period?
In terms of hardships, I mean, it's mostly economical, but as we all know, economics, it has a impression upon people in a wider variety than just the money in your pocket. It does factor into mental health, into emotional health, and it hasn't been easy, but could have been worse.
Okay, do the commissioners have any questions? Yeah, Mr. Bassett.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hall, for your testimony. I was wondering, now that you're back on the work, what's the work environment in terms of the relationship with your colleagues or boss?
For me, it's mostly been positive. There's obviously some individuals who are not happy that we are back. They've made it apparent through some literature or some words they've scribbled here and there. But I've had more positive interactions from people coming up to me and saying that they admire what we did by taking our stand and that they wish they could have too.
And you also mentioned that there was some exemption for some of the employee. Do you have any idea of what was the criteria to granted those exceptions?
There was religious exemptions that in some cases were honored and some not. Somebody I know personally applied for an exemption based on his treaty status and his belief system through that, and this was granted. It was not something that I was willing to consider personally because at that point in time I hadn't quite found my faith, so in all good honesty I couldn't have put that forward. And I had intentions of joining the Rocco Galati lawsuit, and that was one of the things that you couldn't have done in order to be eligible. You couldn't apply for an exemption.
Thank you.
Good.
Good afternoon. Were there others that you knew of from your employer that also were sent home without pay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's hundreds.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a glut of locomotive engineers in the railway industry?
Is there a lot?
Is there an excess? Are there lots and lots and lots of locomotive engineers?
There's quite a few people qualified, but working engineers, I want to say it's probably around 3,000 to 5,000 across Canada.
Is that really what my question was? Are there too many locomotive engineers? And what I'm trying to say is, if they put you out of work and sent you home without pay, did that affect the operation of the railway?
It didn't seem to be the case for us, but for others, perhaps. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Sean, and we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So our next witness is going to be Michelle Kusher, who is going to be attending virtually. So go up, Sandy, and she'll just appear there.
Thank you. Is she on the, thank you. Again, for the Commission's records, my name is Alexander McKenzie, and Michelle, Sandy McKenzie, we have spoken on the phone.
Correct.
You can hear me clearly, and I can hear you. Michelle, yes, Michelle, I wonder if you would give your full name to the Commission and perhaps spell it.
My full name is Michelle Kucher. Kucher.
Thank you. Michelle, do you promise that the testimony you are about to give to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Now, Michelle, you're testifying virtually from somewhere in the United States, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. You reside in Matlock, Manitoba,
Yes,
and that is a small town on the edge of Lake Winnipeg, about a 1/2 hour drive from the north end of Winnipeg. Is that right?
approximately, yes.
Okay. And Michelle, both your father and your mother are now deceased. That is correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Your father passed away in 2010.
Yes.
And your mother, when did she pass away?
My mother passed away January 10th, 2022.
And you were close to both your mom and your dad?
Yes.
Yeah. And what was your mother's name?
Mildred Kuchar.
Thank you. Now, following your dad's death in 2010, your mother lived alone in Garden City. Is that correct?
Yes. Technically, it was the last street of the North End, but it was in the Garden City area.
In the Garden City area. And that, again, is about a 1/2 hour drive from Winnipeg.
From Winnipeg Beach? Yeah. Yeah.
Which is very near Matlock, where
Yes.
you lived.
Where I lived, yes.
And what was the condition of your mother's health starting in 2010 through to early 2020?
My mother was a fiercely independent woman. She was extremely active. She belonged to many, many organizations. She managed to stay in her own home even after my father passed away. She drove her own car till she was 91 years old. She went to...
And what year would that have been?
When she was 91?
That she was 91.
I have to do math.
She turned 95, I understand, on October 9th, 2021.
2021, yes, yeah. That's correct.
So she would have been 91 4 years earlier than that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's
thank
good
you.
enough. Yeah, thank you. Now, and so she, look, her health was good then, is that fair to say?
It was good considering she was the age she was. She had, like cognitively, she was 100%. She had some issues walking because she had arthritis in her knees. Other than that, she was very active. She attended 2 different day programs during the week. Okay. So that's 3 days a week she was out of the house.
I'll get to that in a moment, okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you very much. And now at the beginning of 2020, you were employed yourself in
Yes.
2 different jobs, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were those jobs?
I held a full-time position at Selkirk Mental Health Center in the acquired brain injury unit as a psychiatric nursing assistant. And I held a part-time job at Selkirk Regional District Hospital in the day surgery as a healthcare aide.
Mm-hmm. And were either you or your mother vaccinated for COVID?
Eventually, yes, not at the beginning of 2020. COVID hadn't really hit us yet.
Mm-hmm. When would you?
We did get vaccinated. I believe it would have been May of 2020.
Mm-hmm. And you personally didn't like vaccinations, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you chose to get a vaccination so that you would fit in with all of the things that were required of you. Is that fair to put it?
That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. And so in early 2020, you had become concerned about the possibility of your transmitting COVID to your mother, who was aging.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you deal with that concern in terms of your employment?
Well, in February of 2020, I moved in with my mother to be her primary caregiver. I would return home to her house from work, and I would immediately shower and throw my clothes in the washing machine, and I'd always have a change of clothes in the shower in the basement, just in case there was any remnants of any kind of virus lingering on my clothing. And then, every night after work, that's what I would do.
Right, and again, I'm not sure if it was absolutely clear, but you had been living in Matlock, but you then took up residence in your mother's basement.
Yes. Yeah. So she had a brief hospital stay and was released from the hospital in January of 2020, and I moved in with her February of 2020 so she could remain in her own home and be safe.
And when you say you became her primary caregiver, that's a formal name, is it not?
Yes.
Yes. And what did that mean for you and your mother, you living in her basement as her primary caregiver? What other arrangements were you able to make?
Well, we used the self and family managed care option of the home care services in Winnipeg. It was through Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. Essentially, I became the manager of my mother's home care and did the payroll, scheduling of employees, hiring, firing, things like that. And I employed 2 healthcare aides to take care of my mother while I was at work. And so my mother was entitled to and assessed to need 55 hours of care a week, which is essentially the maximum allowable through home care. And so I managed to get all my shifts to be evening shifts. So the 2 healthcare aides that I hired would work during the day, and I'd come home from work in the evening. I stayed with my mother during the day, and the healthcare aides would work in the evening while I worked, and then I'd wake up the next day and do it all over again.
Mm-hmm. Now, at some point, you did quit your job at the Selkirk Hospital, is that correct?
I took advantage of a leave of absence. Okay. I went on a leave of absence as a government employee. I was entitled to take a leave of absence to care for a family member. Mm-hmm. And so I took advantage of that opportunity, and I stayed home. I stayed with my mom.
And you had been working 2 jobs. You took a leave of absence from the other as well, is that correct? From the Selkirk Mental Health Center.
Yes, and the Selkirk Hospital, right. Yes.
From both.
Yeah.
And had you ever discussed with your mother the possibility of her living in a care home?
It came up on occasion, especially when she was being assessed by her case managers. She was never ever deemed unfit or would qualify for a personal care home because she was too high functioning cognitively. Assisted living, she was not interested in that at all because it would be the same kind of care she would get at home, only in a strange place. And she wanted to die in her own home.
Mm-hmm. And your mother's health at the beginning of 2022 was, how would you say, what was her mental health?
At the beginning of 2020?
2022.
Oh, 2022 is when she passed.
Yes.
Yeah, she had declined drastically as a result of, isolation and depression, and just really lost her will to live at that point.
Now, leading up to that time, while you were living with her in her home, in her basement, can you describe, I believe you've described your mother to me as a social butterfly.
Yes.
And
yes.
Could you tell me all about her being a social butterfly?
Well, I mean, all her life she was surrounded by people, but during her last few years of her life, especially after my father died, she really needed to take care of her own mental health. She joined 2 different seniors programs and attended seniors group meetings 3 times a week. Every Friday, she attended a lunch meeting with another program called Links. She would go for lunch on a weekly basis with ex-coworkers. She was a legal secretary at the Federal Department of Justice. and maintained friendships from that time in her life. She would go to church every single Sunday, rain or shine. She would do her own grocery shopping. She really did everything for herself. And for me, it was quite difficult to actually get a date with her because her social calendar was so full. She thrived on being with people. And she never missed an opportunity to tell her story.
And some of these places that she was going to was the Gwen Sector facility once a week, Holy Family twice a week, St. Nicholas Ukrainian Church once a week, and then these lunches and for various people and so on.
Yes.
And how about family dues, family gatherings? Was she interested in those?
Absolutely. My mother's house used to be a hub of activity throughout her life. We would have family dinners where 32 people would be eating at our table. She had 10 grandchildren, 7 great-grandchildren. They were the light of her life. She always welcomed the opportunity to spend time with them, whether it was in Winnipeg or whether she had to fly to Vancouver or Toronto or wherever her other grandchildren were at the time.
And all this was before there were COVID mandates.
Correct.
Did anything change? And tell us about that.
Well, the COVID restrictions, our TV would bring us daily regulations and daily vaccine availability. And of course, there was the ominous death count that was on TV all the time. My mother couldn't attend her seniors programs because one of them was at a personal care home, and personal care homes had sort of gone into lockdown. Gwen Sector had shut down because there was restrictions on gatherings. Restaurants were closed, so going out for lunches was no longer possible. Church services were halted as a result of the inability to have gatherings. Essentially, everything that meant anything to my mother had been taken away from her. Even having family gatherings, we had to keep our circle small. There was the social distancing regulations that were put in place. And as a result of all those things being taken from my mother, her cognitive abilities drastically declined. And she became very withdrawn, very depressed, and really felt like she had nothing to look forward to in life.
Did any of her friends pass away during those restrictive times?
Absolutely. There was actually several that passed away, and funeral services could not happen at the time. Many of her friends were residents of a care home that had a COVID outbreak, and many of them died in care. And we could not attend the funerals. And those types of rituals for a person of my mother's age, who's very old school and very quite a devout Catholic, those things were very important to her and her peers.
Now, there was one. I understand that one of your granddaughters, or one of her granddaughters, I beg your pardon, was a ray of light in all of this. How did that work?
Well, when we were doing the self and family managed care, one of the healthcare aides that I hired was my daughter. When the restrictions became very tight, that we had to not have people outside of the household visiting, my daughter decided to move into my mother's house with me. So we made our circle just a little bit bigger. And during that time, she had a baby, her first child, and we brought the baby back to my mother's house. And she was able to be a part of this little girl sort of crawling for the first time, walking for the first time. And that was really the only ray of sunshine that she had in such a bleak world.
Okay. Now, I understand that things went on more or less in this way until September of 2021.
September.
Yeah, I'm sorry, is that, I believe at some point your mother had fallen.
Yes, my mother did fall on September 20th of 2021. She had, for the first time ever, fallen forward and ended up with a bit of a rug burn on her forehead and quite a bruise. And usually she would fall backwards and she would never hit her head because her back was so rounded. But this time she fell forward and that affected her a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of her, health generally then, in terms of respiratory health and fevers and so on, how is she doing?
My mother had been diagnosed with congestive heart failure many years prior to this. And she was entering the end stages of congestive heart. So she had a lot of swelling in her legs. She had a lot of breathing issues. She had a lot of fatigue, some confusion at times.
And these things were all related and diagnosed as being related to congestive heart problems, right?
Correct.
So in October, I understand she was admitted to a hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, which hospital? Which hospital was that?
Seven Oaks.
Okay. And that was for her congestive heart problem issues?
Correct.
And that was made plain to everyone?
Yes.
And how old was your mom then?
She had turned 95 years old October 9th, approximately 2 weeks prior to her going into the hospital.
Okay. And did you visit your mom?
Yes.
At the hospital?
Yes. We all managed to make sort of a schedule so that she was being visited by different family members and friends on a regular basis.
And did she let you know how she felt about these visits?
Oh, they were the only thing that really kept her going. Yeah, but we could, because of some restrictions, we could only visit one at a time.
Mm-hmm. And how long did that continue?
Up until towards the end of December 2021, excuse me.
You can take a moment if you wish. Take a moment if you wish.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Towards the end of December of 2021, there was a COVID outbreak in Seven Oaks General Hospital on a different floor than where my mother was situated. And as a result of that, visiting was banned or stopped. The hospital went into a code red, I believe it's called.
That was a lockdown, basically, then?
Basically, yeah. The only people that could go would be staff and people who were deemed essential care providers.
Now, you were your mother's care provider, were you not?
I was her primary care provider, yes.
Now, you've used two words here. You used primary care provider for yourself, but the words you used a moment ago was essential care provider. What's the difference?
An essential care provider would be somebody who would be attending the hospital to care for a patient on a regular basis. For example, coming every day to feed them their meals. Basically taking over a job for the healthcare aides.
I see. So in your capacity as your mother's primary health caregiver or primary caregiver, you were not qualified, is that right?
That's correct.
And so your visits were cut off?
Yes.
Did any other members of your family get to visit?
No. No, the only people that my mother saw after that point would be the staff.
Did you have occasion to discuss with any hospital staff your concerns about your mother's isolation?
I did. When I had gone to the hospital to visit my mother and was turned away by the screening staff at the doors, saying that that's how I found out that they were in a lockdown. They told me to phone the next day and talk to the unit manager to see if I could possibly get this designation given to me to be the essential care provider. I had phoned the hospital the next day, and the nurse at the desk told me, because I explained to her that my mother was 95 and quite possibly dying, and she was extremely lonely, and the loneliness was what was killing her. And it would have been hard for anybody in that situation to not have people visiting. And I sort of tried to make my case to be declared this essential care provider. And she told me that my mother's loneliness wasn't a reason enough to declare me as an essential care provider.
Do you remember her exact words?
Off the top of my head right now, no. I do know that I've said them to you, but I do not recall them exactly.
Well, you did say to me that the words spoken to you were, your mother's loneliness is not a priority.
Yes.
Is that
That's
accurate?
correct.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to answer this question, but how did you feel about that?
I was extremely angry. I sent emails and letters and left messages on a variety of different people's, in a variety of different offices, expressing my disgust, actually, at that comment and just the whole situation in general.
You never did see your mother again prior to her death?
Not alive, no.
Now, you mentioned that your mom passed away on January the 10th.
Correct.
And so all of this was taking place roughly 3 weeks before her death.
Correct.
And what, then when you were barred from going to the hospital, what did you do to try to keep in touch with your mom?
Well, we attempted phone calls. There was a phone in her room, and we would try to call, but most of the time the phone was out of her reach. And when she was in her reach, she really couldn't figure out how to use it. Often we would have to phone the nursing station and say, look, I'm trying to call my mom and she's not, I don't know if she can reach the phone. And they would tell me that they would put the phone in on her bed for her, and then we could very rarely did we actually get through to my mom. My brother would phone from his house in Toronto and hardly ever got to talk to my mom. It was a horrible experience. We thought about providing her with a cell phone, but at that point in my mom's life, I don't know if she would have been able to use it.
Now, in terms of your mom's health, what were you led to believe? She'd gone in for the congestive heart problems, and what were you led to believe as all this time was passing?
Well, the goal was always to get her home, to stabilize her and get her home. And she was medically stable. And the plan was, of course, like I said, to get her home. What held things up essentially was a lack of staffing for home care services.
And so when she was being cleared to come home, that was at the beginning of January. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, we had been working on her getting home and getting staff in place for quite some time. Mm-hmm. The self and family managed care program was no longer available to us. And she actually did get a discharge date.
And what date was that?
January 10th, 2022.
So she was going to be discharged on January the 10th, 2022. Did you speak
Yes.
to her that day?
I did speak with her on the phone, and I let her know that she was coming home. I made arrangements for stretcher services to bring her home because I couldn't do it myself, and she would not have been able to get in and out of my vehicle. And we made arrangements. Stretcher services was to pick her up at 6:30 p.m., January 10th, 2022.
But that didn't happen.
No, it did not.
What did happen?
At approximately 5:15 to 5:30 p.m., I got a phone call from her doctor telling me that she had been found unresponsive. She was actually sitting on the toilet at the time. They brought her into her bed, and there was nothing they could do to, she never did regain consciousness after that, and she passed away.
On the very day, an hour and a half before you were going to take her home.
Yes.
What happened then? You had discussions with the doctor, I believe.
I did. I asked him if I could come and see my mother, and he told me that I could.
And he made arrangements with the hospital, did he?
Yes.
And then you did go to her?
Yes.
Yeah. And
I went.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I went to the hospital, and I went in. She was still in the room that she shared with her 3 other patients. Curtains drawn, so she had some privacy, and I was able to sit with my mother. I was able to hold her hand, and I was able to talk to her after she passed. I was sitting with her dead body, but I could not sit with her live body the day before or the day before that.
Can you share, you've talked about your mother's sense of loneliness. Can you share with us how all of this made you feel?
I mean, we always knew that, like, my mother was going to die, right? Yeah, obviously, she was 95 years old. She was in end stages of congestive heart failure. We never got a chance to say goodbye. We couldn't go see her. We couldn't hug her. There were no more I love yous given. She died alone, possibly neglected because of the chronic short-staffedness, but I can't really comment on that because the nurses and the staff that worked there were really working hard. I was angry. I was angry and I was sad. She didn't deserve that. We did everything right. We got our vaccinations. We kept our bubble relatively small. We socially isolated. We followed all the rules. And still, the government that she was so obedient to failed her in the end, is the way I feel. I'm angry for her. I'm sad for her. And I think that what happened there was extremely wrong. My mother said to me about 3 months into the pandemic that she would rather die of COVID than die of loneliness. And she did not have that option.
Sounds like ultimately she exercised that option. In any event, your mother, did you ever test positive for COVID?
I did, just last October. I'm vaccinated. I've got 2 boosters on top of that. I work in a medical facility, so it's somewhat necessary. We kind of have to be vaccinated in order to work under those circumstances. And I had been exposed to one of the patients having COVID.
So your positive test was 10 months after her demise?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to add, Michelle?
I don't think so.
Okay. If you will, I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions that they would like to put to you. Okay. It appears as though they do not. Thank you very, very much for attending.
Thank you for the opportunity to tell my mother's story.
Thank you, Michelle.
So our next witness is going to be another virtual witness. We're going to have Charlie Hooper join us. Charlie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
so we've got a good Zoom connection. My name's Sean Buckley. I'm going to be calling you as a witness today. So can I ask you first to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Charles Hooper, CharlesHooper.
And Charles, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, I do.
So I just want to introduce you a little bit. Right now, you're president of a consulting company called Objective Insights, and my understanding is that your company consults for pharmaceutical and biotech companies, that you basically help companies to make business decisions by doing forecast models that include epidemiology. So, for example, if a company was going to introduce a drug for third-line non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, I mean, how many people are out there with that, and what public policy implications would the company encounter? Your company does things like that. Or did I explain that well?
Yes, you did.
So,
thanks, Sean.
Now, you used to work for the pharmaceutical company Merck, and you were actually there when they came out with ivermectin.
Yeah, I was there. I think it was just shortly after ivermectin first launched.
Okay. And then we can't leave out that you worked at NASA as a scientific applications programmer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you became an expert on ivermectin, and I'm just curious if you can explain for us what led you down that path.
Well, that's actually a good question. So first of all, I knew a fair amount about ivermectin working at Merck, and Merck was actually quite proud of ivermectin when it first came out. And so I think when the COVID pandemic hit and I saw ivermectin mentioned, that I looked into it a little bit more. I was kind of curious, having a little bit of background, and then that just kind of snowballed, and here we are.
Right, so you just basically read everything, every study there was on ivermectin and became an expert, and bearing in mind you already have expertise in the pharmaceutical field and research.
Right.
Now, why should we care about ivermectin?
Well, the COVID-19 pandemic led to substantial loss of life, along with large social and economic costs. And ivermectin was presented and still is available as a potential drug to treat COVID-19. And I think that it has some legitimate claim to being a good treatment for COVID-19. And so therefore, many people who suffered and potentially died maybe shouldn't have or wouldn't have if ivermectin was more widely available.
Right. Okay, so can you explain for us, like, when the pandemic started, obviously there was no vaccine or any other tool available. Can you explain to us kind of the importance of kind of the drugs that are on the market then at the time, specifically ivermectin, and why it should have been considered?
Yeah, so when a pandemic happens, everything happens pretty quickly. And drug development is a very slow and lengthy process. And so we really have a mismatch of a fast-moving pandemic, you know, a contagious virus, and then a slow-moving pharmaceutical industry and a regulatory environment. And so by nature, we really need to look at existing drugs that are either already on the market or are soon to be on the market, because anything else would just take so long to be developed that the pandemic might have already run its course. And so, you know, so we by nature have to look at older drugs, and it's actually a very well-known principle that using repurposed medicines is a pragmatic and established safety. I'm sorry, using repurposed medicines with established safety profiles is a pragmatic public health strategy. And so you know, people looked around at potential therapies that could work, and ivermectin showed up as one because of some of the characteristics it has to attack parasites. Also can those mechanisms also attack viruses.
And that was actually known before the pandemic started, am I correct?
The antiviral activity of ivermectin? I believe so, and if it wasn't before, it was definitely early on in the pandemic.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, you know, in a bit on your thoughts as to, you know, whether or not you think it is a safe treatment and an effective treatment for COVID. But right away, there was some controversy about ivermectin, and can you share with us about that?
Yeah. So if you followed the news over the last few years, essentially everything that's been said about ivermectin has been negative if it's been said by kind of the established authorities. And so first we heard that ivermectin was a veterinary parasitic medicine that was intended for horses and cows. And then second, a number of health and regulatory agencies came out against its use, for example, the Food and Drug Administration in the States. And then even the originator and inventor of ivermectin, Merck and Company, came out against its use. And then we also heard that the largest study that showed that ivermectin worked was retracted for data fraud. And then finally, we were told that the biggest and best study of ivermectin, the Together trial, showed that ivermectin didn't work. And I think there's a need to set the record straight, because that's not the whole truth.
Okay, so can you set the record straight for us today?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Okay, so can I give you a little background on...
Yeah, do you want a screen share? I think we're set up for that if you need to.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
Okay, so we're seeing your screen now. We're seeing a slide, ivermectin for COVID-19.
Yeah, so let me give you a little bit of background into, okay, so first of all, we mentioned just a minute ago that older drugs are the way to go when a pandemic happens. And so the three kind of drugs that I've focused on other than ivermectin to treat COVID-19, they were available at day 235, day 661, and day 662. And that's Gilead Sciences' Veklury, the generic name is remdesivir, Pfizer's Paxlovid, which is a combination of two older drugs, and then Merck and Company's Lagevrio, which the generic name is Molnupiravir. But a little bit of history about ivermectin. It's an important drug, and some have actually estimated that its overall public health benefit might be on par with that of penicillin. It was discovered in 1975 through the work of two individuals, William Campbell at the Merck Institute for Therapeutic Research and Satoshi Omura at Kitasato University. And this discovery earned them the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. And ivermectin was first used as a veterinary antiparasitic with human applications coming just a few years after that. And in the developing world, it's proven so effective that it's on the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines. And it has been dosed 4 billion times in parts of the world where parasites are common, such as Africa, Central and South America. And it's been used to treat things such as, or treat and prevent river blindness and other diseases. And it's been used safely in pregnant women, children, and infants, which is saying a lot. And so my history with Merck goes back 34 years when I was newly hired there. And ivermectin was newly launched. And people might say, okay, well, it's an antiparasitic, so why should we use it for COVID-19? Well, it turns out in the pharmaceutical industry, a lot of drugs have application in multiple therapeutic areas. So just one quick example, the drug amantadine was originally developed to treat influenza, but Parkinson's patients taking amantadine for the flu serendipitously noticed symptomatic relief of their Parkinson's disease. And now amantadine is regularly taken by Parkinson's patients. So anyway, with ivermectin, it works through a variety of mechanisms to kill parasites. And some of those mechanisms have been found to attack single-strand RNA viruses, such as SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. And so this led scientists to test it in laboratories in vitro, and they found that it did in fact kill 21 different viruses in cell cultures. And so Sean, should I just keep going? Or?
Oh yeah, please do, yep.
Okay, so because ivermectin's been around for decades, it's safe, it's an oral pill, it's cheap, it's off patent, it would be an ideal therapeutic for COVID-19 if it worked. So the question is, does it work? And here's where things get more interesting. So Merck came out against the use for ivermectin and said, quote, "It is important to note that to date, our analysis has identified no meaningful evidence for clinical activity or clinical efficacy in patients with COVID-19 disease." Now, the FDA was a little bit less circumspect, and the FDA tweeted, "You are not a horse, you're not a cow, seriously, y'all, stop it." But then the FDA also added a statement pretty much like I just read from Merck. But the FDA went further, and the FDA put out a special warning to warn us against using ivermectin for COVID. And it said, quote, "You should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19. But this statement went on, and it included words and phrases such as serious harm, hospitalized, dangerous, very dangerous, seizures, coma, and even death, and highly toxic. So, but this is a drug that is FDA approved as safe for human use. So why would using this safe drug for a new condition make it dangerous? Well, the FDA didn't say, And in fact, a normal person reading this might think that the FDA was warning against, some criminal agent who had, laced pills with poison. And then further, the FDA claimed with no scientific basis that ivermectin is not an antiviral, notwithstanding its proven antiviral activity. So it would be nice to have somebody who's been within these organizations recently and involved in these decisions to explain them. But absent that, what we can do is we can explore some of the structural reasons for why these organizations might have come out so strongly against ivermectin. And with the FDA, I think it's really two different things. It's the emergency use authorization and then off-label promotion. And so the emergency use authorization is a regulatory pathway that the FDA may use to authorize unapproved medical products or unapproved uses of approved medical products in an emergency to treat serious or life-threatening diseases where there are no adequate, approved, and alternative therapies. And so this might have given the FDA a reason to want ivermectin out of the picture, because if there's no approved alternative therapy, then the FDA could encourage companies like Gilead and Merck and Pfizer to keep developing their products. And what this really kind of implies is that the FDA knows how long the drug development process takes, and it takes too long. And so the FDA, maybe wanting to help during the pandemic, wanted to get these new drugs out there. And also, I think, it's possible the FDA wanted to incentivize the drug companies to keep researching these treatments because, if the FDA said, okay, maybe your drug will be approved in 10 years, long after the pandemic's over, then those companies would have very little reason to keep researching their treatments. The second reason is off-label promotion. So once drugs are marketed, physicians can use them for any condition that they think will help the patient. And such usage is called off-label promotion because it's for a condition that's not specifically on the label of that drug that's been approved by the FDA. And so while this off-label prescribing is widespread and completely legal, it is illegal for drug companies to promote drugs for off-label conditions in any way, shape, or form. And during a particularly vigorous 2-year period, the Justice Department collected over $6 billion in fines from drug companies in off-label promotion cases. So the FDA takes the position that it doesn't want to encourage off-label promotion, but it knows it can't, or off-label usage, but it knows it can't stop it. So if the FDA were to make a statement on the efficacy of ivermectin for COVID-19, it would pretty much have to come out neutral or negative, because if it promoted a drug for an off-label use, there would be obvious hypocrisy involved. So with Merck, Merck faced that same off-label promotion issue. Merck is not going to promote a product and face substantial fines. Merck is too smart for that. And also, ivermectin has long since been generic, and so Merck doesn't make much money off it. But Merck was hoping that its new drug, Lagavrio molnupiravir, was going to be a successful treatment for COVID-19. Now, sometimes the sequence of events can prevent or work against the dissemination of balanced information.
Now, Charles, can I just step in and ask you a question?
Sure.
Because you were just offering an explanation, and I appreciate you don't know of, why the FDA made the statements that it did. But surely the FDA could have just simply said, ivermectin is not approved for treating COVID-19, and so we don't know whether it would be effective for that, which is very different than basically making false statements that it's dangerous, because surely it can't be dangerous with 4 billion doses out there, and most of them would be non-prescription doses, just over the counter in other countries. So, do your explanations, are you being a little gentle with the FDA in what you're suggesting to us?
Yeah, I really am curious what went on within the agency, but I don't really know. But I do think that authorities in that position they're culpable for what's happened, because essentially they were spreading misinformation.
Okay, and I'm sorry to interrupt. You were then going to go on about the Together trial?
Yeah. So, so with the Together trial, so sometimes the sequence of events of how information plays out can work against the dissemination of balanced information. And so the Together trial was supposed to be the best and biggest trial testing ivermectin. But the press release came out at least a couple of weeks before the full study was published. And so basically the main news organizations, or some of the main ones, such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, the only information they had was from the press release. And so they basically parroted the conclusions of the study from the press release. And that said that ivermectin doesn't work. And so that's, most people just stop there. The problem is, for those of us who like to scrutinize the studies, anything that we found was going to be weeks later, and at that point it would look like old news. And also the news organizations might be hesitant to publish that because it could make their initial articles look premature or perhaps incorrect. But anyway, after the full Together trial was published, a number of researchers have looked into it, and they've identified 75 serious problems with this trial. Even just a few serious problems would be cause for concern, but there were 75 problems identified. And worse, the trial that we were told proved that ivermectin doesn't work actually has results that suggest that it does work. So in the Together trial, the patients who are on ivermectin had a 12% lower risk of death, a 23% lower risk of needing mechanical ventilation, a 17% lower risk of hospitalization, a 10% lower risk of extended ER observation or hospitalization. And then using the results of the trial, I was able to calculate the probability of the benefit to patients who are on ivermectin. And it ranged from 26%, so there were 10 different metrics in the trial, and the benefit ranged from 26% to 91%. So 91% was for preventing hospitalization. And for the most serious outcome, death, the probability was 68% that ivermectin was helping these patients. Now, another trial that got a lot of press was a trial that showed that ivermectin did work. It was a trial studied by Elgazar et al., but it was withdrawn on charges of plagiarism and faked data. And so this one study got a lot of press as if it was one of the only studies, but there's actually been quite a bit of research done on ivermectin for COVID-19. So there's been 95 clinical trials, 95 studies that have included 1,023 authors with patients in 27 countries. And the number of patients, if you added it up across all the trials, is 134,554. And if you pool all the results suggest that ivermectin reduces the risk of death by 51%. So I just want to highlight that. So this implies that if everybody had access to ivermectin, the death rate across the world could have been half of what it was. 29% lower risk of mechanical ventilation, 41% lower risk of ICU admissions, 34% lower risk of hospitalization, 78% reduced number of cases, 42% improved recovery, and 45% improved viral clearance. And these results, so 2 of them are significant to p less than 0.01, and the other 5 of them are significant to p less than 0.0001. So the other thing that the studies show is that earlier use is better. So for example, the benefit is 82% if it's given prophylactically, 62% benefit in early use, and 42% benefit in late use. So 45 of these studies were randomized controlled trials, and 80 of the studies were peer-reviewed.
And Charles, can I just stop you for a second? So you're basically in that last slide indicating that the most significant benefit is for early use. And what I find curious about that is in Canada, I live in a province called Alberta, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Alberta for concerning the COVID pandemic basically made it clear to physicians that they would lose their license to practice if the physicians treated COVID early on. So it was really only possible for doctors who wanted to keep their license to treat COVID once the patient arrived at the emergency department. But what your analysis is suggesting is that that was completely wrong. Aside from the fact that it just sounds insane to tell doctors they can't treat an illness at its early stages. But am I correct that basically, based on your data, the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Alberta were completely wrong on this?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And if you look at all the treatments that have any kind of efficacy for ivermectin, and this actually goes more broadly to viral diseases, you want to treat the patient pretty soon after they're infected. And in fact, if you treat them something like 8 days after they're infected, the treatments basically have no benefit at all because this is a viral infection. It kind of comes and it goes, and if you don't get it early, you're not going to get it at all. So it's a pretty established principle that for a viral infection, you have to treat it pretty early.
Okay.
So this just lends, empirical evidence to that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for interrupting. It's just, it was an interesting point you just made. So.
Oh no, I appreciate your comments and points. Okay, so we've talked about ivermectin. Now, there are some other drugs that have gotten clearance to be on the market to treat COVID-19. And I mentioned them in an earlier slide. But if you look at their efficacy, it's not as good as ivermectin. In fact, it's typically half or less as good as ivermectin. And further, the safety isn't as good. So with Paxlovid, 15% of the patients are contraindicated for Paxlovid, which means that they should definitely not get it. Remdesivir is associated with acute kidney failure, and molnupiravir is the most alarming. that it's associated with creating dangerous viral variants, and it's associated with mutagenicity, carcinogenicity, teratogenicity, and embryotoxicity, which in a little bit more plain English means that there are risks to human DNA. So, so these drugs don't work as well typically as ivermectin. They're not as safe, and they also aren't as widely available and inexpensive.
And yet they're permitted for treating COVID.
Right, and they kind of have the backing of the medical establishment behind them. So, if I may, if you have any other comments or questions.
No, carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so I think to really understand how to interpret the results from clinical trials, we need to talk for a minute about the concept of statistical significance. And while it seems like an arcane and unimportant subject, we need to understand it because essentially it leads to many false conclusions, especially for ivermectin. So what I want to do is show you the results of 2 clinical trials for ivermectin and show you the results and then show you what the study authors actually said. And so again, statistical significance is a way that researchers try to make sure that the result is real and not due to luck. And so what they've settled on is a number of 95%. So they want to be 95% sure that the results are real and not due to luck. But what they do is if the results are good and the results are statistically significant, they say that the drug works. However, if the results aren't good or the results aren't statistically significant, they say that the drug doesn't work, which isn't true. So here's one example. So this is a study by Ravakirti et al. And as part of the study, they looked at the need for mechanical ventilation. So of the ivermectin patients, only 1 out of 55 needed mechanical ventilation. Well, for the placebo patients, 5 out of 57 needed it. So if you just do the simple math, it looks like ivermectin reduced the risk by 80%. But the authors concluded the study did not find any benefit with the use of ivermectin and the use of invasive ventilation in mild and moderate COVID-19. And the reason they said that is because they were only 91.2% sure that there was a benefit. In other words, it didn't match the 95% threshold. So here's another study. So this is by Rajter et al. And this is, again, looking at mechanical ventilation. And so in this case, patients on ivermectin, so 36.1% of them improved and got off mechanical ventilators, whereas only 15.4% of the patients who got placebos got off the mechanical ventilators. So if you look at the results, you'd say that ivermectin benefited the patients by 2.3 times what the placebo response was. But again, these authors reported no benefit, and that's because they were 93% sure that the results were true, but they wanted it to be 95% sure. Now, why is this important, and why does it affect ivermectin? Well, when a drug company does a clinical trial, it makes sure that the trial is big enough that it's going to get statistical significance. But with a drug like ivermectin, where there's no real money behind it, it's up to kind of smaller organizations that don't have deep pockets to run the trials. And so they typically run smaller trials. And so frequently you'll get a result like this, where the study authors, based on using statistical significance, will say that the drug has no benefit. And so people who just look at the survey, the summary in that write-up of that study will say, oh, ivermectin didn't benefit patients with mechanical ventilators. But if you look deeper, it actually does. And so I wanted to just point out how ridiculous this can be. And so, for example, imagine a pharmaceutical company testing drug X, and there's two researchers. One's at one researcher at each hospital, and they recruit 1,000 patients for this clinical trial, 500 at each hospital. So each researcher is managing 500 patients. Based on statistical significance, if they combine the results and publish together, they would say the drug works. If they, for whatever reason, maybe they had an argument over whose name should be first on the publication, Jones and Smith or Smith and Jones, and they publish separately, they would conclude that the drug doesn't work. So could it be that the drug works if these two authors get along together and publish together, and it doesn't work if they argue and publish separately? Well, that's ridiculous. And so what's happened with ivermectin is you've had all these little studies, some of which aren't statistically significant, but together they are. And so, so what I showed a few minutes ago, all those results, when they're pooled, are highly statistically significant. So in conclusion, and then if you'd like, I can talk about possible solutions to prevent a problem like this in the future. But in conclusion, whenever we have a pandemic, we need to rely on existing medications because new drugs just take too long to develop. And older drugs such as ivermectin, they're a known quantity, they're safe, they're cheap, the manufacturing is established. And then it's just a question of if they work or not. And with COVID-19, for ivermectin for COVID-19, the clinical evidence is pretty overwhelmingly positive, and it's substantially better than for other treatments, and it's safer than other treatments, and it's cheaper than other treatments. And those who dissuaded us from using ivermectin are responsible for some of the problems that this caused. So, I'd be happy to jump into possible solutions, or I don't know, Sean, a few questions.
I do want to actually ask you about that, but just following up on your last point about people being responsible. I mean, would it be fair to characterize it? You've made it clear with your presentation that there's 4 billion doses, and am I correct that in many countries, in fact, most countries where ivermectin is taken regularly, you don't need a prescription to get it. It's just over the counter. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in that, but I believe that's true.
Right. And would it also be fair to say, like, literally, ivermectin is one of the safest drugs on the planet?
I think, yeah, based on what I know, I would characterize it as one of the safest drugs on the planet.
So here we're faced with a pandemic where the media is telling us we're in great danger, and from a safety standpoint, there would have been little downside even if ivermectin wasn't as effective as the meta-analysis that you've shared shows it is.
Right. There was very little downside risk to using ivermectin, and early in the pandemic, there were indicators that it did have efficacy. So the efficacy of ivermectin was pretty well established, established enough to make decisions around the mid to 3/4 of the way through 2020. So there was no reason after, say, the fall of 2020 to not be using ivermectin.
Now, you had sent me some studies, and I'm not going to go through them, but I'm just going to indicate for the commissioners that we've entered them as exhibits. So you've sent me a study that you are an author in called Ivermectin and Statistical Significance. And I'll just ask if you would adopt that as true today.
Yes, I would.
And then we've also entered as an exhibit WI9C, where you're one of the authors, Ivermectin and the Together trial. And would you confirm and adopt that that's true today?
Yes, I will.
And then we've entered as exhibit WI9D a article where you're a co-author titled Setting the Record Straight on Ivermectin. And do you adopt that as true today?
Yes, I do.
So now I do want to ask you, and then I'll turn you over to the commissioners for questions, but how could we have done this better?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I've got some ideas, and we could debate them probably for the next year, but let me just list them. So one would be allow drug companies to promote off-label uses. And what this really means is drug companies have information about their drugs for certain diseases. And right now, regulatory agencies like the FDA don't allow them to share that information. So it's really a form of censorship. The next idea would be to allow drug companies to benefit from finding uses for existing off-patent drugs. So for example, if Merck really found that ivermectin worked for COVID-19, essentially it might not make a dime from that investment. But if we changed the structure somehow so that Merck did make money, then Merck might have been as interested in ivermectin as it was in its own drugs.
So can I just slow you down and spell that out, because a lot of people might not understand what you're saying. So when a drug still has a patent, an existing patent on it, and Merck holds that patent, Merck can charge a high amount for the drug, and if somebody else wants to make it, Merck has to agree, and then basically there would be a license fee paid to Merck. But when a drug like ivermectin is off patent, then any generic drug company, or any other drug company for that matter, can also make it, and there's no financial benefit for Merck. But you're suggesting in a pandemic, if somebody like Merck could say, hey, wait a second, this data shows that it works for ivermectin, that then if there could be some financial incentive, like a licensing fee or something like that for its use for something like COVID, that would be incentive for the drug companies to look into that, and then also for them to share their data?
Yes, exactly what you just said, and the financial incentive could be a number of different things. It could even be like a finder's fee, or something that some organization pays to Merck or whichever company it is. It wouldn't necessarily have to be Merck that would promote these uses for ivermectin.
Right, but some financial incentive, because we are dealing with companies that actually have fiduciary obligations to their shareholders financially.
Right, and essentially the generic market is so competitive, and the products are deemed substitutable, that there's no way for a company to say, our generic is better, or we know something about our generic, therefore you should pay us more money. Because as soon as that information's out there, then any customer could just use any generic and say, okay, well, this ivermectin's as good as that one, and I know that now it treats COVID-19, so why should I use Merck's generic?
Right. Now, I interrupted you. It looked like you had a couple of more suggestions of how we could have done this better.
Yeah, so there are government agencies around the world that do a lot of medical-related research, and the National Institutes for Health in the United States is one of those, and it has a budget, I think, of $45 billion a year. So in the beginning of the pandemic, if the NIH just said, hey, we're going to find all these old medicines that potentially could be used to treat COVID-19, and we're going to do thorough testing of each one of them. So, so these studies wouldn't just be dribbling in, it would be, well-designed studies with plenty of people, statistical significance. And you just do that early on. And that could have had phenomenal health benefits. So just to keep going down my list, I don't quite know how you do this, but prevent agencies like the FDA from attacking older drugs. Or maybe a better way to do it is to allow dissenting opinions. So have kind of a red team that's set up to challenge the establishment views. And kind of another perspective on that is, I think power within these organizations has become too concentrated. And so maybe spread it out some so there isn't so much emphasis on the one organization having the one viewpoint. And kind of along those lines, maybe clean the house within these organizations, that if there are people who are knowingly dissuading us from taking medications that have potential benefit, that's not who we want in charge of our public health organizations. And then my last 2 points are to use statistical significance more wisely. And then the very last point is something that has other benefits also, which is taking the responsibility for efficacy away from regulatory agencies like the FDA. And I'll just try to explain this very briefly. So from 1938 until 1962, the FDA only mandated safety testing for drugs. And then after 1962, the FDA mandated safety and efficacy testing. And it sounds like a wonderful idea, but economists have studied it, and it's pretty easy to make the case that things have been worse since 1962. And so if the FDA just wasn't concerned about efficacy, but was concerned about safety, then any statements the FDA would have made about ivermectin just would have been about its safety, which I think is pretty clear that ivermectin is a safe drug.
Right, you put a lot of thought into these, and we thank you for that. I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you. And they do.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for this very thorough presentation. I mean, I have a couple of questions. In fact, the way I look at that is, it seems that these small molecule drugs that have been around for a long time, they lose their value after they're off patent. Doesn't that call for a serious, I would say, rethinking of the patenting of these molecules? Because why is it that in all of a sudden a chemical that has been synthesized and proven to be safe and effective in many indications would lose its ability to function in other indications, knowing that it's generally the case that molecules that have been around for a long time have several indications. We know that from the practice. So why don't we come up with a different model? I mean, copyrights, for example, on books, on music could last much, much longer than the lifetime of a patent. Isn't that part of the problem we're facing?
I completely agree. And I think, so when a drug goes off patent, it basically dies because there's no financial incentive to look for other uses for that drug at that point. So the only research that's typically done on drugs at that point is, organizations that don't really have a financial incentive. And so I think your point is actually very important. And if we could somehow figure out a way to incentivize drug companies or universities or research labs to research new uses for off-patent drugs, I think we would find phenomenal benefit, because a lot of these drugs have to be useful for other conditions. And it could be an issue with patents, or it could be just some other kind of reward for finding something that's useful, or maybe have generics that aren't substitutable, so you could actually say that this generic is different than this generic. We'd have to think about solutions, but the potential benefit is huge.
Another question that I had is, you're in the business of, I would say, advising different drug company on strategy, I guess, to deploy, to develop new drugs, or maybe find new markets. I'm a little concerned that the position you're taking right now would probably, I would say, put your position on this marketplace at some sort of a risk because of your position you're taking in that, because it clearly goes against the business model of some potential client. So I'm wondering whether you're concerned about that for your activity.
Yeah, the answer is I'm not very concerned, and that's because I'd be very interested in finding new uses for generic drugs, but also I'm interested in finding uses for new drugs, and so that's what I help my clients with. I basically want good medicines to be out there so that people live long and healthy lives, whether they're a currently generic drug, or whether it's some kind of cell therapy that's coming down the road, that's some cutting edge cell therapy, for example.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So that's it for questions. Mr. Hooper, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for attending today and sharing with us your valuable testimony.
So thank you for your time and attention.
And so our next witness is, if he's here, is going to be Don Woodstock.
Good day, sir. Can you state your full name for the commission?
Don Woodstock.
And can you spell your first and last names?
DonWoodstock.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Where are you from, sir?
Jamaican born, but Canadian citizen since 95, 96.
And I understand you live in Winnipeg right now?
Yes, I do.
How long have you been in Winnipeg?
Since November 1999.
Can I ask you your profession or line of work?
I'm the proud owner of Jamrock Security. We're a security company providing some of the top-of-the-line products for home security, burglar alarm, commercial, industrial, residential security.
And how long have you been in that area of work?
A little over 9 years for myself personally, but I started in the security business. It was my first job in Canada, in Toronto. I'm still doing it today.
So when I spoke to you before, I was struck with the perspective that you have regarding what happened in our society during the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your business, how everything affected your business?
Well, we started just before COVID, just out of sheer trying to diversify, to try to get online. and promote the business online instead of the door-to-door approach which we're accustomed to. And COVID hit, and we had to be be creative, but more so push the envelope in terms of getting the business online. So I had to be vaccinated to get into people's home, because this is what I was told I had to do. We gave our customers the option to have a vaccinated install done, somebody who is vaccinated, or we have somebody who is not vaccinated because some of the guys did not want to. Subsequently, all the guys eventually had to be vaccinated because nobody would entertain us. Then we get into the business of self-monitor, self-install. So we would sanitize the product, do a lot of the back-end work to get the product to where it needs to be, and we would ship it to you. You get it and plug it in, and then we end up walking you through the process of installing it. So that was some of the major changes that we had to do.
From talking to you, I understand that your business did relatively well during these years.
It's not something I am going to boast about, because I've seen some of my clients being devastated by this. It pains my heart. But yes, we have almost triple our business because of COVID. And I say that because when you get a phone call at 10, 11 o'clock at night asking for security because somebody think their neighbors are watching them, it speaks to a bigger issue. When you get a phone call that somebody in an apartment block, 8, 9, 10 stories up, saying they need security for their windows and the doors, it speaks to another issue. Who's climbing it? You know, Spider-Man, you know?
Yeah, so...
But it's real.
So what you're saying is that before the COVID pandemic era, you noticed a change between the patterns of your customers and their desires of your business during the COVID era.
Absolutely. It's night and day. Someone would call because they have a burglary, yes, and someone would call because they have a concern about their general security. But more people were at home, and they were afraid to go from one room to the next without making sure the door in that room was locked or the window was secured, or we had to put sensors. One lady spends pretty much almost $4,000 protecting her home, and then turn around and have to sell it and move because there's nothing I could do to keep her mind focused on just, it's okay, it don't work.
So what do you attribute this change in behavior of your customers to? Do you have any thoughts about that?
Fear, unnecessary fear being promoted by the propaganda, media frenzy, neighbors not trusting neighbors anymore, people watching people, simplest move people make. They call me and ask me, Don, should I get a security system to make sure that the neighbor's dog doesn't come over my place to poo? And how do you know the neighbor's dog is pooing on your property? Well, dogs do that, don't they? Well, have you seen any poop on your property? No, but I want a security system just in case he does. Well, how do I secure that? It's yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other observations, or were there any other effects that your business experienced during these years that you want to tell us about?
We had to travel. I had to travel because guys who were not COVID could not do the work outside of Winnipeg, because my business cover Manitoba. And so we have clients, Rankin Inlet, Nunavut, all over the place. And I had to line up 6 feet, social distancing, I'm vaccinated, yeah. I line up to go in the plane 6 feet. I got to the door and I'm sitting shoulder to shoulder like sardine, with everybody for 2 hours. And if I need to drink water, I have to pull the mask down and drink and put the mask back on. And right there tell me this whole thing was a hoax and it was a scam to kind of keep us confined. But more power to the people out there, like I said, power to the people who saw this coming and decided to fight it, because at Tiananmen Square, it took one guy to stop it. Nelson Mandela stopped apartheid with his efforts. Gandhi did it. We are the Gandhis. Thank you.
Now, I understand that you experienced difficulty meeting with certain tradespeople and people you're working with.
Yes.
Can you describe to us how you would deal with those issues?
Well, we discovered pretty soon that the small businesses were closing, which was the engine growth of our economy, but the large businesses were open. So we decided to start meet at Walmart and Shoppers Drug Marts and Home Depots. And it worked because I could go to Home Depot and spend the entire day meeting my trades and walking up and down the aisle and discussing projects. And nobody said anything to us. So why not? In fact, I did a petition in the middle of the thing that all churches should go to Walmart and conduct services. Nobody would stop them. Yeah. We have to adapt. I think that's what it is that it has. I personally have got from this this whole thing is government is going to bullshit it as much as they can, but we the people have to stand up and realize what the truth is. And once we do, then we adapt and we overthrow them eventually. But eventually, we have to adapt to this and rise above it, beyond it, and don't buy into it. And there was so much anger between people that even when I installed a person's home and keep them safe, they're still worried about their neighbor coming over. Like, your home is secure. If anybody came through the door, the alarm is going to go off, the siren goes off, and it still wasn't enough for some people. They still wanted more security. They still wanted something else, and I couldn't help some folks.
Looking at what happened in our society, what do you think should have been done differently regarding the response to the COVID pandemic?
Media. Anything the government tells the media and the media swallows it, we should know right away it's a lie. If the media is promoting anything, it's supposed to be contrary. We don't have to look far from the last election. Everybody thought that Glenn Murray was the best thing since sliced bread. Anything people promoting where the media is concerned, and if they're pushing the agenda to say this is for you, whenever government use those terms, just remember Adolf Hitler. They all said this was for you, right? It's never for us. It's for them to do what? Ultimate power. So I think we need to find a way to look beyond and don't get to the point where we hate our neighbor, whether they're vaccinated or not vaccinated. And that's the government did a fantastic job of letting us hate our neighbors because this one is vaccinated and this one isn't, and this one wearing a mask and that one is not wearing a mask. I see this whole thing as just, it's a big boo-boo that went down, and they managed to control it with the media. And for the people who stand up, for the people who are prepared to be the Gandhi and the Mandelas of this world, power to us all,
I think you mentioned something to me about engagement, and people shouldn't have kept quiet. Do you recall talking about that?
Yes. Too many people were prepared to take the income from the government and take the buyout from the government and be silenced by the government because it's income in the pocket. Too many. I'm not a medical professional in any way, but the medical doctors have the information, the scientists, they have the information, yet still they were prepared to be silenced with it because government were paying them to be silenced with it. And they should have sensed that something is wrong when things like those happen. When people ask me whether or not I want to be vaccinated, I said no. But to satisfy you, Mr. Client, I would, if I need to come into your home, I'm going to be vaccinated, and what do? I've had people call me 4 or 5 times and says I can't get anybody out to my house. I have 2 senior people in the home, and we are both elderly and sick. We don't want anybody to come into the home without vaccination. The mask thing doesn't work. What do you do? That motivated me to go, you know what, I'm going to take this damn stupid vaccination just to kind of get some action going. And my business was riding high. So what do? Do I drop it, walk away from it, or do I adapt? Chose to adapt. Don't like the fact that I have to take a vaccine to adapt. If I could do otherwise, I would.
I think those are all the questions I had for you, sir. I'm going to ask the commissioners if they had any questions. Appears there's no other questions.
Good.
I really appreciate your testimony, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks.
So I'd like to call Dr. Gerald Bohemier to the stand. Dr. Bohemier, we'll begin by asking you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Gerald Bohemier, G-E-R-A-L-D, Bohemier spelled B-O-H-E-M-I-E-R. In French, it's Bohemier, but we'll go along with the Bohemier or Bohemier.
Okay, well, I do want to say it correctly, so I apologize if I'm not, and I'll just call you Gerald because I know you as Gerald. Do you, Gerald, promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Now, I'm going to state your age, and I do that for a reason, because it makes your story more compelling. But you are 72 years old.
I'm 73, almost 74 in a few months.
Okay. So much for my note-taking during interviews. So you're 73 years of age, and you are a retired chiropractor.
That's correct. I've been retired for about 20 years now.
And even though you retired as a chiropractor, though, is you basically spent your entire life looking into natural health issues.
Yes, and I continue to do that. I coach a lot of people. I've been asked by a lot of people to help them understand how they can naturally become healthy again, and to many times try to not have to rely on any kind of pharmaceutical medications. And I've been very proud and happy to have the knowledge and to be able to assist them when I can.
Yes, you basically devoted your entire life to trying to be a healer to people.
Well, that's a word that I've never used about myself, because the healing comes from the inside of the body.
But you know what I mean.
The best thing a doctor can cure is bacon and ham and sausages and things that are dead. The entire healing is an automatic thing you're born with. It's part of being a human being. It's part of God's creation, basically.
And when COVID hit, you were working part-time doing some quality assurance work for a natural health product company. Am I right?
Yes, as a senior, and having had the opportunity to be their spokesman at many health expos in Winnipeg and abroad. I was offered the job when they decided to open up a new plant here in Winnipeg to become their quality assurance supervisor and to make sure that every product that is sent out to the market follows all of the rules, all the regulations, and that the lab tests show that the product is indeed safe and safely available for the public.
Now, I'm not from Manitoba, but since coming here for the hearings, I have learned a lot about a notorious group called the Manitoba Five. And my understanding is you are a member of this notorious group.
Proudly a Manitoba 5 member, yes.
So, can you kind of share with us the journey of how you came to be an esteemed member of this group? My understanding is that it basically began in January to February of 2020 as we were learning about this new virus called COVID-19.
Yeah. And so, yes, I was like everybody else. I was listening attentively to what was going on in the media, and my meters of non-truths were just firing on all cylinders. And that's because my whole upbringing and the whole professional training as a chiropractor believed in the terrain theory as opposed to the germ theory, and therefore I was never worried about a germ or a virus, and I was always worried that if I was going to protect myself or my loved ones, I would train them to understand that the terrain, which is your body physiology and chemistry, was always up to par, so that any bacteria or any microbe that could be coming in that's different, that the body is going to be surprised by, it's not going to have a big effect, okay? So that was basically how I felt very strongly about, and how I'd been trained, and how I had scientifically read and read and read. If you saw my collection of books that I have, you would see that I felt very strongly about that position. The terrain theory versus the...
But Gerald, I'm just going to focus you because I'm wanting you to talk actually about you going to rallies and what you were protesting there, and kind of get into what those experiences were.
Right. So the minute I started hearing that there was going to be some rallies organized, and these were rallies that initially I had heard from a few of the ladies that were putting them on, I decided that we're going to attend these rallies, and we're going to see what's going on here, because hopefully they are going to tell the truth about what's going on. So I attended many, many rallies everywhere from the legislative building, the city hall, at the Forks, where we have our very infamous what's the name of that big building there? My mind is just slipping up. The Human Rights building, and so we attended. We had rallies at that exact site on numerous occasions. And one of the times, and I'm just going to put this as an aside there because it's on my mind, there was at the Human Rights Museum, at the Human Rights facility, if you were not vaccinated, you were not allowed in that building, okay? And so the dichotomy was just so overwhelming. So anyways, and then many of the rallies that I attended to and spoke at were out of town, in Steinbach and in Winkler and elsewhere.
Now, did you notice a police presence at these rallies?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did you notice a police presence at these rallies?
They were always present. They were always initially very kind and just observant, and then we started to see that they're taking pictures. And eventually, following these rallies, they started coming to the door and pounding the door, and we would not answer them because we did not recognize who was that. And we're seniors, and we don't let anybody into our homes, and especially when they have an attitude of pounding on the doors. They were there to deliver tickets, and the tickets were $1,296, and I thought that was pretty weird until somebody pointed out that that's the multiplication of 6 times 6 times 6 times 6. And so I thought, okay, we got some bureaucrats involved here. There's no doubt that they're out to punish. They're out to punish a dissenting voice that on social media was completely censored. I and many others that had the same ideas as I did were censored on media. So the only place that my voice was heard was outdoors, in public, in gatherings called rallies.
So,
okay?
so I just want to focus. So you were trying to have a voice online,
yes,
and you were finding that you were censored.
That's right.
And your voice was about the government activities. You were basically trying to have a voice about what you thought about lockdowns and masking and mandates and things like that, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. They were all ridiculous in my opinion, and I had to tell the people my story. And then don't forget, there were many, many doctors worldwide and scientists worldwide that had a voice that was never heard.
Right, but I would want to focus you on it, and you kind of started to talk about it, is because I'm wanting you to share, basically your experience with state power, because you were going to protests to have a voice, to basically say, look, I disagree with this. And
that's right.
My understanding is you were always completely peaceful.
Yeah.
And the protests were peaceful.
Very
but
peaceful.
You discovered right away that the police were filming.
That's correct.
And then you told us about people coming to your door, but these weren't the police coming to your door, were they?
No, it was very quick to see that they were tattooed, very large people with attitude. And I'd hear them say, "Come on, Bohemia, come on out here, put your big pants on, we've got something to give you." That kind of stuff. My wife was shaking. She still has PSD, and somebody knocks at the door, she jumps right away. And this is 3 years later.
And these people would literally be banging on the, pounding on the door.
We're talking fists here.
Okay, so I just, because I think the world needs to hear what you're saying. So the state of Manitoba basically hired some Canadian ambassadors that were big, that were tattooed, that were not police officers.
No.
And they were coming to your door to give you tickets for your protesting.
Yes.
And they would pound on your door.
That's correct.
And they would yell through the door,
Yeah.
basically taunting things. Can you repeat what they were saying?
Well, like I just said, the worst of the words were, "Come on, Bohemia, put your big boy pants on and come on out here. We've got something to deliver to you." And I did go out initially, the first time or two times, but after that, they were not going to come to the property anymore. We put up no trespassing sign. They were always escorted by a real police officer. We recognized that there was always a cruiser car with a couple officers in there, just in case that I would take out a baseball bat or something like that, but I'm not that kind of person.
Okay, so there would always be a police car and then another vehicle?
Yeah, one or two other vehicles, up to 3 vehicles that I can remember at one time, yes.
Okay, and then you basically said that Rose would freak out. So
Oh,
can
my
you explain
goodness.
for us who Rose is and give us more of an understanding there, what you're describing?
Rose and I have been together for 23 years, so she is my partner, and she's amazing and she has the same drive for natural health and natural health products and what have you. And so we get along just incredibly that way. And she's diminutive. She's not very big and strong. And when these poundings happened, it was very threatening. It was very threatening, especially to her. I wasn't really bothered by that because I knew the door was secure enough that they couldn't pound their way in and that there were police officers out there. And that would never get to that stage. But nevertheless, it still left us with this impression that, my goodness, what is going on in this world, okay? This cannot be happening in Canada. This is like thugs at the door here. To give me a ticket? Why don't they just mail it to me, that kind of stuff? No.
How many times would this have happened where basically these big tattooed people are showing up and pounding on your door to give you tickets?
Well, of the 9 tickets that I received, I believe at least 7 were delivered to the door. A couple more, the other 2 would have been delivered, let's say, at Church of God, at that one incident that was heard where the police were blockading people entry to that church, and I had shown up in support of that church and eventually stepped out of my car and walked over and stood between the tow truck and the van that they wanted, that the police had ordered towed out of the way on the highway. And this van contained children and a family. And I started to yell, Criminal Code 176, you are creating, what's the word I use? They were doing a crime. How do you say that?
Committing?
You are committing a crime. You're committing a crime against the Criminal Code of Canada, Section 176, where you cannot interfere with a church or a pastor when he's in the process of wanting to give a sermon or his congregation a service. And when I started saying that, some young guy pulled out his cell phone, and sure enough, he was flashing it around. Yes, Criminal Code 176 does say that. And all of a sudden, the police officers seemed to calm down. And the superintendent, not the superintendent, but the sergeant from that detachment of the RCMP started to look at his officers, and then he seemed to melt away and tell the tow truck to back off. And we were very happy of that. At that time, the preacher approached the car that was on the highway, being blocked, and we had a prayer service right there on the car, and the family in the car. And we knew we had had a victory right there.
So getting back to these tickets,
Yeah.
so you said it basically roughly at least seven times they came to your door.
Yeah.
How would that be kind of timed in relation to rallies that you attended?
Well, many of them were several days after a rally. Sometimes I would get a ticket at a rally, like in that case of the Church of God. I was parked on the highway, and when they recognized my car, that's easy, the plate number, they had surrounded my car, and they put a ticket in my I wouldn't open my window to talk to them or anything. So they put the ticket in my windshield wiper, and I flushed it off, okay? But anyways, that was a ticket for a previous occasion, and shortly after that, they were banging on my door to give me one for having attended at that particular outdoor event that was against the rules of the government. Okay?
Now, how many thousands of dollars in total have you been ticketed, do you think?
The face value is 9 times $12.96. I believe that's got to be close to $12,000 plus dollars, somewhere in that vicinity. Yeah.
Now, as I understand it, you've also had the experience of being arrested.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And can you share with us what happened?
Yes. Unbeknownst to a warrant that had been, as I understand, encouraged by our Premier of Manitoba at the time, that we got to do something. These clowns are not going to stop just with fines. They seem to be just thumbing our nose at the fines, and we were, absolutely. Got another one? No problem. I was in the backyard doing gardening with Rose, and at the same time, I had lent my sound equipment, because I'm a musician, I have a very powerful sound equipment, to another group of people in Winkler that wanted to do a rally that day. I was not able to attend, but they had access to my sound equipment. And that gentleman's father was returning the equipment to me at the same time as the police officers arrived, and they came into the backyard and said that I was under arrest. And I said, for what? There is a warrant out for your arrest and we're taking you in. Oh my goodness, and all hell broke loose. Interestingly enough, the father that was returning the equipment had a phone and he started filming the whole thing. So the whole thing is videotaped and available on Rebel News. And it became quite the public embarrassment to me in public to get arrested. But nevertheless, I took it with my big boy pants on. And off I went with some resistance, and eventually they started hurting my shoulders too much, and I begged them to not do that because at my age I don't want to be injured. So they did handcuff me in front, and then I went into the car. They escorted me downtown, into the elevator, upstairs, and into the jail area, where they began to process me. And they had told Rose before leaving, because she was so worried, when are you going to come back? Oh, it's a 2-hour process. He's going to be processed and released on a promise to appear. He'll be back in a couple hours. And this was 7 o'clock at night. And so
now, did the officer tell you that he could have just given you the promise to appear at your home?
No, he never did that, never offered me that as an option, no.
Okay.
And it gets worse. I get processed. I'm still in the process room. I was interrogated, blah, blah, blah. 3 hours later, those officers that brought me in are still there, and I turned to one of them. He was a corporal. Interestingly enough, I had learned subsequent to that 2 groups of officers refused to come to my house to arrest me. Why? Because one of the officers' father who was significantly injured in a motorcycle accident and had suffered tremendously, was helped by my chiropractic adjustments. And his son refused with his team of officers to come and arrest me, who had helped his father so much. The second set of officers that were told to come and pick me up said there's a conflict of interest. My mother's his first cousin. And so that led only the corporal, so that probably one of the superior officers in the thing, to team up with somebody else to come and to arrest me. So I'm talking to the corporal now after 3 hours of being in this jailhouse, still sitting in the interrogation rooms, and I say, you told my wife it's going to be 2 hours, and I'll be processed and released on a promise to appear. And he turned all red. He says, yeah, that was our intention, but when we got here, we were informed that there was a memo sent out by the Department of Justice to hold us here until we appeared in front of a magistrate and not before. So therefore, you're going to probably spend the night here, unfortunately. And I found out recently that there were magistrates available up until 11 o'clock at night in a typical jailhouse like that. And I don't know if that's right, but if so, I was lied to, that I would get out after a promise to appear. And I was told that the only way we're getting out is in front of a magistrate to make a contract with him or her, and that there was none available, and we're going to have to spend the night in jail.
So I'm just curious, because I'm familiar with the criminal laws. So the arresting officer can release you on bail conditions. You were not released by the arresting officer on bail conditions.
I was not given that option, no.
Okay, and the officer in charge, which is probably the corporal, can also release you on bail conditions, and that didn't happen?
That never happened, no.
So you were held, my understanding is, for 16 hours.
That's correct, by the time we were finally walking out the door.
Now, so you weren't in the interrogation room that whole time. You were put in a cell. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, right about the time that he was telling me that you're going to spend the night here, that's when they escorted me to a jail cell because they had finished talking to me, asking me all the questions that they would ask, and I was assigned the jail cell. And the problem is that when I entered there, I was told that there's only one layer of clothes that you can have on. And so by the time I would strip down to one layer of clothes, I would be in my underwear and a T-shirt. And I says, at my age, I'm going to freeze to death here, okay? And then one young officer said, well, put your sweater on and your sweatpants on, and that'll be your one layer of clothes. And then plus that, I get a little blanket or something like that when you're in there. And I thanked him for that, because how incredibly smart was this young officer to give me that option. So I stripped down and put on the warmer pants and the sweater, and therefore I was definitely more comfortable for the rest of the evening, because I got put into a concrete room, the lights on, with no soundproofing, so it's very noisy. Everything's concrete. I'm given this little flimsy, what they call the wool blanket. It's definitely not the kind of wool blanket that I've ever seen. And I'm sitting on this concrete thing, embarrassed to death, not knowing what's going to happen next. I'm 70 years old. I've got an enlarged prostate. I've got to pee every hour. So I knock at the door, and all the way till midnight, the staff would open the door, allow me out, and put me back in, no problem, no questions asked.
So you mean allow you out to go to the bathroom?
After midnight, there was a new...
But I just want to clarify.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you then.
They would allow you out of the cell
Yes.
so that you could go to the bathroom?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
And so at midnight, there was a crew change. And there was no way I was sleeping. There was noise, the doors slamming all the time. Everything's steel and concrete, and they're processing people all night long, and bing, bing, bang. I was not aware at the time that there was some of my friends that had been arrested that day either. But anyways, we met the next day. Come midnight, or somewhere after midnight, it's time to pee again. I get up and knock at the door, and a lady shows up. Yeah, what do you want? I've got to go to the bathroom. Okay, put on your mask. No, I don't have a mask, and I don't wear a mask, and I was allowed and processed in this facility with a mask exemption. Well, we don't care about mask exemptions. Well, and hearing that discussion, the sergeant comes from the desk, and he puts his face about 12 inches from mine, and he's turning red, and he's F-bombing me that you're going to wear this effing mask because I'm here to protect my staff, okay? And I don't care about your effing medical, whatever it's called, to not wear a mask. And I says, well, I'm not going to wear a mask. I was looking at him. I thought he turned so red, I thought he was going to explode. That's how livid he was. He wasn't wearing a mask, okay? And anyways, I just stared him down, and he finally just said, and I finally said, I am not going to wear a mask. And he slammed the door, slid the window off, basically, tough luck, buddy. So I turned around very depressed about that and very enervated by the force of his voice and the closeness and the redness in his face, and his eyes were just bleeding. I thought he was going to blow a fuse. And I turned around, and oh my goodness, there's a floor drain in the corner. And so I relieved myself in a floor drain in a corner. How embarrassing is that? But it was a solution. And for the rest of the night, I didn't have to bang on the door and have that kind of treatment by this staff that had replaced the earlier staff, which was very kind all the way through. In fact, so kind that one time, around 11 o'clock, they were ready to go. He knocked at the door, one of the jailers, a very young, obviously a junior member. He says, I've got good news for you. Oh, what? He says, I've got news from your son. I said, my son, he lives in Michigan. Yeah, but he went to school with one of the officers that refused to arrest you. And I'm not going to mention the name, but he said, your son sends off a message, Dad, I'm proud of you. You're my hero. And so it was a moment of joy that this young officer, the jailer, had brought me. It was like a gift. But it made me very emotional, and I still am. And so after midnight, it's just regular freezing to death in there. There's no way to stay warm. The little blanket was used as a pillow because it's all concrete. A big concrete pad, probably the size of this table. And you have to stretch out in there and try to be comfortable. There was no way to sleep. I didn't get any sleep. And the next morning, they finally came around 11 or 12 saying that you can call a lawyer. Which lawyer do you want to see? I said, Rocco Galati. Okay, we'll get in touch with Rocco Galati and we'll see if you can have an interview with him. And so they did call, and he was not available, so they came back and said, no, the...
And Jerry, I'm just going to speed you up a bit because some of that we don't need. But
okay.
you were eventually released after 16 hours and put on conditions.
Got to see a magistrate, read the riot act, signed the under duress. If you look at my signature on that release order, it's written under duress. Okay, they did not pick up on that, I guess because I scribbled it, but you can probably see it. And I was let go. I get downstairs, I asked them, I says, can you call my wife and have her pick me up? And no, we don't do that here, but if you go downstairs, you'll go to the end of the block, and there's police services in there, and you can go in there and have them do that. Well, I did that, and they wouldn't do it. So here I am in the middle of, I don't remember the name of the street there, York or whatever. So I turn around and I said, okay, well, I'm just going to walk to St. Boniface. There's a couple restaurants that I can use their phones there because I had no phone.
But Jerry, I'm just going to focus you because we don't need that much detail. I was just trying to get that you were basically prohibited from having contact with people and the effect that was going to have on you under that court order.
But there's one interesting part about my walk back home. I have to say it because on the opposite side of the street, there was a release of another one of the top five. Miss Vickner. And all of a sudden we get to Main Street, so you can imagine she's walking on one side, I'm walking on the other side, and we say, oh my goodness, and we went and we crossed and we looked and we were so timid and we hugged, and then we went each our own way, not to be all of a sudden discovered, because we were told not to be within 200 meters of each other, of any of the five, okay? But anyways, I got a hug before I entered St. Boniface. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, so how did it make you feel, basically? Because once you were under the court order, it did basically stop your activities.
My voice was extinguished for over a year.
Right, so for over a year, you couldn't participate in rallies?
None. Under the pressure that I would go to jail until the trial date, which was never revealed to us until many months later. It was almost a year anyways. Yeah.
Right. So basically the force of the state succeeded in silencing your voice.
I was depressed. I was sad. I was not permitted to do something that I enjoyed so much, talking to people about alternative health and how to stay well in spite of a so-called virus that's going to cause so much havoc. I didn't believe in that theory anyways.
Thank you. I've got no further questions except that I want you to share how you learned about losing your job.
The night after the rally, the first rally we went to, there was a couple young individuals that picked the pictures out of the Free Press, and on their Facebook, I guess, said, hey, we got to find out who these people are, we got to find out who they work for, and we got to get these people fired. And it got to the company that I was working at, and oh my God, so they, in a knee-jerk reaction, immediately published a letter to the Free Press and to the government saying that we have no affiliation with Dr. Bohemian, none. So that night after the rally, when this was all happening, because the Free Press had published the papers already, published the pictures already, I found out while at home celebrating that we had such a great rally, okay, that you're being fired. You don't have a job anymore. They're saying that they've cut costs. They've cut. I says, what? No, I know these guys. I've known them for 35 years. They would never fire me without at least calling me and telling me, hey, we got a problem. We got a PR problem. We're going to have to let you go, kind of thing. We got to disassociate our company from your activities. You know, that never happened. It still hasn't happened today.
Right. So basically, you were fired because of people's actions and social
That's
shaming.
Right. And it wasn't a big job, but for back then it was 72. For a 72-year-old, 1 day a week, I was in there doing paperwork, making sure that all processes got done properly so that we could certify that the product could be released to the public. So that's what the quality assurance person was entitled to do. And the quality assurance person had to have a degree, and I did have a degree. So I fit all the criteria, and man, it paid really well. A couple hours every Wednesday, I'd drive in 75 kilometers from our farm and did all that paperwork for them and said goodbye, and they gave me a big fat check every month.
Right. Thank you. I have no further questions. The commissioners might have some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bohemian.
Good afternoon.
When, at the time that your employer fired you, had you been convicted of a crime?
No, not at all. Never been convicted of any crime.
I think somewhere in your presentation you mentioned that you felt you were under pressure. Did you feel like you were under pressure when you made the decision to go to these rallies? Were you apprehensive about doing that?
No, on the contrary. Going to these rallies was like, oh my goodness, my voice can be heard here, and I really believed that the things that I had to say would help people lose the fear. I saw the fear campaign, and I needed to go to these rallies. I felt I needed to be there.
But did you not understand that there was some potential for retribution or fining or in any of these activities that you undertook?
Not at the time, not at the first ones or something. Once the tickets started being delivered, yes, I knew that it was a game off, because I had 9 tickets, but we did probably 15, maybe 20 rallies.
So there was at some point in time when you did understand that there may be consequences.
Yes, at that point, I thumbed my nose up at the consequences. I was going to speak, and people needed to hear that they don't have to be afraid of a virus.
The reason I ask you that question is because previous witnesses today said that other people had felt pressure in their positions, and that perhaps explained why they didn't serve the Manitobans. I mean, I'm particularly talking about the judge who testified today that other judges must have felt pressure. And my point is you must have felt pressure too, but you did what you thought was right.
I did so. And when I received the notice that I was no longer employed, I was expecting a phone call to tell me what had happened. They never did that, but I retired at that point, and I made up my mind, I don't need that job, and therefore, although it was great people to work with, and the products that they produced were great, I just quit. And so I basically, that was a relief off of my shoulders. I don't have to worry about Wednesday mornings anymore, going to spend a day at the factory. So no, I just, get me out at a rally and give me a horn. I felt I was doing something. That was important to me.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Bohemi. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, oh, I'm sorry, there's another question. I apologize, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just wondering if you had another opportunity to speak to those ambassadors who came pounding your door, what would be the words that you would tell them?
Knowing that they were hired thugs, I would have not spoken to them. I would not given them 5 minutes of my time. I would have gone to the police officers. I said, get these people off my property, okay? And they would have had to, because unless they had a court order to be on a property, they would have not been able to be there. No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And sorry to be premature, Commissioners. So, Gerald, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for coming and sharing your story today. It was very important to hear your experience.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Commissioners, I'll need your direction because we have 2 further witnesses scheduled, but I mean, obviously when we select, put a schedule together, it's really tough to know how long. If you're willing to sit and hear the 2 witnesses, other 2 lay witnesses, we're definitely prepared to call them. So, okay, thank you. So we'll proceed. And so our next witness is going to be Carly Watterson Dupuis.
Could you give us your full name and then spell it for me, and then you'll have to give us your oath.
My name is Carly Walterson Dupuis, CarleyWalterson -DUPUIS.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during your testimony today?
I do.
I'll try to help condense this almost 2-year saga of yours that you've gone through after your shot. When did you get the Moderna shot?
On June 28th of 2021.
Okay. And why did you get it?
I got it because I wasn't going to be allowed into sports facilities for my kids.
And right after you got the shot, you started having symptoms. Is that correct? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, the day of, I felt fine. It was the next day that I started experiencing some stomach problems. That lasted about 3 weeks. From there, I had vertigo for a week, which was new to me. I've never experienced dizziness like that before. Following the vertigo was the really scary part. I experienced heart problems, heart palpitations, loss of breath. I couldn't exercise.
And that developed over the course of the first 4 to 5 weeks after your shot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One of your family members, I believe, took you into urgent care at about the 5-week mark, correct?
Correct.
And what happened? Why did you go to urgent care, and what happened?
I was sitting at my desk at home. I was working from home at the time, and I could feel my heart beating out of my chest. It was very, very uncomfortable. I was losing my breath and felt very scared. So I was talking to my mom, who is a nurse, and she took me into urgent care that day.
Okay. And what did they do at urgent care?
They did an EKG. I got into a room and they had me lay down in a bed. I was hooked up to heart monitors, but everything came back normal. There was no abnormalities that were found on the EKG. The doctors that I spoke to would not consider it being from the vaccine at all.
And they sent you home, correct?
They sent me home because everything looked normal.
Okay. So you went back to your family doctor at that point, correct?
I did, yes.
And what did he say?
My family doctor also didn't want to consider this being from the vaccine, but she's known me my entire life. She actually delivered me into the world, so she knows my entire health history, and I've never had a problem before. So she got me in to see a specialist. She recommended me to a cardiologist in the city.
And that took you a certain amount of time to make that appointment, and your symptoms continued during that time, did they?
Correct.
Okay. What were the symptoms?
Heart palpitations, loss of breath, and by this point I was also experiencing chest pain on and off.
Okay. You had to rest during the day, and
I had to rest during the day, yeah. My work days, I work at a desk at home all day, but I had to actually go and lay down multiple times in the day to get my heart rate back to normal.
okay. So finally you got to go in to see that cardiologist, and what happened there?
He was aggressive, very dismissive and rude.
They did a second EKG, did they?
He did
not?
a second EKG.
Okay.
Everything looked normal still, but he was aggressive and continued to push me to go and get another shot, which I refused.
Okay. Then you went back to your family doctor, correct?
Yes.
So we're at about the 10-week mark from the time you got your shot, and you're still having problems, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So your family doctor then did what?
She recommended me to an allergist just to make sure that this wasn't an allergy-related symptoms, which I figured it wasn't. So I spoke to an allergist on the phone. I never saw him in person. He ruled out any of my symptoms being allergy-related, and he said he had a friend that's a cardiologist in the city, and he recommended me to see him.
Okay. So you actually went to a second cardiologist at that point, didn't you?
Correct.
And what happened then?
He was very kind. He made me feel validated. He verbalized to me that this is definitely from the vaccine. He also said that there are numerous other people going through this. It was nice to feel not alone.
Is he the one that told you might have an autonomic nervous system disorder?
Correct. He is the one that diagnosed me with that.
Yeah. And did he prescribe anything for you?
I was prescribed beta blockers at that time.
Okay. We're now at about the 13-week point after your shot. You went back to your family doctor at that point, and I'm trying to decipher my notes here. Was there another cardiologist that you went to at this point?
That was the only cardiologist, but at that appointment with my doctor, she brought up my medical files, and the cardiologist wrote in my medical files that it was from COVID.
Okay. So you started to feel somewhat better at this point, is that correct?
Yes, things were on and off. It wasn't as persistent as it was in the beginning, where it was every day. I would experience on and off symptoms, so I'd have some good days, some bad.
Okay. And around March of 2022, you started to go to a homeopathic doctor.
That's correct.
And he prescribed vitamins and food regimen and that type of thing, correct?
Yeah, I looked into alternative methods of healing as the healthcare system was failing me at that point, and I wasn't willing to live the way I was living.
And you still have some symptoms today, although things have improved to some extent.
Yes, a lot of symptoms have improved. I would say my heart is back to normal at this time, although we don't know what long-term effects could be. My only ongoing symptom is everyday dizziness. If I turn my head a certain way, I'm dizzy. So it's just something I've had to live with now.
How was your health prior to getting the Moderna shot? Did you
100%.
did you have any ailments of any kind?
Never.
Okay. And at the present time, again, you still have dizziness during the day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that I may have missed in your health saga here for those?
That sums up it.
Year and a half, well, year and 10 months, I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners.
Sounds good.
Say, are there any questions that you have for this witness?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you coming.
Again, for the record, my name is Alexander McKenzie. Shelley, would you give your full name to the commission and spell it, please?
Hi, I'm Shelley L. Overwater. It's S-H-E-L-L-E-Y, and then Overwater, just like it sounds.
And Shelley, do you swear that the evidence you will give to this commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Shelley, you reside in Morden, Manitoba, is
yes,
that
I
correct?
do.
And that is quite close to where your parents lived.
Yes, they lived about a block and a half from me originally. Now my mom lives just down the street.
Right. Your father is now deceased.
Yes, he is.
Yes. And you are a practicing lawyer yourself.
Yes, I am.
Getting your call in 2011.
Yes, I did.
And you practice now in Winkler.
Yes, I do.
With one associate lawyer you met while practicing as a firm that had a branch office in Morden and Winkler, but they are now closed.
Well, the Winkler office is closed. They still have the other branches.
Right. Thank you. And you yourself received vaccine in July of 2021?
I think that was the second one, I believe. We had, me, my husband, my daughter, and my mom all got 2 each because we thought we were going to get to go to the U.S. for July long weekend. And they weren't mandatory at that point, and we didn't even think, we trusted that vaccines were safe, so we went and got them.
And you had some special concerns about your daughter, Katie, right?
Well, we found out after the second shot, which was, by the way, Moderna. Katie has epilepsy. My daughter's had epilepsy her whole life, pretty much. Anyways, that night she broke out in such a terrible fever, high fever, that of course she seizured through. So when I talked to the pharmacist who, hadn't mentioned anything about it having, causing fever, I said, you should let people with seizure disorders or epilepsy know that these shots could do this. And so she said, oh, yes, I'll make sure of that. And then she phoned Manitoba Health, and then they phoned my daughter and said that she couldn't have a license, because of the seizures, right? So she, basically did nothing except cause Katie some grief.
So because she got the shot, she lost her learner's.
Well, she had a learner's at that point, but yeah, she'd only had it, because of the epilepsy, she wasn't allowed to drive till she, was older anyways, but that probably ensured she won't be driving.
Okay. Now you've been involved yourself in a number of the citizen anti-mandate citizen initiatives that the commission has heard about. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were involved in the slow rolls
Yes.
on Highway 75,
Yes.
and you joined the convoy from Portage to Steinbach, that is the truckers' convoy.
Yes, I
and
did.
You have done some pro bono legal work at the Emerson blockade.
Yes, yes, I spoke for them initially to the RCMP had special negotiators come out.
And you spoke to them
Yes.
on behalf of the Emerson people.
Yes, yes, I did.
And we may get time for you to discuss any questions the commissioners may have on those things, but we'll move along from them.
No problem.
Now, in addition, you represent a number of accused for charges for fines relating to COVID mandate breaches.
Yes, I sure do.
And those are both federal and provincial acts that those.
Yes, they are.
And you're also representing parties in a number of litigations, some in the Manitoba Provincial Judges Court, one in the Manitoba King's Bench Court, and another one in the Ontario Supreme Court. Is that correct?
2 in Ontario now.
2 in Ontario.
Yes.
Things change.
Yeah.
Now, COVID mandates have also affected you personally. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you want to inform the commission about several matters. In fact, one relating to your father.
Yes.
One relating to your own medical care.
Yes.
And one relating to your employment.
Yes.
Well, starting with your dad, your dad's name was Patrick Rice, is that
That's
correct?
correct, Patrick Rice, yes.
Yeah. And at the beginning of COVID, he was, what, 89 years old, was he?
Well, he was 89 and a half when he died. You know.
And when did he die?
He died December 19th, 2020.
Okay. And so he was, can you tell us what his physical condition was?
He was in excellent health. He didn't even need glasses or hearing aids. He had all his teeth. He still drove. He had his downhill ski pass ready to go to La Riviere, to Holiday Mountain, because he still skied. He also was the oldest skydiver in Canada.
And that was all at the tender age of 89 years.
Yes.
In relation to his health, it was known, was it not, that he had an aneurysm?
Yes, he did. It had been diagnosed probably around 2015 or so, and they had offered him some kind of surgical procedure, but at his age he decided not to bother, but they told him if it ever went, it would be quick. Like it would, he wouldn't probably have time to get to a hospital, possibly.
I see. And then in 2020, your father had a rapid tested for COVID, and he had tested positive at a Winkler drive-through COVID testing station. Is that correct?
Yeah, him and my mom went. They were recommended by the family doctor to just go check. This would have been about the 1st of December, maybe. Mm-hmm. And he tested positive. She tested negative.
And that was about the beginning of December.
Yes, yes, sir.
And so, in obeying the rules, I take it your father quarantined himself?
Yes, they were told to just go home.
Did he have any symptoms?
Not that I recall. He seemed fine. He seemed like Pat always seemed.
And no coughs, no fevers?
Not that I recall. I mean, he seemed fine, and when he died, it was, like 3 weeks after he had this test.
Okay, so he had the test. He was asymptomatic in terms of anything to do with COVID.
So was my mom.
He had had an aneurysm in the past. It had been diagnosed.
Mm-hmm.
And then on December the 19th, can you tell us what happened on that day?
I believe it was about 5 in the morning. my mom phoned, and she said, Pat fell and he's mumbling. I said, Mom, call the ambulance, because she said he wasn't, like he was mumbling, but he wasn't speaking. So she called 911, and we got ready to rush over there, me, my husband, and my daughter, and I could hear the ambulance, because I lived so close, I could hear they were lost. So I phoned 911 and said, you know, you have to go to blah, blah, blah. When we got there, the ambulance was sitting there with the lights off, and there were two Morden police officers standing in the doorway. And I jumped out of the car, and they said, your dad's gone. And I thought they meant they'd taken him away already, but they meant he was deceased. This would have been, well, I guess 20 minutes, half hour after my mom first initially called me.
So that was about 5:30 in the morning.
I would say, yeah, I believe so.
On December 19th.
Yes.
And did you then go into the home, into the house? Into your
Immediately. And my mom was a mess, obviously. And she was there with the two paramedics, I believe. And then the two officers were in there, and they were asking her questions in her den. I went downstairs. At that point, we went downstairs, and he was still laying there on his back. And there was a little trail of blood to the bathroom door. And so it was obvious he'd gone to the washroom, come out, and something happened. He fell, must have bashed his arm on his way down. Mom heard the crash, came running, and this is when she said he was like, oh, and then he just died. His breath stopped. So he was dead before the ambulance even got anywhere near there. He was gone. So I wiped up the blood because I didn't want my mom to see it, and I got a quilt to cover him because he was still just laying, you know. So anyways, when I come back upstairs, she was on the phone at some point there later, and it was the provincial medical examiner. She was on the phone with a woman telling my mom that it was clearly a COVID-19 death. And at this point, no one had seen him. He had not gone to a doctor. He had not had any outside people look at him. The police weren't taking pictures, like nobody had seen him. And he died in a few minutes. So I just, you know, and then she told my mom that she must go that very day and get tested for COVID-19. So later that day, we had to...
Before you get on to that, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, sorry.
Thank you. The medical examiner was suggesting to your mother that your father had died of COVID.
Yes, no, she insisted, and she said they wouldn't be doing autopsies because they were afraid of getting COVID.
So without any more information than that your father had died, they were absolutely not going to do an autopsy.
No, absolutely not.
And they were going to say,
he
from
died
everything you could
COVID-19.
tell, that it was a COVID death.
Yes.
Despite your father's not having had any COVID symptoms.
Not that I was aware of, and he died like 20 minutes. You don't die of a lung ailment in 20 minutes. I've had lung ailments.
And he had been diagnosed sometime before with an aneurysm.
Yes. So I assumed it was that or a heart attack.
Are you aware of how your father's death may have been reported in any local newspaper?
Well, yeah, it was on the Pembina Valley Online because they were reporting the deaths by, you know, different regions. And they would report Morden deaths, Winkler, and of course they showed December 19th, you know, one male, 89, died of COVID-19.
So he was reported in the newspaper as being dead from COVID-19.
Well, Pembina Valley Online is like an online news service, but yes, that's where I saw it. So I just thought, well, you know, whatever, right? And I phoned the funeral home because he went Saturday morning, the day he died. He went right to the funeral home, and I asked the owner if they had taken pictures, or he said absolutely not. They cremated him Monday. So he was in the funeral home, and he was cremated Monday. And the provincial medical examiner's office phoned my mom again during the week and kept telling her it was COVID-19. And at that point, my mom just gave up on arguing, because what was she going to do about it exactly, right?
Now, in your work as a lawyer on some of these things that we've mentioned, you've had occasion to see an an affidavit that was filed. Is that correct?
Yes, we were working on an appeal for some unnamed clients, and some of the evidence in the transcripts was from the church's case, as you've heard about. One of them was an affidavit from this Dr. Lepke.
Well, a person by the name of Carla Lepke.
Yes, yes, I believe she was some kind of doctor.
And for the record, that is a document that was filed in a provincial court in Winnipeg in pocket number 558-30323, and there are 10 provincial court pockets associated with that affidavit.
Yes, sir.
And what did you see in that affidavit as you were doing your work as a lawyer?
Well, there was like 40 pages of CV, but then I got to, there was all these COVID-19 deaths in Manitoba, and they were listed individually. So just because I went through them, and of course I get to December 19th, 2020, Morden, Manitoba, 1 male, COVID-19. And so I realized that this person had submitted this as affidavit evidence to the court. And, I mean, as a lawyer, I mean, that's you would never.
So what you saw in the affidavit was one death in Morden exactly on the day of your father's death.
An 89-year-old male, he was the only death in Morden that day.
And it was put down as COVID.
Yes, not COVID-related, COVID-19. That's what
see.
was said.
And insofar as that might be relied upon for developing statistics, what do you think of that?
I think that they were padding at the very kindest. I'd say they were padding their statistics, but I mean, to me, this was an out-and-out lie. Okay. And they had no evidence to support that. They didn't even try to get any.
In fact, they assiduously avoided getting any.
Yeah, that's how it appeared to me. I mean, obviously we're supposed to go to court with evidence, right? So you would just expect that, but apparently not.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. Now, quite apart from your dad, is there anything else you'd like to add in relation to your father's situation?
I can't think of anything other than I just couldn't believe they would browbeat my elderly, widowed mother into trying to get her to accept that. Okay. I was horrified.
Thank you. Now, quite apart from your dad, as you've mentioned that you've had some medical issues yourself.
Yes.
And what is that? What sort of medical conditions did you have?
I have a history of high blood pressure where it would shoot up, to like 200 over 110, this kind of thing. Angina, chest pains, that kind of stuff. Right?
Ever given any medicines for them?
Yeah, I've had nitro and whatever over the years, but my heart's fine. So I felt it was stress related. Probably came in around the time I went to law school. But anyways, yes, I have a history of it.
Okay, and in early 21, you consulted with a doctor. Is that right? A Dr. Mansour?
Yes, he was my family doctor, and I was experiencing these again. And he told me that if it happened on the weekend or during the day when he couldn't be available, I should go to emergency at Boundary Trails Hospital, which was our local hospital.
Pardon me. And in March of 2021, what happened that day?
So that morning I felt, my chest pains were bad and I was having trouble breathing and I was feeling kind of dizzy. So I drove my truck by myself over to Boundary Trails, and I parked and walked over to the emerge door, and I went to enter the emergency. Mm-hmm. And a uniformed security guard was on the inside door, and he started yelling at me to wait outside.
Okay, now you drove yourself.
Yes.
You were feeling chest pains.
Yes.
You drove yourself from your home, which was about 3 miles, was it, from the hospital?
Yeah.
And you arrived there, I presume you parked your car.
Well, I parked my truck, yes.
Your truck, pardon me. And
you
walked to the front door of the hospital.
Well, there's 2 doors.
Emergency door.
Yeah, the far one is emergency.
Okay, thank you. And what was the weather like that day?
It was about probably between 10 below and 0. It was cold, it was windy, it was gray. You know, it was like one of those prairie fun late winter mornings.
And what was the nature of the discussion with the security guard inside the foyer behind the doors? What was the nature
Well, he
of your
just yelled at
conversation?
me to wait outside. And I believe I yelled back, but I'm having chest pains, right? And he said, well, you have to wait. Like he yelled, you have to wait. And so I let go of the door because I was shocked. I didn't know they had security guards at the hospital, for one. So I had to stand there outside, and I'm thinking, well, this is great. If I drop dead, now I'm going to have to lay outside too. So I was becoming more stressed, obviously.
And how long, again, did you stand outside?
I think about 10 minutes. It wasn't probably that long, but it was scary because it's a merge, right? You go there for a reason. Yeah. Finally, he gestured I could go into the two doors, where he stopped me. And, first I just used the hand sanitizer, and then he handed me a mask with a tong, and I had to sit on a chair with these, plexiglass things, like a little,
cubicle.
Yeah, and I had to sit there till they said I could distantly approach the lady at the desk she had a big plexiglass and all that too.
And so then you went through some sort of reception process, yeah. Is that correct? And how did that go? It
was pretty quick. I said I had chest pains and so on, and I had to put my Manitoba Health on the tray so they wouldn't touch it. And then I had to go sit back down for a few minutes, and then these gowned and covered people came out and said, we'll take you to the trauma room. And I said, well, I could walk in. So I walked into this, it's like kind of like an operating room, a trauma room, whatever they call it. And, they're behind me. So I walk in and there's like a bed there. So I go over to the bed and I look behind me and they're all in the doorway way far. And they started yelling at me questions.
So they brought you to the room, had you go in, sit on the bed, stood at the door. How were they dressed?
They were covered head to foot in those paper gowns and booties and masks, and some of them had face shields, and I think they had gloves, everything, like the whole 9 yards, like you were in surgery. Eh? And I was like, okay. And they all stood in the door, and then, this doctor or these people are yelling, what's your problem? Like, kind of, what are you there for? And so I said, I'm having chest pains, I have a history, I have blood pressure, I think I'm having, my blood pressure's really shot up, yeah, that kind of thing. And then the doctor said he had a very South African accent. It was very distinguishing. And he said, well, those could be symptoms of COVID-19. We need to test you. And I was like, no, I have a history. I don't have COVID-19. I just want someone to check my, And he said, well, no, this could be symptoms. And so then we yelled back and forth about me being tested, and I refused. I said, no, I won't be tested. You're not shoving anything up my nose. I don't have any, I should mention quickly, I've had pneumonia, I've had 2 lung infections, I had lung cancer surgery. I know all about lung ailments. And so I was kind of...
Those are not recent, though.
Those were prior to when I went in the hospital.
But those symptoms that you describe...
Well, no, what I'm saying is that I knew I didn't have a lung problem. I knew that. And so for him to keep insisting I needed a COVID test was ludicrous.
Right, but I'm wanting to make it very clear for the Commission that those were not current symptoms.
No, not at all.
Those were in the past.
Yes, they were all in the past, but I did have some understanding of what a lung ailment felt like.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I understand that.
Or a flu, I guess I could say.
So how long did this standoff go on?
I don't know, about, maybe 10 minutes, and then they said, okay, we'll be back. And then a girl came with a tray, like they carried the tray with all the stuff. And I believe she checked my blood pressure, the stethoscope, maybe my oxygen level. And I cannot remember positively right now, but she may have drawn a little blood. I'm not even sure. And then she started asking me about being tested for COVID-19 again.
And so just to be clear, so they did test your blood pressure, they did test your heartbeat, they did do all that, and did they report those results to you right there on the spot?
No.
No, okay. So then what happened then?
Then she left the room, and I waited there, and then they came, some people, an attendant of some kind, I can't remember clearly, came and said, well, we're going to put you in the recovery area, and we'll monitor you for an hour. And I said, okay. So I followed them there, and they put you on a bed, and there's curtains all around you, and I think there was like maybe 3 of us. I was struck by how many staff were going around with all their stuff on, and I think there was 3 of us in that place. But so I just laid there.
Were you feeling anxious? Did you?
I was scared. I was starting to get worried because, like, not only were they not talking about what was happening to me, but they were getting, like, he had been really kind of aggressive and ugly about this deal, and I was starting to get nervous. Like, what are they going to do? Hold me down now? Like, I was nervous. So I was trying to force myself to breathe and calm myself because I didn't want them to have any excuse to keep me. And then finally, the doctor, because of his accent, I mean, obviously they're covered up, right? But he came in and he said, well, you might as well leave now, seeing you refuse to be tested.
And did he tell you of the results of the blood pressure test he'd done?
No.
Did they tell you of the results of the monitoring of your heart or your heartbeat that they'd done?
No.
Did they tell you anything about the condition you'd gone in for?
No, they told me that they would have liked to have tested me for surveillance purposes, and seeing I was being stubborn, I might as well leave. And I said, you got that right, but I was very anxious to get out of there, so I left and went home.
And did you ever follow up with your doctor?
Yeah, and he said, he checked me over, and yeah, my blood pressure was high and that, and he said, blah, 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 and I said, don't ever send me there again, ever. I said, you didn't tell me what it was going to be like, and I will not be tested for something I don't even have, so don't ask me. And that was the end of that. I didn't go back to the hospital till I had my knee surgery, as I told you, and that was only because I had to.
Okay. Thank you, Shelley. Now, I think, is there anything else you'd like to say about your adventure at the hospital?
What can you say, man? I felt like I had woke up in the middle of George Orwell's 1984, or I was on the gulag. I mean, I was like, this is unbelievable. This is a hospital. I felt like I was, I don't want to admit I've ever been in a cell, but that's what it felt like. It was very scary, and they were very rude. And that doctor in particular, I mean, he was, he was ugly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, you've also had some experience that's COVID-related in a law office in which you worked.
Yes.
And that was a satellite office of a larger firm, and that satellite office was in both Morden and Winkler. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when COVID started, the firm adopted a number of safety measures. Can you tell me what they were?
Well, we had to, obviously the hand sanitizer, the masks, the plexiglass in the reception area. Initially, they wanted to meet the clients between the 2 doors at a little table that they had to sanitize every 10 minutes, I think. And we had to wipe down parcels and Lysol all the desks between each use and this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. And how many people worked in these offices at those 2 locations, Morden and Winkler?
I'd say there was roughly, there was 2 or 3 lawyers on any given day, and there would have been 5 or 6 clerical staff. But, we all kind of went around, not all the clerical staff, but the lawyers, we circulated from to different offices sometimes, depending on what was going on.
And so how many people altogether would circulate through those offices in a week or 2 weeks?
Oh, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so. And then we got an articling student that ended up being at the Morden office, I should mention.
And was anyone ill during that time?
Well, because of my father's death, I had missed the 2 weeks over Christmas because they said that we had to quarantine.
Because he had been a COVID death,
Well,
so reported as that. So
yeah, and so the firm, I mean, I would have got bereavement anyways, and it was the holidays, and we were closed a bunch of days, so yeah, I was off for the 2 weeks. Then we had another girl, she had the 2-week quarantine because she was sick for a weekend, and a lawyer who had a cough, and she was off for 2 weeks because of the mandated quarantine. That was in the entire time I worked there.
Okay. And then in May of 2021, there were some changes in policy.
Yes.
Is that correct? And what were those?
Well, at that point, the managing partner and the other partner and the manager decided they were going to have to know the vaccination status of all the clerical staff and the art clean student. And if they wouldn't if they weren't going to, discuss it.
They had to disclose their vaccination
Yes,
status?
It was mandatory, yes.
I see. And how did that go down with the staff?
Well, I mean, it went down very badly because, I sent an email, to the lawyers and said, what about, like employment standards and the charter and all those things. And then there was one young girl, 20 years old, who was our reception girl, just a dear little girl who'd worked there 2 years. And she said, well, I refuse to put that in my body, and no one's going to force me, not even for a job. And that was the first time I'd ever heard somebody say that. I was quite taken by it because she was such a young, nice girl. And then one of the clerical staff, whom I'm actually friends with and had been there 3 years, she disclosed that she hadn't been vaccinated. They asked the art clean student who they had hired and couldn't say enough nice things about. And she said, are you asking me if I have COVID antibodies in my system? And when they said, no, we want to know your vaccination status. And she said, well, I don't know that you have the right to ask me. Well, at that point, all heck broke loose, so to speak.
And were there any inter-office communications, like emails? What sort of was the office buzz?
Well, we had a group email deal, so that's where everybody, lawyers and staff in all the offices, and it started this daily almost barrage of, well, I know someone who's sick with COVID, and can you believe how selfish these people are, and these unvaccinated, and the whole, the common good, and blah blah blah, and this went on, and in the meantime, all the staff from the other offices would drop the files off outside the back door and yell in the office because they couldn't come in because the unvaccinated were there, and they were allowed to pick on the art clean student. Everybody was mocking her and, making fun, and then they decided she couldn't do any real law work because she was obviously,
So what did they have her do?
They had her do real estate reports. That's all she was allowed to do. She had to sit in the back with the clerical staff and do real estate, and had, probably every couple of days she was yelled at by the partners and so on. She wasn't allowed to come to the lawyer meetings, but from June on, the lawyer meetings became like me battling, because I couldn't believe they were going to hold someone's career hostage, because if they fired her in the middle of her articles, it's pretty hard to get a job, right? Mm-hmm. And she'd been in school for 7 full years for this deal, and these other girls, I just could not believe people would take someone's livelihood like that. I was shocked. It had never occurred to me that they would mandate this stuff and force these vaccines. Like, I didn't understand that could happen.
And I understand that at some point in October, there was an ultimatum.
Yeah, well, the managing partner had told me he would let her finish her articles. This would have been like, let's say, the middle of October. So he comes in, this is about, the end of October, he comes in to the Morden office, and he asked me and the other lawyer into my office, and he sat down, and he said, I just walked by them, and I'd fire them all today if I could. And I went, well, that's no surprise, right? Like, tell me something I don't know, But anyways, and he said, and I've made a decision. If they won't get vaccinated by November 19th, they're fired. And he said, and then he started, tapping the desk, and he goes, and I've decided even the lawyers will have to submit proof. So at that point, I kind of lost my cool, and I said, well, I gave you my word I was vaccinated, because I'm not like you. I keep my word. But I thought, and he said, well, you still have to show proof. I said, I'm not showing you anything. I said, you can put me down as resigning on November 19th, because I will not stay here then. I will go with the people you're firing. So the next day he phoned me and goes, oh, hey, was that serious? And I was kind of shocked at that. And I said, yes, I'm very serious. So I sent him my resignation letter, and that was that. And off we went.
And what did happen to the article student?
Well, what happened was we found a lawyer, another local lawyer, who was, he had enough, he just had 3 years in, and so he was allowed to finish her articles. So she went over there.
And what did you do?
Well, I went home in shock, because I went, what am I going to do? But anyways, they were leaving the Winkler building they were in. I knew that. They hated Winkler. So I phoned the owner of the Winkler building and said, hey, how about renting to a different lawyer? So I rented an office for January 1. But I ended up having a knee replacement, so I didn't actually start till later. In the meantime, the articling student finished her articles, and the lawyer said he wouldn't keep her. So she came over, and she said, would you consider working with me? I said, right on, partners. So she's my partner in our little firm, and we got another office we were able to rent, so we have two, like an office each in Winkler.
Is there anything else that I've missed relating to your employment situation?
Well, I just wanted to say I was we were law firms, and we were essential workers, and no provincial health people ever walked into any law office out there. They didn't, and they weren't going to. And I understood that we had to do whatever in the hallways or in front of clients that were nervous. I get that, but we never ever had a policy of asking clients if they were vaccinated or anything. It was just the people that worked there. But we'd all been there the whole time, and it was fine. And I couldn't believe, and by then we already knew that people were still getting COVID-19 even with the vaccine. So there was no real reason other than, I don't know, they just got in a mood. I don't even know what to say. I was horrified. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I mean, the Supreme Court has said, oh, your livelihood is, integral part of, yada, yada, you're right? So you believe that when you're in law school. Apparently it doesn't apply lately, anyhow.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just a couple other small things. You and your mother both volunteered at a couple of home for aging people in Winkler and Steinbeck.
Winkler and Morden. There's Tabor Home in Morden and Salem Home in Winkler, and we volunteered at both.
Okay. And do you still volunteer there?
No, they when the lockdowns hit, of course, we weren't allowed to go there, but after, during the time, they got rid of a bunch of their staff, of course. And so when it was, they wanted volunteers to come back, they contacted us, and we just said, no, we can't in good conscience volunteer for a place that would just dump their employees for no good reason. So we never did go back.
So the employees that they, in your words, dumped were not ones who were infected, they were ones who would not vaccinate, is that correct?
Right, and some of them, were willing to do the testing. I think they wanted 3 a week, or I can't remember. It was just, to me, it was all nonsensical. The one place said, after it was all said and done, that if people gave a letter of apology, they might consider hiring them back. Yeah, go figure, eh? Yeah, I know.
And Shelley, from your work as a lawyer in these matters that I mentioned earlier, have you had occasion to consider any statistics relating to the fines and that have been imposed on people in Manitoba? And I believe you did have something on that.
Yes, the Manitoba government, between the Federal Quarantine Act and the Provincial Health Act, they fined over $9 million as of, lately. And now I'm not saying they've collected, I'm just saying this is what it is. $5 million of it is just the Federal Quarantine Act. And what that was is when the mandate came in January at the border, The United States border people had discretion, so some unvaccinated people were still allowed to go into the U.S. Well, when they came back, if they presented at the Canadian border, the screening technology was, are you vaccinated? And of course, if you said no, you got an $8,550 ticket. If you didn't answer, you got the $8,550 ticket and a $1,453 ticket. And so I'm dealing with, I don't know, I think I've got about 25, 26 of these were challenging. But none of these people were symptomatic. None of them had priors. Some of them got tickets as late as last fall, okay, September of this last year.
And what was the condition of, what were the mandates when those tickets were being issued?
Well, the border mandate. Because they were Canadian citizens entering Canada and they didn't have a vaccine, or they didn't have the ArriveCan, or the PCR test. So it didn't matter. Whatever it was, you were getting an $8,550 ticket. So that's what happened. And it didn't matter if it was, all my clients have no priors. They were all working citizens.
What sort of jobs do they hold typically?
You're never going to guess. Most of them are truck drivers. Some of them are farm laborers. And then, interesting, I had a couple of clients that were actually vaccinated, and they got tickets because they didn't have the PCR results because they couldn't wait that long for them. So they made the mistake of saying, but we have this, and they showed the Charter of Rights, and so they were given $8,550 tickets each for showing the Charter, basically.
And this may be a dangerous and last question, but from me in any event, but how do you feel about the way these things were handled both provincially and federally?
You don't want to ask, really. No, I'm absolutely appalled. It's like the Canada, and I'm old, right? And the Canada I grew up in, I mean, this is not the Canada I live in today. I didn't buy into this. None of us did. And it was like they ripped away the veil and said, ha, you think you have freedoms and rights and all that. You got nothing. And I've never been so ashamed of I mean, I'll tell you, I've been a separatist for a long time anyways, but I've never been so ashamed of this country as I was when I saw them in Ottawa bludgeoning working people like normal, everyday taxpayers. I'll never forget it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shelley, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you. No, thank you. Thank you very much for attending, Shelley.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I have one very simple point to make. If we could have the slide up on the screen, please. I know it's late in the day. Could we see a little bit further down the text of the article there? What it says is it declares a legal emergency in Canada. Can we see any more of that image? So Children's Health Defence has a Canadian chapter. And if you can adjust that a bit more, you'll see there's a headline there declaring that there's a legal emergency in Canada. This is datelined on March 26th of this year. We can't quite see that, can we? Anyway, it's March 26th. In their newsletter, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Kennedy, it's Bobby Kennedy Jr., is going to announce that he's running for president of the United States next Wednesday. And he's been identified by the U.S. government as one of the great misinformation spreaders about vaccines. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch. My point here is that the analysis in the article, which unfortunately you can't see, but take my word for it, it's there. I've read many of the cases, and yes, there is, as we've heard today from many sources, a legal emergency in Canada, and it's mainly with the judges and the courts who aren't doing their jobs. Thank you.